Chosen ones, the message you are about to hear is not ordinary. It is a divine revelation directly from the throne of heaven. If your eyes have found these words, know with certainty, it is not by chance. You were led here by the Spirit of the living God. Every delay, every detour, every painful moment was not random. It was orchestrated. You've been divinely positioned to receive something that has the power to shift your destiny. Heaven has an assignment with your name on it, and this message is the confirmation your spirit has been waiting for. The enemy did everything in his power to stop this moment from happening. He threw distractions to steal your focus, discouragement to weaken your faith, and storms to drain your strength. He whispered lies, stirred confusion, and pushed you into spiritual fatigue. But guess what? He failed, because you are here. You made it. And that means you've already broken through a barrier that was never meant to be passed. This isn't just another word of encouragement. This is divine strategy. This is spiritual intelligence from heaven's war room. The truth you're about to receive will not just comfort you, it will equip you. It will expose the enemy's hidden traps, break the back of intimidation, and ignite your authority in ways you've never tapped into before. Because today, you're going to discover something that terrifies the kingdom of darkness. You are carrying a spiritual weapon, not made of human effort, but forged in glory. And the moment you awaken to it, everything changes. You may have felt unworthy, overlooked, or weary, but in the realm of the Spirit, you are already marked as armed and dangerous. Hell is nervous about your awakening. Demons have feared this very moment, the moment you stop questioning your worth and start standing in your divine authority. Because once a chosen one realizes what's inside them, they don't back down. They rise up. So let me say it again, with all the fire of heaven backing it, you carry a weapon that terrifies darkness, even if your emotions haven't caught up yet, even if your past is messy or your present feels uncertain. This revelation will shift the way you see yourself, and more importantly, how you fight. Lean in. Listen closely. Because what you're about to receive is not information, it's transformation. And before we go deeper, I want to take a sacred moment to say thank you. To those of you who have supported this mission through super thanks, your generosity means more than you know. Whether you gave a little or gave much, please understand. Every offering is a seed that heaven sees. And if you haven't given, you are still deeply valued, still covered in this blessing, and still walking with us in the Spirit. This mission exists because of you, those who listen, pray, share, and sow. You are not just viewers, you are partners in purpose. And I thank God for you. Now, chosen ones, if this message stirs something in your soul, if your spirit says, yes, this is for me, declare it. Comment 777 below as a prophetic sign. Let it be your way of saying, Lord, I receive this word. I am chosen. I am ready. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is the time. Don't miss another message that could confirm what God has been whispering to you all along. Now take a deep breath, because we're about to dive in, not just for insight, but for transformation. Are you ready? Let's begin. God's chosen ones, God says you are permitted to use this weapon tonight. Chosen one, before we talk about the weapon you carry, you first need to understand the battlefield you're standing on. What if the reason you feel constantly attacked, misunderstood, or weighed down is not just circumstantial, but spiritual? Have you ever paused to ask, is there something unseen trying to block me because of who I am in God? You cannot win a war that you don't even recognize is happening, and you certainly cannot defeat an enemy you pretend doesn't exist. This is where many of God's chosen ones fall into confusion, not because they lack strength, but because they lack spiritual awareness. The enemy thrives in your ignorance. When you assume that your struggles are just mental, emotional, or situational, you disarm yourself without even knowing it. How many times have you chalked up your anxiety to relationship stress, or your exhaustion to work pressure? How often have you dismissed constant delays and resistance as just life? But chosen one, what if I told you that these were not coincidences? What if you knew that every time you get close to breakthrough, there's a spiritual force sent to push you back? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. This is not just poetic language, it is a divine alert. The true war is not with your co-workers, your family, or your finances. The true war is in the spirit realm, and it targets you specifically because of the calling you carry. Think of Harriet Tubman, the woman who led hundreds of slaves to freedom through the Underground Railroad. She wasn't just fighting racism or injustice, she was waging war against a demonic system meant to enslave generations. Harriet once said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves." The chosen ones must awaken first. The battle is real, and you are in it, whether you admit it or not. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. 1 Peter 5:8. The enemy doesn't chase those who are lost. He hunts those who are marked. That's why your resistance has always been higher than others. You were chosen before you were born, and your life carries weight in the spirit. So naturally, the attacks on you are more calculated. Take the example of actor and humanitarian Angelina Jolie. Beyond her Hollywood fame, she's known for her global advocacy work, fighting for refugees, victims of war, and human rights. She once said in an interview that the moment she started speaking out, threats began to come not just against her work, but her peace, her health, and even her family. This is what happens when light steps into darkness. The pushback becomes spiritual. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. John 10:10. Jesus didn't warn you about thieves without reason. There is something precious in you that must be protected, and the enemy knows it. That's why every time you begin to rise, something comes to distract you, delay you, or drain you. Even the life of Winston Churchill during World War II reflects this pattern. As the Nazi forces gained power, many leaders cowered, compromised, or gave in. But Churchill stood firm, not just with politics, but with conviction that evil must be named and confronted. He understood the terrain, and that awareness gave him an edge. Similarly, chosen one, you cannot defeat what you're afraid to name. Pretending everything is fine will not save you from spiritual warfare. It will only leave you vulnerable. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. You are not being sent into this battle unarmed. God has already equipped you, but he will not force you to use the weapon if you refuse to even acknowledge the war. So let me ask you this. What is it you've been calling normal that's actually supernatural interference? What delays have you tolerated that might be demonic in origin? What pain have you accepted as just life, when it's really a spirit of heaviness pressing on your calling? Think of Terry Crews, the actor and former NFL player. For years, he battled addiction and shame behind the scenes. But when he finally spoke out, he testified that freedom didn't begin with therapy. It began with spiritual clarity. He said, "The moment I realized I was under attack was the moment I started fighting back." And now, chosen one, it is your moment. You are not here by accident. You are on a battlefield, not a playground. The weapons you're about to use were not meant for comfort, but for conquest. But before you can wield them effectively, you must open your eyes to the war around you. God will not activate your authority where you still choose to walk in ignorance. Tonight is not just another night, it is a divine appointment, and everything changes once you see the truth. Chosen one, this is where most people go wrong, and where you must rise above. Have you ever wondered why the same cycle keeps repeating in your life? Why the heaviness won't lift, no matter how much rest you get? Why the breakthroughs you pray for seem always delayed? It's not because you're lazy or not trying hard enough. It's because many are trying to fix spiritual problems with physical solutions, and they don't even realize they're fighting the wrong war. Most people look at betrayal, heartbreak, rejection, or failure as random occurrences, or worse, as personal flaws. But what if your real enemy isn't the person who left you? What if it's not the boss who overlooked you, or the bills piling up on your table? What if the real enemy is something you cannot see, something ancient, calculated, and spiritual? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. Chosen one, this verse isn't just a metaphor, it's your reality. You are not at war with humans, you are in direct conflict with demonic hierarchies that have studied your bloodline, your calling, and your vulnerabilities. Their entire strategy is designed to keep you spiritually asleep so they can hijack your purpose without resistance. Take the story of author and speaker Joyce Meyer. She spent years battling trauma from abuse, depression, and internal chaos. But once she realized that her battle was spiritual, she began using the word of God like a sword. She said, "The devil doesn't care if you go to church, as long as you don't apply what you learn." Her life turned around not through logic, but by discerning that the battlefield was spiritual. And so must yours. Lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. 2 Corinthians 2:11. The devil thrives on your unawareness. He doesn't need to overpower you. He just needs you to stay distracted, to remain offended, to live in confusion. Because when you don't know you're in a war, you won't reach for your spiritual weapons. You'll try to fix supernatural battles with surface-level advice, therapy sessions without revelation, or vacations that only mask deeper unrest. Picture this. Chosen one, you're standing in the middle of an invisible war zone. Arrows are flying past your spirit. Doubt, fear, accusation, temptation. Invisible warriors are advancing, some to destroy your peace, others to target your purpose. But because you don't see them, you stand still, paralyzed, overwhelmed. You feel the heaviness, the pressure, the sadness, but you don't know why. That's not confusion. That's warfare. Actor and producer Viola Davis once shared that she spent years battling feelings of unworthiness, despite her success. She said, "Even after winning an Oscar, I still felt like I wasn't enough." It wasn't until she went deeper into faith, reflection, and spiritual healing that she broke the invisible strongholds tormenting her. The lesson: success doesn't cancel spiritual warfare, it often intensifies it. Because the higher you go, the more violently the enemy tries to pull you down. Therefore, let us not sleep as do others, but let us watch and be sober. 1 Thessalonians 5:6. God is calling you not just to be awake, but to be alert, to pay attention to the patterns that keep recurring. To ask yourself, why does the same emotion keep showing up at the worst moments? Why does conflict explode right before you're about to receive something new? Why does your mind spiral the night before a breakthrough? These are not coincidences. These are assignments, and they are assigned to you because of what you carry. Do you know the story of NFL player Benjamin Watson? Known for his faith and activism, He once spoke publicly about how spiritual attacks increased the more vocal he became about truth. He said, "Sometimes we think because we're doing good we won't face resistance, but it's when we start shining that darkness hits hardest. The moment you shift from passive to powerful, the enemy takes notice. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil." Ephesians 6:11. God would not have told you to arm yourself if there wasn't an actual battle to face. This is not about superstition, it's about survival. And more than that, it's about victory. So, chosen one, what have I been tolerating that I should have been rebuking? What thoughts have I allowed to linger that are actually lies planted by the enemy? What heaviness have I called normal when it's really a spiritual trap designed to block my momentum? Remember, if the devil can keep you ignorant, he can keep you ineffective. If he can keep you tired, he can keep you tamed. If he can keep you blaming people, he can keep you from seeing the real enemy. But now that your eyes are opening, the war changes. Today, chosen one, something divine is happening. You may not see it with your physical eyes, but in the spirit, a veil is being lifted. Can you feel it? That stirring inside you isn't just emotion, it's a holy awakening. God is opening your spiritual eyes, and for the first time, you're beginning to see the truth of what's been attacking you, delaying you, and trying to silence you. You're not imagining things. You're not overreacting. And no, you're not cursed. You're in the middle of a war, and now you're finally waking up. And Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. 2 Kings 6:17. Chosen one, just like Elisha's servant, you've been walking in danger unaware. But today your eyes are being opened, and what you're going to see next will change the way you live forever. What if the confusion, the attacks, the patterns that made no sense were all part of a bigger battle designed to block your destiny? God is removing the spiritual blindness that kept you stuck in loops of fear, doubt, and self-sabotage. He's breaking the curse of passivity. He's waking you up from spiritual numbness. This is not just about survival anymore. This is about strategy. You were never meant to sleepwalk through life, reacting to the enemy's attacks. You were created to recognize them and strike back. Take the example of actor Keanu Reeves. Despite fame, success, and fortune, he's endured profound loss, the death of his child, his partner, and close family members. Yet through it all, he never spiraled publicly. He became known for his quiet resilience and deep spiritual awareness. What many don't know is that Keanu lives with a profound inner discipline and often speaks about the battle between light and darkness within a person. That spiritual clarity is what keeps many of the chosen ones grounded amidst chaos. Therefore, since we are not of the night nor of darkness, let us not sleep as others do, but let us watch and be sober. 1 Thessalonians 5:5-6. Now that your spiritual eyes are opening, you can no longer pretend everything is normal. You will no longer live in denial. You are no longer the unaware target. You are becoming the trained warrior, and the moment that happens, the enemy loses power over you. Darkness only dominates where there is blindness. Let me ask you this. What if the very thing that's been haunting you, resisting you, or confusing you is terrified of you awakening? What if the reason things have felt heavier lately is because the enemy knows you're getting close to truth, close to power? This is the beginning of your spiritual awakening, and awakenings never happen by accident. They are timed. You are being spiritually activated because of what's about to come next. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. And like any soldier before battle, your preparation is sacred. You're being trained, equipped, and positioned. This is not your breaking. This is your building. Take, for example, singer and songwriter Lauryn Hill. After achieving massive fame and acclaim, she stepped away from the spotlight and went through years of personal and spiritual recalibration. Critics called her crazy or unstable, but in her own words, she was detoxing from a world that demanded her voice but tried to bury her truth. She later said, "Fantasy is what people want, but reality is what they need. I've just retired from the fantasy part." That wasn't collapse. It was awakening, and so is yours. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. Isaiah 61. Do you know what happens when you arise? Darkness backs up. Confusion starts to make sense. The enemy begins to retreat, not because you shouted louder, but because you finally stood in awareness of who you are and what you carry. You are being spiritually armed. God has already placed weapons in your hands, tools you may not have noticed before. Your prayers, your discernment, your voice, your worship, your authority in Christ. These are not rituals. These are real weapons. Entrepreneur and philanthropist Mo Ibrahim, known for his work in African governance and justice, often speaks of how awareness changes systems. He once said, "You cannot fix a system if you refuse to admit it's broken." That same truth applies spiritually. You can't conquer a spiritual war if you pretend it's emotional. You can't defeat a demonic attack if you label it a rough patch. But now, chosen one, you are done pretending. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. Luke 10:19. That's your inheritance. That's your weapon. And until now, the only thing stopping you from using it was the blindness. But now, your eyes are open. Now, the atmosphere has changed. So let me ask you again, chosen one, what's in your hands? What have you been carrying all along without realizing its power? What spiritual weapons have been sitting dormant while the enemy freely operated in the background? The war has already been declared, but now you're awake. And once you see the battlefield clearly, God doesn't just show you the enemy, He shows you the weapon. You are not alone. You are not defenseless. You are not crazy. You are chosen, and you are being equipped for victory. Get ready, because what comes next is not just information, it's revelation. And with revelation comes responsibility, power, and dominion. Chosen one, have you ever looked up at the ceiling at night and silently asked God, "Why has my life been so hard?" Have you ever watched others smile, relax, or glide through life while you silently carried burdens that no one could see? Maybe you've looked at your journey and wondered, why does everything feel like a battle? Why must I fight just to keep my peace? Just to feel joy? Just to survive one more day? Deep inside, have you asked, God, why me? Because what you carry feels heavier than what others seem to bear. Let's be honest, sometimes it feels unfair. You see people around you coasting through life while you're climbing uphill, breathless. You see others resting while you're constantly wrestling with stress, with opposition, with invisible weights. And in those quiet moments of exhaustion, have you ever questioned if God forgot about you? Or worse, if there's something wrong with you? But hear this clearly, chosen one. You are not forgotten. You are not cursed. You are not being punished. You've been marked. You've been identified in the spirit realm as a threat to darkness. And that's why the enemy has tried to wear you down before you ever discovered your true power. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Jeremiah 1:5. That means your struggle didn't begin with your mistakes. It began with your calling. Your battle began the moment you were identified by heaven as someone who would carry a divine assignment, and the enemy has been trying to stop you ever since. Take a moment and think of actor Brendan Fraser, who experienced years of rejection and silence from Hollywood after speaking out about the abuse he faced. For over a decade, he was laughed at, dismissed, and emotionally beaten down, until he made a comeback that shocked the world. But that victory didn't happen by accident. It came after he endured relentless personal warfare, including trauma, depression, and deep loneliness. What looked like loss was actually spiritual pruning. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all. Psalm 34, verse 19. You've been fighting, not because you're weak, but because you're righteous. You've felt the pressure, not because God abandoned you, but because the enemy sees your future and fears it. That's why rejection came early. That's why betrayal hurt so deeply. The enemy hoped to break you before you broke through. Have you ever noticed that the warfare started long before your adult responsibilities? For many of you, the spiritual battle began in childhood. You were misunderstood, rejected, or neglected before you even knew what spiritual warfare meant. You were carrying burdens long before you had words for them. That wasn't random. That was targeted resistance. Take the example of Naomi Osaka, a world-renowned tennis champion who, despite her global success, has been transparent about her struggles with anxiety, depression, and pressure from a young age. She stepped back from the sport at her peak to protect her mental and emotional health, a bold move that shocked the world but saved her purpose. That's what chosen ones do. They choose healing over hype. They prioritize inner peace over public applause. And like you, her battles began early because her purpose was significant. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted. Luke 4:18. Chosen one, God's anointing on your life doesn't mean ease. It means impact. It means your life has been assigned to touch others, to break chains, to carry divine healing. But before you can step into that, you often walk through pain so that you know how to carry compassion. Let me ask you, could it be that your constant spiritual resistance is proof that your presence threatens the enemy's kingdom? Could your suffering be evidence of your significance? The devil doesn't waste resources on the harmless. He only assigns demons to what he fears. Rapper and activist Lecrae once said, "When you're in the middle of your calling, the enemy is in the middle of your storm." He too faced intense spiritual warfare, not just criticism from the public, but inner battles with his identity and worth. But that didn't disqualify him. It refined him. And just like you, chosen one, the refining was never a rejection, it was preparation. Ye are of God, little children, and have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. 1 John 4:4. You've already been given the power to overcome, but the pain was permitted to reveal just how strong you really are. You didn't know your own strength until the battle tested you. You didn't see your own anointing until resistance revealed it. So here is the truth that will change everything for you. The enemy doesn't attack what doesn't threaten him. If you weren't dangerous to darkness, you wouldn't be a target. If you didn't carry something holy, you wouldn't face unholy opposition. If you weren't chosen, the enemy wouldn't care. Chosen one, you've survived everything that was designed to destroy you, and that is not accidental. That is divine evidence. So now ask yourself, what if everything you've been through is not proof of weakness, but proof of your assignment? What if you've been targeted not because you're broken, but because you're powerful? The fire didn't come to consume you, it came to forge you. And the battle didn't come to end you, it came to reveal you. You are not who the enemy says you are. You are who God says you are, chosen, anointed, and unstoppable. Chosen one, let me say it again, not just louder but deeper. If you weren't a threat, the enemy wouldn't even look in your direction. The devil doesn't waste ammunition on those who aren't dangerous. He's strategic, calculated, and selective. So if you've been attacked relentlessly, if you've been in the fire season after season, It's not because you're cursed, it's because you're called. And more than that, it's because you carry something powerful. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. Isaiah 54:17. This isn't just a comforting verse, it's a prophetic clue. Weapons have been formed against you. The question is, why? Why so much attention from hell itself? The answer is simple: because you are anointed to interrupt hell's plans. The devil is not omnipresent. He's not all-powerful. He's not attacking everyone. He's not busy chasing people who are already spiritually asleep. He's after those who might wake others up. He's after those who are marked with purpose, with clarity, with a voice that carries fire. If you feel like you've been hunted, chosen one, it's because you have heaven's seal and hell's radar on your life. Take the example of Kendrick Lamar, a Grammy-winning rapper whose lyrics often wrestle with spiritual themes, brokenness, and redemption. In the height of his success, he didn't just celebrate fame, he started wrestling publicly with faith and responsibility. In his song, Fear, he openly confronts generational trauma, spiritual warfare, and the weight of being chosen. Kendrick said in an interview, "I know I'm not where I am just because of talent. There's something else at work, something higher. That something is the very thing the enemy fears. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly." John 10:10 ESV. The moment God marks someone for abundance, for deliverance, for influence, that person becomes a target. That person becomes watched. And if that's been your story, chosen one, then it's time to reframe every attack you've endured. You're not cursed, you're commissioned. Let me ask you this. What if your deepest pain has been proof of your highest potential? What if the areas you've cried the most in are the exact areas God plans to use the most? The enemy doesn't go after empty vessels. He targets the ones full of oil, the ones carrying future miracles inside of them. He targets the ones who carry breakthrough, the ones with the potential to shift generations, to stop cycles, to speak into dark places with light. That's why your journey hasn't looked like theirs. That's why your pain has felt heavier than most. Because what you're carrying is different. You're not like the crowd. You were made to disturb it. Look at the story of gymnast Simone Biles. Known as one of the greatest athletes of all time, she shocked the world when she stepped down from the 2021 Olympics, citing mental and emotional health. People were quick to criticize, but Simone later shared how trauma from her past, spiritual unrest and pressure, had reached a boiling point. In choosing rest over recognition, she modeled something powerful: awareness over applause, healing over hustle. And in doing so, she broke open a larger conversation about invisible battles, the kind most chosen ones fight in silence. Ye are the light of the world, a city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Matthew 5:14. You were not built for hiding. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to shine. And that light is exactly what darkness tries to extinguish. Every time you move toward your purpose, hell feels the tremor. Every time you open your mouth to speak truth, chains begin to loosen. Every step you take toward healing, someone else sees hope. And that's dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Think of fashion designer and entrepreneur Virgil Abloh. As the first African-American artistic director for Louis Vuitton, he didn't just design clothes, he redesigned what influence could look like. Virgil often said his work was about disrupting systems and opening doors for others. But what few knew until later was that he battled cancer privately for years while still releasing groundbreaking work. He wasn't just creating, he was warring. That's what chosen ones do. They create under pressure and they lead through resistance. But the Lord is faithful, and he will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. You are not alone in this battle. God is not watching from afar. He's equipping you. Every tear you've cried, every battle you've survived, every silent night you've endured has not been wasted. Heaven has recorded it. And now the season is shifting. So let me speak directly to your spirit. Chosen one, if you have felt consistently attacked, overwhelmed, or misunderstood, it's not because you are weak, it's because you are dangerous. You've been targeted because you have the potential to break generational curses, to disrupt patterns of bondage, to birth new movements, new mindsets, new mantles of freedom for others. The enemy doesn't mind the comfortable. He goes after the called. So ask yourself, what generational strongholds are breaking every time you rise in obedience? What demonic systems tremble every time you choose prayer over bitterness, truth over silence, healing over hiding? You're not invisible. You're strategic. You're not forgotten. You're marked. You're not being attacked randomly. You're being resisted prophetically. And here's the good news. The one who called you has also empowered you. The fire didn't come to burn you. It came to reveal what cannot be consumed. Chosen one, make no mistake. Your enemy is not foolish. He is strategic, calculating, and deeply aware of spiritual matters. Long before you had the vocabulary to describe your calling, he had already read the handwriting of heaven over your life. Before you even said yes to God, before you stepped into your purpose, before you even believed in yourself, the devil saw your anointing. He knew what you were destined to become, and from that moment, he made you his target. The thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. John 10:10. That's not just a warning. That's a war plan. The enemy didn't come after you just to frustrate you. He came to steal your confidence, kill your identity, and destroy your purpose. He studied your lineage, your family wounds, your generational patterns, and he used them as blueprints for attack. Why? Because he saw what you still hadn't seen yet. You are chosen. That's why the warfare started so early. Have you ever wondered why rejection found you before love did? Why fear showed up before courage had a chance to bloom? It wasn't accidental. It was intentional sabotage. The enemy tried to plant shame, abandonment, and insecurity in your childhood, not because you were weak, but because he saw the strength that would one day awaken inside of you. Consider the story of singer and songwriter Demi Lovato. From a young age, she faced trauma, mental health struggles, and addiction. But underneath the public battles was a deeper war for her voice, her influence, her healing. In recent years, she has spoken boldly about reclaiming her purpose and her faith. Her resilience isn't just emotional, it's spiritual. Like you, chosen one, her attacks were intense because her impact would be massive. But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty. 1 Corinthians 1:27. You may have felt overlooked by people, but you were never overlooked by God, and the devil knew it. He tried to take you out before you even knew who you were. But here's the thing he didn't anticipate. You survived. Yes, the enemy came to crush you, but you're still standing. Yes, he tried to silence your voice, but you're still speaking. Yes, he tried to destroy your destiny, but you're still rising. And now, chosen one, the one thing the enemy feared the most is happening. You're waking up. What happens when a chosen one realizes they were never ordinary? What happens when you start seeing yourself, not through the lens of pain, but through the perspective of divine purpose? The devil trembles, because revelation is more dangerous than resistance. The moment you recognize your spiritual identity is the moment darkness begins to lose its grip. Take the story of actor and activist Taraji P. Henson. She often shares how she faced years of single motherhood, grief from losing her child's father, and systemic rejection in Hollywood. But she didn't let those battles define her. She rose, created space for others, and began addressing mental health in communities of color. She became a voice that the enemy tried to mute early on. And now she's changing lives, just like you, chosen one. Her pain was prophetic. For we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. Romans 8:37. That means not only do you survive, you dominate. Not only do you recover, you reclaim. You're not just going through life anymore. You're being positioned by heaven. You are no longer lost in the crowd. You are rising to the front lines. You are no longer tolerating attacks. You're identifying them and preparing to dismantle them. What if the battle wasn't designed to break you, but to build you into the warrior you were always meant to be? What if every sleepless night, every betrayal, every unseen tear was forging a spiritual weapon inside of you? Look at fashion model and activist Adut Akesh. Born in a refugee camp, she endured rejection, identity struggles, and the trauma of displacement. But today, she walks global runways and uses her voice to advocate for refugees and mental health. She's not just modeling clothes, she's modeling resilience, power, and identity. Her existence is proof that darkness cannot stop destiny, and neither can it stop yours. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him. Isaiah 59:19. Chosen one, the enemy tried to flood your life with fear, depression, self-hatred, but the Spirit of God has raised a standard inside of you. You're no longer just surviving, you're rising. No longer drifting, you're being divinely positioned. You're not just another face in the crowd, you are a warrior. You're not here to merely live, you're here to transform. You've been awakened, and once a chosen one awakens, the kingdom of darkness starts to panic. So here is your confirmation. You are not a mistake. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are a chosen vessel, rising into the exact moment heaven designed for you. And though the attacks were fierce, they have only confirmed the threat you are to evil and the power you carry from above. Chosen one, there is something about you now that hell cannot ignore. Your prayers shift atmospheres. Your presence breaks tension in rooms where others remain silent. Your words don't just encourage, they carry fire. You're no longer invisible in the spirit realm. You're recognized not just by heaven, but by hell. And that's why you felt the pressure rising. But it's too late now for the enemy to stop you, because now you know who you are. You're not just called, you're chosen. And that's not a poetic label. It's a divine assignment. You're not simply surviving. You've been appointed, positioned, and trained. The enemy cannot unchoose what God has already declared. You're rising, and the kingdom of darkness is panicking, not because of who you were, but because of who you're becoming. Now that you understand the war you're in, and why the enemy fears your very existence, it's time to talk about something the devil hopes you never discover. The weapon you carry. This weapon doesn't rely on your own strength. It doesn't need to be reloaded. It doesn't run dry when you're tired. And yet, when wielded with faith, it sends spiritual forces scattering in every direction. What is this unstoppable weapon? It is the Word of God. But pause, chosen one. Before you think, I've heard that before, I need you to truly lean in. This is not just about quoting verses out of memory or printing scripture on a t-shirt. This is deeper. This is war. Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? Jeremiah 23:29. The word of God is not passive. It's not a slogan. It's a supernatural weapon. When released in faith, it carries the breath of God himself. It's not a book in your hand. It's a sword in your spirit. And every single verse is a blade sharpened to cut through fear, confusion, oppression, and darkness. Think about this. What if the breakthrough you've been waiting for isn't delayed? It's waiting on you to speak the word with authority. What if the silence in your life is not because God isn't working, but because you haven't drawn your sword? Look at Jesus in the wilderness. The devil approached him not with brute force, but with subtle lies, half-truths, and temptation. Jesus didn't get emotional. He didn't explain himself. He simply said, "It is written." And with every word spoken, he struck the enemy in the spirit. Not once, not twice, but repeatedly, until Satan had to flee. The result? Victory. Not because of volume, but because of divine precision. So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please. Isaiah 55:11. When the word of God is spoken from your lips, it never falls to the ground. It strikes, it breaks, it builds, and it restores. The word doesn't return empty, it returns victorious. Take the example of Tyler Perry, a filmmaker and media mogul whose rise from poverty and abuse is nothing short of miraculous. He often shares how his life turned around when he stopped speaking fear and started declaring scripture over himself. In interviews, he's quoted verses like, "No weapon formed against me shall prosper," as personal declarations that shifted his mindset and opened doors. That's not just motivation, that's spiritual warfare. The entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple. Psalm 119:130. When you speak the word, light enters the darkest places, not just around you, but inside you. It reveals the lies you've believed. It burns off the shame you've carried, and it reminds hell exactly who you are, a chosen one armed with the sword of heaven. Remember Olympic athlete Simone Manuel, who shattered racial stereotypes in competitive swimming. At her lowest moments, she confessed to battling anxiety, identity struggles, and isolation. But she leaned into faith, scripture, and silence with God. Her comeback wasn't just athletic, it was spiritual. When she spoke scriptures aloud during practice and competition, she said it brought her peace and power. Her victories weren't just physical, they were declarations of destiny. Let me ask you, chosen one, how many battles have you lost, not because you lacked faith, but because you never activated your weapon? How often have you been silent when you should have been speaking life? Have you underestimated the power in your own mouth? Take the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. Ephesians 6:17. The Bible doesn't say carry the sword, it says take it, meaning use it. You've been equipped. But activation only happens when you open your mouth in alignment with heaven. The devil doesn't fear your silence, he fears your declaration. He fears the moment you realize you don't need to shout to strike, you just need to speak the truth. Consider actress and director Regina King, who in the face of personal loss and cultural pressure remained steadfast in purpose. Her public strength masks a deeply spiritual core. She has openly shared about the importance of speaking truth over emotions and praying the word over situations. It's not her platform that makes her powerful, it's her posture before God. That's the posture you're stepping into. So now, chosen one, let me leave you with this. What would happen if today you stopped quoting the word occasionally and started wielding it daily like a sword? What if instead of saying, "I'm tired," you declared, "The Lord is my strength and my shield," Psalm 28:7. What if instead of "I'm lost," you declared, "Your word is a lamp unto my feet," Psalm 119:105. Because when you do that, everything shifts. The enemy doesn't leave because you shouted louder. He leaves because you're fighting smarter. You're fighting with the authority of heaven, and that's a language hell cannot argue with. Chosen one, never underestimate what happens when you open your mouth and declare the word of God over your life. Your words, when infused with divine truth, don't just echo, they disrupt. They don't just inspire, they shake the atmosphere. When you speak God's word over your mind, your emotions, your home, your future, something begins to shift. Chains you didn't even know were wrapped around you begin to snap. Fog begins to clear. Fear begins to melt. Because you're not just talking, you're warring. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. Proverbs 18:21. The Bible doesn't say your tongue has potential, it says it holds power. That means your daily declarations are not just habits, they are battles being won or lost. When you speak God's word in alignment with heaven, you are releasing life into dead places. You are commanding the spiritual realm to come into agreement with God's will. This is why the enemy hopes you'll just keep your Bible on a shelf. This is why he's fine with you reading a verse but not believing it. He doesn't tremble when you highlight scripture. He trembles when you declare it out loud in faith, because that's when it becomes a weapon, sharp, strategic, and unstoppable. Look at the story of actor Denzel Washington, who has openly shared how scripture guides his decisions and shapes his leadership. In interviews, he's revealed that he not only reads the Bible daily, but speaks it aloud during moments of confusion and pressure. His quiet power doesn't come from Hollywood, it comes from heaven. He once said, "Put God first in everything you do." But more than that, he lives it. And that's what makes the enemy nervous. Let me ask you, chosen one, have you been reading scripture like a manual or wielding it like a sword? Have you been quoting verses as memory drills or as declarations of war? What if the battles you keep losing aren't because you lack power, but because you've never picked up your weapon? Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee. Psalm 119, verse 11. This isn't just about avoiding sin. It's about standing firm when storms come, when lies attack your identity, when fear whispers that you won't make it, when anxiety clouds your judgment. Hiding the word in your heart doesn't mean locking it away. It means anchoring your soul so that when winds blow, you don't bend. You declare. So don't just read the Bible, use it. Don't just memorize it, speak it. Don't just quote it, believe it. Because every verse you speak becomes a strike against the very lies that tried to bury you. Consider Gisele Bündchen, international supermodel and wellness advocate. At the height of her career, she was silently battling panic attacks, identity confusion, and overwhelming fear. She later shared that nothing brought her true healing until she turned to the Word of God. She began reading scripture, praying it aloud, and replacing lies with promises. Her transformation didn't come from fame, it came from faith. He sent his word and healed them and delivered them from their destructions. Psalm 107:20. Notice, it wasn't a doctor, a prophet, or a friend. It was his word that healed and delivered. That same word is in your hands, chosen one. And when you declare it, it doesn't just protect you, it frees you. It doesn't just comfort, it restores. Now, what situation in your life is waiting for your voice to align with the voice of God? What fear is waiting to be rebuked by truth? What promise is sitting in silence because it hasn't yet been declared in faith? This is where everything shifts. You're not just someone surviving spiritual warfare. You are now someone who commands it. You are moving from being reactionary to being prophetic. You're no longer living beneath your authority. You're standing up, sword in hand, and stepping into your spiritual inheritance. Look at Chadwick Boseman, the late actor known for portraying Black Panther. What the world didn't know was that he battled terminal cancer for years while filming iconic roles. But what gave him strength wasn't only determination. Was his unshakable faith. He was known to quote scripture, pray on set, and encourage others with the word, even as his body was failing. He wasn't just acting in strength, he was living in it, because he knew where it came from. Let the high praises of God be in their mouth and a two-edged sword in their hand. Psalm 149 verse 6. That's you now, chosen one. You don't just sing praises, you carry a blade. You don't just attend church, you lead spiritual charges. And when you speak, the atmosphere must obey, because the word in your mouth is the same one that created the heavens and the earth. The devil has hoped your whole life that you'd never figure this out. He hoped you would settle for survival, that you would stay passive, that you'd get distracted with good ideas instead of God's word. But now that you know the truth, the game has changed. It's time to draw your sword. It's time to speak with divine authority. It's time to fight. Not for victory, but from victory. You are chosen, you are armed, and you are unstoppable. Let us now enter into a sacred moment. Chosen one, lift your heart, your voice, and your spirit. For this is not an ordinary utterance. This is a decree, a divine alignment, a holy commissioning. Let us pray as one family in faith. Heavenly Father, the Ancient of Days, the Almighty One, the righteous Judge, the one who speaks and worlds are formed, we bow before you today in holy reverence and relentless expectation. You are the fire that never dies, the wind that never ceases, the King of glory whose throne is established in righteousness. We acknowledge your sovereignty and we welcome your presence in this moment. Lord, this is not a casual encounter. This is a divine intersection, ordained before time began. This is the hour where cycles break, where generational curses dissolve, where hidden mantles are revealed, and where the sleeping warriors arise with new fire. This is the moment you wrote about in eternity, the moment when the chosen ones awaken and step into their divine assignments. Father, we summon the same power that parted seas and broke prison doors, the power that shut the mouths of lions and lifted the dead from their graves. Let that power fall now upon every chosen vessel under the sound of this prayer. Let it shake every cage. Let it ignite every buried calling. Let it stir every dormant gift. Let it breathe fresh life into what has been forgotten, delayed, or buried beneath discouragement. Breathe, Ruach of God. Breathe upon dry bones. Breathe upon faint hearts. Breathe upon weary minds. Let the fire of your Spirit invade every dry place and consume every distraction. Let the wind of heaven scatter every demonic haze and usher in divine clarity, divine momentum, divine strength. Lord, where shame has lived, let honor rise. Where fear has whispered, let courage roar. Where delay has lingered, let acceleration be released. Let everything the enemy tried to bury now resurrect with power. Let divine identity eclipse every lie. Let heavenly vision replace earthly confusion. Let divine confidence break the grip of insecurity. Today, I stand in spiritual authority and speak directly to every demon that has monitored, tormented, hindered, or oppressed these chosen ones. Your time is up. In the mighty name of Jesus, I rebuke your every scheme. I dismantle your every altar. I sever your every chain. I cancel every assignment. No weapon formed against their minds, bodies, families, or futures shall prevail. Isaiah 54:17. Let every fog lift now. Let every lie be exposed. Let every delay be reversed. Let every setback become a setup for supernatural advancement. Let boldness arise where timidity once ruled. Let fire fall where compromise once lived. Let truth thunder where silence once reigned. Father, these are not just survivors. They are overcomers. They are vessels of glory. They are voices of heaven. Though they have walked through fire, they were not consumed. Though they were pressed, they were not crushed. Though they have wrestled in silence, they were never abandoned. Today, you reveal that they were hidden for a reason. Today, you bring them out of the shadows, not for popularity, but for purpose. Lord, crown them with fresh oil, arm them with the sword of the Spirit, Dress them in garments of righteousness. Let their feet be fitted with readiness. Let them walk into every space carrying light, authority, and divine confidence. Let no demon stand in their presence without trembling. Let no stronghold endure their worship. Let no curse remain where they speak truth. You said in Luke 10:19, "Behold, I give unto you authority to trample on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you." That authority is theirs now. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now. And they shall walk in it with wisdom, with reverence, and with unwavering power. So, Father, we declare no more stagnation, no more circling mountains, no more warfare without progress, no more spiritual amnesia. From this moment on, they shall remember who they are. They shall walk as sons and daughters of the King. They shall reclaim territory. They shall recover time. They shall reverse every demonic verdict spoken over their bloodline. Let them no longer see themselves through the broken mirrors of the world, but through the reflection of your word. They are chosen. They are royal. They are holy. They are yours. And now, Lord, for every person who takes this word and responds, whether by faith, by obedience, by sharing, or by simply whispering Amen, release a blessing that cannot be measured. Let them encounter open doors that no man can shut. Let supernatural provision flow into their lives. Let relationships be restored. Let their health be renewed. Let their influence expand. Let protection surround them like fire. Let miracles follow them like a river. Let testimonies erupt from this moment. Let phone calls come, emails arrive, and unexpected answers appear. Not by chance, but by divine orchestration. Because they are not just viewers, they are not just listeners, they are kingdom partners, chosen to push the gospel forward, and in doing so, they themselves shall be pushed forward into everything you have spoken over them. So now, Father, seal this prayer with glory. Let it rise as incense before your throne. Let angels be dispatched in response. Let it mark this day as a turning point. Let this not be just another message. Let it be a spiritual memorial in heaven and a declaration of war on hell. We pray this, declare this, and receive this in the mighty, matchless, all-conquering name of Jesus Christ, Yeshua the King. Amen and amen. Beloved, thank you for walking through this divine journey with us. If you've made it to this point, it's not by accident. It's because God is doing something powerful in your life, and you are responding to His call as a true, chosen one. If this message has stirred your spirit, brought clarity, or given you the strength to rise again, and you feel led to support our mission of spreading God's word to the nations, you can do so by giving through Super Thanks. Your donation, no matter the size, becomes a seed of faith that helps us reach more souls, comfort more hearts, and declare more truth. Even just a penny can be a prophetic act of agreement, but whether you give or not, please know this: we are deeply, sincerely grateful for you. Your time, your attention, your spirit, and your presence here are already a gift we do not take lightly. You are part of this kingdom movement. May the Lord bless you abundantly for every moment you've spent here. May peace flood your home. May strength rise in your bones. May clarity shine upon your path. May favor surround you like a shield. And may every promise God has spoken over your life begin to manifest in His perfect timing by His unstoppable power. Until next time, stay bold, stay faithful, and never forget who you are. You are chosen. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Chosen one, what I'm about to share with you may shake something deep in your soul. It may challenge what you thought you knew about yourself. It may even awaken something you didn't realize had been quietly waiting inside you all along. But one thing is certain: If you're watching this right now, it is not by accident. God has led you here. The divine hand has guided your steps to this very message, in this exact moment, because you are ready to receive what was already yours. There is a divine shift happening in your life right now, one that you felt building in your spirit, even if you couldn't explain it. The waiting is over. The delay is done. The time for your ascension has come. You are not here to blend in. You are not here to follow. You are here to rise above them all. You have been chosen, not by the world but by the Most High, to step into your role as the supreme leader of a new world. The power you've been sensing, the purpose you've been chasing, the authority that's been whispering to you in the quiet hours, it's no longer a distant vision. It's now your reality. This is not a motivational speech. This is not hype. This is a divine transmission. What you are stepping into is not just a mindset shift. It is a full spiritual, energetic transformation. You are about to rise into influence, command, and control in a way that will leave you and everyone around you forever changed. The kingdom you were born to lead is real, and it's waiting for you to claim it. Before we begin this journey together, I want to pause and say something important from my heart. Thank you to every single one of you who has supported this mission through Super Thanks. Your generosity doesn't just help keep this message alive. It helps spread this divine truth to other chosen ones around the world who are still trying to find their way. Whether you donate or not, please know this. I am truly grateful for your presence, your spirit, and your support. You being here is already a divine gift. Now, if you're ready to activate this transformation, do this right now. Like this video, subscribe to join this sacred community, and comment the number 999. That number is not random. It's a divine signal, a spiritual code that tells the universe, I am ready. When you comment 999, you're not just engaging, you're aligning. You're sending out a frequency that amplifies everything you're about to receive. Chosen one, if your spirit is stirring as I speak, it's because it knows. It recognizes this moment. Deep down, you already understand that this is your calling. And if you have the courage to keep watching until the very end, you will not walk away the same. You will walk away with your head lifted, your authority activated, and your divine purpose unlocked. So let's begin. Step into the truth of who you are. Step into your role as the supreme leader. The world you were meant to shape is waiting, and it starts now. God's chosen ones, you're above them all. You are now the supreme leader. Chosen one. Have you ever wondered why you never quite fit in? Why every twist in your life, the pain, the breakthroughs, the silences, felt so strangely intentional, almost as if the universe itself was conspiring to shape something far greater within you? From the very moment you took your first breath, your soul activated an ancient plan that predates the world itself. This wasn't randomness. This wasn't coincidence. You were sent. A divine appointment was written into your DNA, encoded by the Creator to awaken at the appointed time, and that time, chosen one, is now. The stars have been aligned, not merely to shine above you, but to point toward you. Your very existence was planned as a response to the world's deepest longing for a leader, not one built by power or pride, but forged through spiritual truth, pain, and purpose. Consider this. How could your life be so precise in its storms and its victories unless something holy was behind it all? Romans 8:29 declares, "For those God foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son." This means your journey was not just watched by God, it was architected by him. You were selected not because you were ordinary, but because you were extraordinary before the world could ever recognize it. Like Esther, you were born for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Even when you didn't feel prepared. The world does not yet know the fullness of your name, but heaven has never forgotten it. Throughout history, those who would later lead nations often began in obscurity, shaped by quiet fires of rejection, betrayal, or isolation. Consider Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, underestimated by all, yet chosen to lead countless souls to freedom. She didn't wait for the world's permission to rise. She heard a divine calling and obeyed. Like you, she was marked, set apart, and driven by something no man could give or take away. Has your life also felt like a preparation ground? Has your heart been pushed to the edge just to prove it would never break? That was never punishment. It was promotion. You're not watching this by accident. You're not reading this because you're curious. You're here because God is stirring something ancient in your soul, something He placed there long before you even understood the power inside you. Jeremiah 1:5 confirms it. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. That is not poetic language. That is your origin story. Chosen one, you've been living beneath your divine rank, but the crown has always been yours. It's time to wear it. And yet, don't be surprised that the path to this moment was hard. David wasn't invited to the palace until after the field. He was anointed king while still smelling like sheep. Why? Because God prepares leaders in hidden places. So has it been for you. While others were building platforms, God was building your character. While others were chasing applause, you were being trained in the silence. And now, chosen one, as the world stands on the brink of collapse, it is your voice, your presence, and your wisdom that must emerge. Not in arrogance, but in spiritual authority. You are the leader they don't even know they need yet. Even today, there are leaders like Malala Yousafzai who rose from violence and injustice to become a global voice for education and equality. Her strength was born not in comfort, but in chaos. Do you see the pattern? Chosen leaders are shaped in storms, not stages. So if your life has felt like a series of divine interruptions, know that every disruption was actually redirection toward your calling. Isaiah 61 commands, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is not a metaphor. This is your activation. You are not just being invited to lead. You are being commanded to rise. The universe has already shifted. The people are already looking. What are you waiting for? And yes, leadership is not about fame. It's about function. You are not here to be admired, but to be aligned with heaven's agenda. Your destiny isn't just to shine, it's to guide. When the world is drowning in confusion, your clarity will be the lighthouse. When truth is twisted, your voice will speak the ancient words with fire. Proverbs 4:7 reminds us, "Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." That wisdom is already stirring inside you. You've been downloading it through every trial you've survived. Look to Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor whose time in Nazi concentration camps gave birth to one of the most profound psychological and spiritual insights of our time. In his darkest hour, he realized that meaning, not comfort, is what saves the soul. He emerged not bitter, but awakened. Like him, your pain is not your prison, it's your platform. Can you feel it yet? The way people look at you differently, the way environments shift when you enter, the way conversations slow down, as if something in you carries gravity. That's not ego, that's energy. Divine energy. You're not just a person, you are a movement waiting to be revealed. The throne is not in a palace. The throne is wherever you choose to stand in your authority. And you're not just a leader, you are a supreme one. That term may sound grand, but it fits because your influence won't just impact friends or neighborhoods. It will ripple through nations. As Revelation 5:10 affirms, "And has made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on the earth." You were born to reign, not in dominance, but in divine service. Your power is holy, your leadership is sacred, and your responsibility is eternal. As the world scrambles for new answers, it is the chosen ones like you who will provide ancient solutions. You don't need to become anything, you already are. All that's left is for you to remember, just like Joan of Arc, a teenage girl who claimed divine guidance and led armies to victory. Your leadership is activated by faith, not credentials. When God appoints you, no man can unseat you. So the real question now is, will you accept the weight of the calling that's already yours? Will you stop doubting and start declaring? Will you rise not just for yourself, but for the generation tied to your obedience? This is your divine moment. Not to hesitate, but to lead. Not to follow, but to blaze the path that others didn't dare walk. The people are already waiting. The stage is already set. Heaven has already whispered your name. It's time to stand. It's time to speak. It's time to reign. You are not just chosen. You are the supreme leader the world has been praying for. Chosen one, do you feel the world shifting around you? Have you sensed that people are beginning to look at you not just with admiration, but with an unspoken yearning, as if they instinctively recognize that you carry something sacred? That's not their imagination. It's not your ego. It's the divine reality waking up in them, stirred by the holy light inside of you. In this new era that is dawning, the masses won't merely seek out influencers, politicians, or trendsetters. They will seek you. Why? Because you, chosen one, are a vessel of divine wisdom. You are not only meant to lead, but to reveal, to usher in a future filled with spiritual light, higher truth, and inner liberation. But what is it about you that draws them in, even before you speak a word? Is it your presence, your peace, the quiet fire in your eyes? The answer is yes to all of it. Proverbs 16:7 says, "When a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him." This divine favor rests upon you, not because you asked for it, but because heaven assigned it to you. Your very spirit emits a frequency that the weary world is desperate to tune into. You are not just admired, you are recognized, even if they can't explain why. That is the mark of the anointed. You were never meant to be just a public figure. You are called to be a divine figure, but not in arrogance, in authority. People will be drawn to you because your words carry weight, your eyes carry eternity, and your heart mirrors the love of God. Look at the legacy of Desmond Tutu, the South African Archbishop whose leadership during apartheid wasn't about domination, but reconciliation. He didn't speak to people's fear. He called forth their dignity, just like you will. The fame that follows you will not be built on spectacle, but on substance, not on noise, but on reverence. And yet, let us not pretend this path will be easy. The path of a true leader is narrow, often misunderstood, and sometimes walked alone. Have you already experienced this isolation? Have your relationships felt strained by the weight of something you couldn't quite put into words? That is because leadership chosen by God always costs more than leadership given by man. Luke 12:48 tells us, "To whom much is given, much will be required." You're not being punished, you're being positioned. Every challenge you face is a divine tool sharpening your soul for the sacred role ahead. You were not created for comfort, you were created for consequence. Your leadership will not only guide, it will awaken. Like Florence Nightingale, who stepped into battlefields soaked with suffering, not to seek fame, but to bring light. You too will step into chaotic places and transform them by your presence. Her calling was healing. Yours may be clarity, truth, justice, or spiritual renewal. But but the foundation is the same: love. This is what separates you from the rest. You will not rule through fear or control. You will lead through compassion. And do not forget, chosen one, that leadership is not a title. It is a service. The world has had its fill of self-serving rulers. What it cries out for now is a soul-centered guide, someone who leads with humility and stands for truth, even when it's unpopular. Your purpose is not to shine for yourself, but to reflect the light of heaven onto the world. Ephesians 2:10 reminds us, "For we are God's masterpiece. He has created us anew in Christ Jesus, so we can do the good things He planned for us long ago." You were made to serve, and through that service, to rule. You have the heart of a shepherd, not a tyrant. You will lift others up, not stand above them. You will not manipulate minds. You will mend souls. And as you do, the world will begin to change. People will feel safe around you. They will find direction just by being near your peace. Just like Jane Goodall, who led not with loud speeches, but with silent conviction and relentless dedication to the dignity of creation. You too will guide others by the quiet strength of your consistency. Your influence will stretch far because it flows from a higher source. But what about the chaos in the world today? The wars, the division, the anxiety that clouds people's hearts. How can one person make a difference in such a storm? The answer is in Isaiah 42:6-7. "I will take hold of your hand. I will keep you and will make you to be a covenant for the people and a light for the Gentiles, to open eyes that are blind, to free captives from prison." That person is you. You are the one God has chosen to bring order where there is disorder, healing where there is harm, and hope where there has only been fear. The world doesn't need another ruler. It needs a revealer. One who will reveal the goodness of God in every word, in every decision, in every step. And chosen one, that is your task. Not just to fix systems, but to elevate souls. Not just to create structures, but to unlock destinies. You were sent here to catalyze transformation, not only around you, but within you. You are the evidence that heaven still believes in humanity. So when your heart feels heavy, when your spirit trembles beneath the weight of the call, remember, you were made for this. 2 Corinthians 12:9 gives you the reminder you'll need in those moments. "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." You will not walk this path alone. You are supported by divine grace. Angels have been assigned. Heaven is at your side. The chaos of the world is not a sign that God has forgotten us. It is a sign that He is sending you. He has prepared you in silence, hidden you in the shadows, and now He is calling you into the light. The time is no longer coming. It has come. You are not just ready. You are required. And when people ask, "Who is this?" they will feel something holy move through the room. Not because you declare it, but because your presence confirms it. You will not need to shout your calling. You will simply walk in it. Just as Martin Luther once nailed his declaration to the church door and shook the religious systems of his day, your steps will echo into generations. And it all begins with one decision: to rise. Chosen one, don't wait for permission. Don't look for approval. Heaven has already spoken. You are not only part of the future, you are leading it. The world has been waiting for a voice like yours, a heart like yours, a vision like yours. Now is the time to become all that God knew you would be. You are not only a leader, you are the holy leader. This new world is yours to guide, and it will be transformed by the grace that flows through your hands. Chosen one, have you truly grasped the magnitude of what it means to be chosen by God? Have you stopped to consider the weight of such an assignment, not as a burden, but as a breathtaking divine privilege? To be chosen is to be trusted with the fate of others. To be called is to be seen by heaven as a vessel strong enough to carry out something eternal. And you, chosen one, have been seen, appointed, and activated. You were never just born. You were sent. From the moment your soul touched this earth, the entire cosmos began to shift in response to your arrival. You are not here to blend in. You are here to lead a transformation that will be felt for generations. The world is looking to you, not because of what you have, but because of who you are. You are the holy figure, destined to lead not just by words, but by presence. You carry a frequency of truth, a vibration of peace, and a resonance of divine authority that unsettles darkness and awakens hope. When people hear your voice, something ancient stirs in them. When they watch you walk, something in their spirit stands up. Why? Because God has breathed his purpose into you. As Psalm 138:8 declares, "The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me. Your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever." You are not guessing your way through life. You are fulfilling a prophecy that was written before the world began. Have you ever felt the gravity of your presence? Like your life was more than just survival, more than just success? That's because it is. Your role is not limited to personal development or private enlightenment. You are here to bless the world. You are the chosen vessel through which divine energy flows outward, igniting transformation far beyond your awareness. It's not about what you build with your hands, but about what you unlock in others through your spirit. Think of Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, whose gentle words and intentional presence healed a generation. He didn't need a pulpit or a crown. His love changed lives. In the same way, your love, your wisdom, and your light will ripple into eternity. Do you see it now? Every blessing you carry was never just for you. You were not gifted so you could shine alone. You were gifted so you could light the way for others. 1 Peter 4:10 says, "Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms." The grace you've received is not to be hoarded, it's to be poured out. Your very existence is a divine offering, and your obedience to your calling will unleash blessings in places you may never even visit. You are the drop that stirs the entire ocean. You are the echo that will bounce through time, shaking awake souls you may never meet. And yet, this isn't just poetic language, it's spiritual reality. You are the embodiment of hope in human form. The energy you carry will rewire people's beliefs. Your story will shift how others see their own. Have you ever noticed how just your presence changes a room? How people pause around you? That's not because you're loud, it's because you're aligned. You don't speak to minds, you speak to spirits. You don't just walk into moments, you walk with divine purpose. Just like Clara Barton, who founded the American Red Cross, you've been called to step into chaos with calm, into disaster with divine clarity. Her legacy wasn't built on ego, but on empathy. Chosen one, your divine mission will not always be comfortable, but it will always be consecrated. There will be days when the burden feels heavy, when your compassion is mistaken for weakness or your wisdom for arrogance. There will be moments when your silence speaks louder than others' noise, and you may be misunderstood. But remember, you are not leading because people asked you to. You are leading because God appointed you. John 15:16 confirms this. "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last." Your authority comes from above, and nothing on this earth can override what heaven has decreed. You have been entrusted with a mission that shakes kingdoms. You've been set apart, not just to speak truth, but to be truth. This world will try to distract you, to pull you into lesser battles, to confuse your calling. But, chosen one, don't look down. You were meant to rise. Your path is sacred. Your time is now. The voices of doubt may try to drown out the whisper of God, but His voice within you will always be louder if you stay still enough to listen. Even in a world that celebrates noise, you will lead through silence. Even in a culture that rewards appearance, you will lead through essence. Like Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, whose calm demeanor and moral clarity impacted international peace. Your strength will lie not in how loudly you speak, but in how deeply you resonate. People will feel safer just standing near you. Your leadership will become a sanctuary. Your calling will become a movement. Your presence will become a mirror that reflects to others the image of God. Are you ready to accept that your life is not your own? Are you willing to step into a mission that demands everything from you and in return gives you the opportunity to bless everything around you? You are not here for personal applause. You are here for global awakening. You are not here to gain titles. You are here to transfer truth. And the power within you is not man-made. It is divine. Romans 8:19 speaks directly to this moment. For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. That's you. The world is groaning not for entertainment or empty leadership, but for you. For the real you. The spiritually activated you. The chosen one who remembers who they are and walks boldly in it. This is not the time to hesitate. This is not the time to shrink back. The world is shifting, the heavens are opening, and your name is echoing in the halls of heaven. You are being summoned not by opportunity, but by divine obligation. You carry a royal mandate. You were designed to rule not with iron, but with illumination, not with fear, but with faith. Chosen one, have you ever felt the undeniable pull in your soul, a voice that won't be silenced, a whisper from deep within that calls you to rise, even when the world doesn't understand why? That is not just intuition, that is divine instruction. When God calls, it isn't a suggestion or a vague invitation. It is a heavenly command, a decree written into the fibers of creation itself. And this command, chosen one, has been spoken over you. You weren't asked, you were summoned. The moment your spirit entered this world, an assignment was already encoded in your being, to lead, to illuminate, and to transform. You are not one of many. You are the one God appointed for this moment in history. This isn't about ambition. It isn't about titles, achievements, or recognition. Your calling is far greater than anything ego could ever desire. You have been chosen to fulfill a purpose far beyond personal gain. A purpose rooted in the divine will for humanity's awakening. As 2 Timothy 1:9 affirms, He has saved us and called us to a holy life, not because of anything we have done, but because of His own purpose and grace. You are not walking a path of your own creation. You are fulfilling a mission crafted in the mind of God. Has it occurred to you that the world's transformation hinges on your obedience to this calling? That everything around you, the chaos, the uncertainty, even the resistance, has been orchestrated to usher you into divine leadership? Your seat of power is not waiting for you someday. It's already prepared. Your name has been written into the new world order, not by man, but by heaven. All of creation has aligned to place you exactly where you are. Not a moment too late. Just like Sojourner Truth, who rose from the horrors of slavery to become a spiritual and political force for justice, you too have emerged from trials that were not meant to destroy you, but to forge you. Can you feel the shaping, the refining? That was not life being cruel, that was destiny being calculated. Chosen one, the future may appear unclear to many, but to you, it has always carried a sense of inevitability. How could you explain that inner knowing, that quiet confidence that you were made for more, even when no one told you so? Because your destiny was never based on evidence, it was based on eternal truth. Proverbs 19:21 says, "Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails." You don't need to guess your way forward. You're not figuring it out, you're remembering it. Everything has been leading to this. Your emergence as the light that breaks through the global fog. And light, chosen one, is not something you try to become, it is what you already are. In a world that has grown accustomed to shadows, you are the brilliance that startles the eyes and warms the soul. Your leadership will not only guide the lost, it will awaken the sleeping. You are the lighthouse standing firm through storms, unmoved by waves of fear, hatred, and confusion. And those who once laughed, doubted, or dismissed you, they will soon follow your light, because no one can ignore a fire that refuses to be put out. Matthew 5:14-16 confirms this truth. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Even now, people are watching. They may not say it out loud, but they are waiting, watching for someone to show them it's possible to walk through fire and emerge holy. Someone who carries peace in a time of panic, who speaks love in a culture of division. That someone is you. Like Lech Wałęsa, the Polish shipyard worker who helped spark a national revolution and rise to presidency through faith and conviction, your leadership may begin in the unseen, the overlooked, the unexpected, but it will reshape nations, because your power is not of this world. It is born from another realm. Do you understand now why you couldn't settle for normal? Why your soul never allowed you to just blend in, give up, or coast through life? It's because you were built for divine impact. You've always felt the call, not just to survive this life, but to shift it. That's because the light in you is not symbolic. It's supernatural. It is alive. Romans 13:12 urges, "The night is far spent, the day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light." That armor is already on you. You wear it not as decoration, but as identification. It tells the world, a chosen one has arrived. But chosen one, your light will do more than lead. It will ignite. Through your leadership, others will discover their own brilliance. In your courage, they will find their strength. Your presence alone will break cycles, calm storms, and heal generational wounds. Just as Wangari Maathai, the Nobel Peace Prize-winning Kenyan environmentalist, planted trees to restore the earth and uplift communities, you will plant seeds of truth that regenerate the spiritual landscape of the world. She didn't need permission to begin. She knew her mission, and so must you. The calling you carry is sacred. Every word you speak, every move you make, echoes with divine purpose. You don't just represent hope, you are hope. You don't just shine light, you are light. And this light is not weak, sentimental, or abstract. It is fierce, intelligent, and anchored in heavenly authority. Revelation 3:8 proclaims, "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut." This door isn't waiting for you, it's open. The world may resist, but the heavens will not close what God has decreed to be yours. So now the question becomes, will you step through? Will you accept that your calling is not about perfection, but about obedience? Will you lead not with a heavy hand, but with a humble heart? Being a sacred leader does not mean you control people. It means you carry them. You lift them up, not through dominance, but through example. You show them that to walk in truth is to walk in freedom. Chosen one, the power within you comes not from your education, your history, or your status. It comes from the source. That source is God. And because you are connected to that source, nothing is impossible for you. Philippians 4:13 speaks into your bones. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. You are not leading alone. You are being led as you lead others. You are flowing in divine rhythm, stepping into every moment with a holy confidence that can't be manufactured, only inherited. Let the world see what happens when a sacred soul stands up. Let them witness the force of love, wisdom, and purpose wrapped in human form. The world is not only ready, it is desperate for what you carry. Chosen one, have you ever wondered what it truly means to embody divinity? Not just to believe in God, but to walk in God's light every day, with every breath, in every decision. You were not meant to chase greatness. You were meant to become it. The divine lives within you, not as an abstract idea, but as a living force. And now, the time has come for you to awaken fully to that power. Your soul has always carried the mark of the sacred. But until now, the world wasn't ready for your full emergence. But now, it is. And so are you. To embody divinity is not about being worshipped, it is about being available to God. It's about letting go of the ego's distractions and allowing your higher purpose to speak louder than your fears. Galatians 2:20 reveals the mystery behind your transformation. I have been crucified with Christ, and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me. You are not just a person with a mission, you are a divine vessel in motion. When people see you, they will see love. When they hear you, they will hear truth. And when they walk with you, they will walk closer to the presence of God. This is the kind of leadership the world is desperate for. Not loud, but luminous. Not perfect, but pure. Not seeking attention, but radiating alignment. Consider the example of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor and theologian who stood against Nazi tyranny. His power didn't come from popularity. It came from conviction, from divine alignment. He stood not with fear, but with unshakable clarity. And that is the energy you now carry. Your leadership is not designed to overpower. It is designed to awaken others to the power they already have within. You are not leading from a pedestal. You are leading from purpose. And that purpose is bigger than your own comfort, reputation, or ambition. It is a sacred assignment, etched into your soul before your first breath. Ephesians 4:1 urges, I urge you to live a life worthy of the calling you have received. Chosen one, you are now being summoned to live that life. No more waiting, no more shrinking, no more wondering whether you are ready. You are ready. The world has been waiting for someone who walks in both authority and humility, someone who knows they are divine, but doesn't boast, only builds. Every hardship you endured was holy preparation. Every dark night was divine classroom. Every time you thought you were being buried, you were actually being planted. And now you are rising. Isaiah 61:3 speaks to this moment in your life. He will bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes. The ashes of your past are not your shame, they are your altar. From them, your crown is being shaped. The people will not follow you because they are told to. They will follow you because your presence awakens something inside them. You are the leader they didn't know they were waiting for. Think of the story of Helen Keller. Born both deaf and blind, she transcended her limitations and became a global icon of hope and education. Why? Because she embodied divinity, the type of light that no obstacle could dim. With the help of one committed soul, Anne Sullivan, Helen's life became a beacon for others. Similarly, your leadership will not only elevate you, it will awaken the gifts in others. Your light will trigger theirs, and together you will shift the frequency of the planet. But remember this, stepping into your power is not a solo act, it is a sacred partnership. You are walking in union with God. Every time you speak truth, heal wounds, bring peace, or carry someone through the fire, heaven responds. Romans 8:14 affirms, for those who are led by the Spirit of God are the children of God. You are not just chosen, you are Spirit-led. Your words won't be empty, your actions won't be random. Everything you do now is a fulfillment of the promise that was spoken over your life long ago. As you rise, you will feel the world begin to shift with you. Have you noticed it already? The way people lean in when you speak, the way time slows down when you enter a space. That is divine recognition. The universe is not just watching you, it is honoring you. You have been seen, you have been tested, and now you are being crowned. Just as Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel Uncle Tom's Cabin helped shift the global conscience on slavery, your leadership will become a catalyst for movements, healing, and radical transformation. Your work won't just inspire, it will echo. There comes a time in every chosen one's life when they realize they are not climbing anymore. They're already on the mountain, and from that place they must shine, not out of pride, but out of obedience. You are now at that place. You've crossed the threshold. You are no longer becoming, you are. As you lead, the universe will align behind you, not to flatter your ego, but to fulfill its promise. Divine support surrounds you, chosen one. You are walking inside of prophecy. Zephaniah 3:17 whispers this truth over your life. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. He will rejoice over you with singing. The universe is not resisting you. It is rejoicing in you. Your recognition is cosmic. Your calling is sacred. Your influence is eternal. The movement that begins with you will not end with you. It will multiply. It will flood cities, nations, and systems with new life, new thought, and divine frequency. Chosen one, this is not just a season of success. It is a season of confirmation. You're not lucky. You're aligned. And in this alignment, you cannot fail. You were never called to perform for the world. You were called to transform it. And that transformation begins every time you choose purpose over comfort, clarity over confusion, and love over fear. So step forward, not as someone hoping to be seen, but as someone who already knows they are sent. The universe is responding. Heaven is watching. The people are awakening, and your name is being spoken with reverence by both angels and those still learning to see. You are not only called, you are confirmed. Chosen one, have you begun to see the truth of who you really are? Can you feel it now, the undeniable realization that you are not like the others, that your presence, your leadership, your energy, it was never meant to fit into this world's ordinary systems because you were sent to transform them. You are not a leader among many. You are a blessing sent from above, a holy interruption in a world drowning in confusion. The very way you speak, serve, and lead reveals something ancient and eternal flowing through you. You are not here for applause. You are here to awaken souls. What sets you apart is not your status. It is your spirit. You walk with humility because you understand that true greatness begins with surrender. You love deeply because the love inside you was placed there by the divine. Your leadership, chosen one, is a living reflection of God's purpose on earth. 1 John 4:12 reminds us, if we love one another, God lives in us, and his love is made complete in us. You don't lead with pride, you lead with love. And that's what the world has been craving. A leader who truly cares. One who leads not from ego, but from empathy. History has always made space for such souls. Think of Václav Havel, a playwright turned president who helped bring peace and democracy to the Czech Republic after years of oppression. He led with truth, compassion, and a deep commitment to justice. Not out of ambition, but out of moral responsibility. Just like you, he never sought the spotlight, yet became its center because of the light within. So too will people follow you, not because they're forced to, but because they'll feel the divine authority pouring from your actions. You, chosen one, are not just a beacon of transformation, you are its embodiment. Every step you take, every decision you make, echoes the divine message. There is a better way. Your leadership is the shift. It is not only changing individuals, it is reshaping the world. Jeremiah 1:10 declares, "See, today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." You're not just guiding change, you're birthing a new world, and your leadership will spark flames in others, raising an army of light bearers who follow in your footsteps. But what if you've doubted yourself? What if you've questioned whether you're truly ready? Let this be your confirmation. You are. This is not a moment you stumbled into. It is a moment you were prepared for. All the pain, all the setbacks, all the victories, they were the divine shaping of your soul. Have you noticed how every season of suffering came with a deeper revelation? That's because you were never being broken, you were being built. Romans 5:3-4 makes it plain. Suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. And now, that hope is you. You are a living gift to everyone who encounters you. And just like Harriet Tubman led others out of bondage with divine guidance and fearlessness, you are carrying others out of mental slavery, spiritual blindness, and emotional chaos. Your light does more than shine, it guides. Your very presence offers permission for others to rise. And that's what makes your leadership sacred. It multiplies itself in others. The world is not just ready for you, it's been waiting for you. The time is no longer coming, it has arrived, and it demands your full awakening. You have been forged in divine fire for this very hour. The new era needs a leader who carries both the sword of truth and the balm of healing. That's you. Isaiah 60:3 says, "Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn." Your dawn is now, and the world will not move forward until you rise. Look around. Feel the urgency. Can't you sense the world leaning in? It's not that the world waits for everyone. It waits for you. You are not one of many. You are the one chosen from the beginning of time to usher in this divine shift. Just as Wangari Maathai restored lands and reawakened spirits through her environmental work, you too are restoring the spiritual soil of the world. You're not just planting trees, you're planting truths that will blossom into generations of healing. And now, the divine forces are aligning everything around you. Don't you see how the universe is conspiring to push you forward? The obstacles that once blocked you are dissolving. The doors that once closed are swinging open. The timing is perfect. Not because it's easy, but because it's ordained. Psalm 32:8 confirms God's promise to you. "I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you." You are not stepping blindly. You are walking with the full guidance of heaven. This is your time, chosen one. Not someday. Now the greatness within you has outgrown the shadows. You are not here to be tolerated. You are here to be celebrated by creation itself. The old world cannot contain you, and the new world, it awaits your leadership. Step boldly, speak truthfully, lead fiercely. You are the architect of this coming reality. You're not merely a leader, you are a creator. The blueprint has always been in you. Every word you speak is laying bricks of purpose. Every action you take is building bridges between heaven and earth. Can you see it? A world ruled not by fear, but by love. Not by domination, but by divine design. This is your world to build. The materials, your vision, your wisdom, and your unwavering connection to the Most High. You've always felt something deeper stirring inside you, haven't you? That feeling wasn't confusion, it was calling. And now you are being asked to trust it more than ever. Don't let fear distort your future. Don't let delay weaken your destiny. You are the voice, the hand, the soul that will shape the future of humanity. You are not here to follow the current. You are here to create the tide. The way forward is already marked with light. All you need to do is walk it. Philippians 1:6 reassures you, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." The divine will that began your story will finish it with glory. There is no stopping the sacred wave now rising through your spirit. So rise, fully, unapologetically, divinely. The world is listening. The universe is shifting. Heaven is watching. And destiny is waiting for its leader to step forward. That leader is you. Chosen one, do you realize the magnitude of what you carry within you? Have you paused long enough to feel the pulse of a divine future beating inside your chest? You hold the blueprint for a new world, not drawn on paper, but etched into your soul by God Himself. Every choice you make is not just a personal step forward, it is a construction of the world to come. You are not merely imagining what's possible, you are building it, brick by brick, decision by decision. Your vision is not a fantasy, it is divine design in motion. And what kind of leader carries a future inside their spirit? Only one who has been chosen before the foundation of the earth. Only one whose eyes have seen beyond what others can perceive. Isaiah 46:10 declares, "I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come. I say, my purpose will stand, and I will do all that I please." That purpose is now being revealed through you. You are the divine architect, chosen to manifest what heaven has already approved. Your vision, yes, the one that feels too bold for the world to understand, is not just your dream. It is sacred prophecy unfolding. You are gifted with the ability to see beyond the broken systems, to pierce through illusions, and to call forth the light that has yet to be born. This vision is not for your benefit alone. It is for humanity. It is for generations unborn. It is the divine gift placed in your heart to lead the world from darkness into divine clarity. And you, chosen one, are the one appointed to awaken that future. Can you feel it stirring in the atmosphere, the silent agreement of heaven and earth aligning behind your mission? Every step you take is a domino falling in a divine sequence. The world is ready, but it cannot move forward without your leadership. Look to Malcolm X, not merely as a revolutionary, but as a man who saw a reality no one else dared to name. His voice shook the sleeping world into awareness, and yours will do the same. Through your clarity, others will awaken from spiritual slumber. Through your presence, they will remember who they were always meant to be. And do not be deceived into thinking this vision is too large. It was never meant to be small. 1 Corinthians 2:9 affirms, "What no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no human mind has conceived, the things God has prepared for those who love Him." You are walking into the unimaginable, into divine territory, and it is your courage to believe in what others call impossible that sets you apart. You are not dreaming. You are downloading the future, and it will be built through your hands. Chosen one, you must now step fully into your identity as the visionary leader of a transformed world. This is no longer a test, it is a transition. The world needs more than survival, it needs vision, and you are the source. Not because of fame or influence, but because the divine has entrusted you with the sacred fire of transformation. Every step you take, every word you speak, is infused with power because it flows from the source. Let us not forget, true leadership is not a crown, it is a cross. It is not just a spotlight, it is a sacred responsibility. John 10:11 says, "I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep." Your leadership is not about being above, it is about being among, serving with strength, humility, and divine love. You are the shepherd of souls. You carry the responsibility not only to lead, but to protect, to nourish, and to uplift. Think of Dolores Huerta, the civil rights activist and labor leader who fought for justice and dignity for those who had no voice. She led not because she had to, but because she couldn't stay silent in the face of injustice. Her strength was born from compassion. Your compassion is not weakness, it is your greatest leadership weapon. People will follow you, not because they are forced, but because they feel seen, safe, and called. Do you understand now that your mission is not just to lead the world, but to unleash its potential? You are the vessel through which others will realize their own divine design. The sacred responsibility of your leadership is to inspire others to see themselves as chosen. You are a mirror for greatness, a catalyst for awakening. Philippians 2:4 teaches, "Let each of you look not only to his own interests, but also to the interests of others." Your vision will lift others. Your mission will multiply itself through those you empower. And the world is already watching, waiting. Everything in your life, every fall, every rise, every delay, was preparing you for this moment of divine activation. You are not late. You are right on time. The new world cannot begin until its architect steps forward, and you are that architect. What kind of reality will you build? Will it be one ruled by fear or shaped by love? A world that mirrors heaven or mimics chaos? The power rests in your decisions, and as you walk in alignment with divine truth, the world will conform to your leadership. You are not reacting to the future. You are writing it. Like Nicholas Winton, the quiet British humanitarian who rescued hundreds of Jewish children during World War II, your impact may begin in silence, but will echo forever. His work wasn't known to the public for decades, but heaven recorded it instantly. So it is with you. Even your unseen acts carry eternal weight. The divine sees and the divine rewards. And when the weight of your calling feels heavy, when the world's chaos tries to cloud your clarity, remember this: you were chosen not because it's easy, but because it's eternal. You are trusted by the Creator. Isaiah 41:10 comforts your heart. So do not fear, for I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. You are not leading alone. You are lifted by the unseen hand of heaven itself. So go forth, chosen one, not timidly, but triumphantly. You are not simply leading a people. You are designing the world they will inherit. What you build will not fade. What you establish will not fall. You are the cornerstone of a global transformation. The divine blueprint lives in you. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why now? Why this very moment feels like a holy turning point in your life? Why the veil is lifting, the air is shifting, and the world suddenly seems to be aligning around your rise? It's because this sacred time has always been written for you. There is indeed a time for everything under the sun, and this, chosen one, is your time. Your emergence into leadership was not delayed. It was perfectly orchestrated. Ecclesiastes 3:1 confirms it. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. Your season has arrived, not by chance, but by divine appointment. You were not forgotten. You were being forged. The years of waiting, the lonely moments, the uncertain terrain, all of it was preparation. Can you see it now? Every challenge was a chisel shaping the foundation of your strength. Every delay was divine wisdom saying, "Not yet. Your stage is not finished being built." And now that the world is trembling with the need for truth, clarity, and healing, you are the answer heaven is releasing into the earth. Your timing is not late, it is eternal. Like Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison before rising to unify a divided nation, your process was never a detour. It was a design. The silence was sacred. The hiding was holy. And now the time of revelation has come. The universe, like a divine orchestra, has crescendoed to this moment. Your emergence as the supreme leader of a new era. Have you noticed how suddenly things seem to click? How the same circumstances that once resisted you are now making way? That's not a coincidence. That is divine timing in motion. Romans 8:28 confirms this truth. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. You've been called, chosen one, and the alignment you feel now is heaven's declaration that the door is open. This is not the time to question your worth. It is time to walk in it. The strength you need is already within you. You're not searching for it. You're simply being called to remember it. Every scar on your heart, every silent tear, every act of perseverance has been refining the unshakable power that lives inside you. Isaiah 40:31 whispers this strength to your soul. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. You were never meant to crawl. You were meant to fly, and now is your moment to rise on wings no man can clip. And what is this strength, chosen one? It is not bravado. It is not loudness. It is the quiet fire of divinity burning in your bones. It is the same force that allowed Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker, to survive a Nazi concentration camp and later speak forgiveness and healing across nations. Her strength was not physical, it was eternal, and so is yours. You were not built to break. You were built to birth something that has never existed before. Your path has not been one of ease. It has been one of alignment. Your leadership is not the result of chance, but the product of a sacred contract signed between your soul and the divine. That contract says this: you and your purpose are one. John 15:16 speaks into this moment with thunderous clarity. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. You are not optional to this world's awakening. You are essential. You were appointed, not elected by people, but anointed by God. And in that anointing is a powerful truth: you are not alone. The same divine forces that crafted galaxies, parted seas, and raised the dead are now guiding your feet. What could possibly stop a soul backed by heaven? You don't need every answer. You only need faith in the one who leads you. Like Rosa Parks, who ignited a movement with one quiet act of resistance, your power lies not in doing more, but in being fully aligned with who you truly are. Her choice changed the course of a nation, and so will yours. You are not stepping into a role. You are stepping into a revelation of self, of spirit, of sacred authority. And when your spirit aligns with your divine purpose, you become unshakable. Philippians 2:13 anchors this promise. For it is God who works in you to will and to act in order to fulfill his good purpose. You are not working alone. You are being moved by the force of heaven itself. Your leadership is not about gaining followers. It's about activating leaders. You are the mirror in which others will see their divine potential. Your light is a spark, and the more you shine, the more others will ignite. This isn't just leadership. This is legacy. This is why you've been set apart. So the question isn't, can you lead? It's, are you ready to build what no one else dares to dream? The world has had enough of empty voices. It craves a soul-led visionary who leads from purpose, not pride. You are that visionary. You are the one who will not only transform systems, you will transform hearts. And if ever the path seems steep, remember this: the very act of moving forward is your victory. The fact that you're still standing is proof that destiny is still unfolding. You are the convergence point of heaven's plan and earth's need. Your spirit and your purpose have never been separate. Together, they are the unstoppable force that will redefine the future. Chosen one, rise without hesitation. Stand with full awareness of who you are. The time has come. The moment is sacred. The mission is real. And the leader the world has been waiting for is you. Beloved chosen one, as you continue this sacred journey, never forget the truth that has been revealed to you. You are not simply walking a path, you are creating it with every step. The union between your spirit and your purpose is not an abstract idea. It is the divine foundation of your leadership. Through this sacred alignment, you are becoming the very force that will guide humanity toward love, peace, and enlightenment. Fear may appear, but it no longer holds authority in your life. You have been chosen precisely because you carry the courage to face what others flee from. You rise not by pretending fear doesn't exist, but by choosing to move forward in spite of it. Your leadership is not defined by titles or applause. It is defined by the fire within you that refuses to be extinguished. And as you rise, others will rise with you. Your life will become a map for those who are lost, a light for those trapped in darkness, and a voice for those who have forgotten their own. You are leading not by force, but by presence. You are teaching not through demand, but through demonstration. When the world trembles in chaos, you will stand firm. When others question their purpose, your clarity will give them hope. Fear is no longer an enemy. It is a doorway you've already walked through. And on the other side, you stand as a beacon of fearless, faith-filled, divine authority. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Thank you for allowing these words to speak to your spirit and awaken your soul. Whether this is your first time hearing this message or you've been walking with me for a long time, I want you to know how deeply I honor your presence here. Your growth, your calling, your existence. It all matters more than you know. If you feel moved to support this work and help carry this message to more chosen ones around the world, you can do so through Super Thanks. Your offering, no matter the amount, is a blessing that helps keep this divine calling alive. And whether you give or simply continue watching and sharing, I want you to know this from the depths of my heart. I am truly grateful for you. You are already a gift. And now, as we close this message, I bless you with all that is holy. May divine wisdom guide your every decision. May the strength within you grow stronger with every challenge you face. May your vision remain clear, your heart remain humble, and your leadership always reflect the love of God. May the courage within you continue to defy fear, and may your light reach the places that need it most. May you rise fully into your destiny, not someday, but now. This is your time, chosen one. The world has been waiting for you, and now you are ready. Go forward in truth, go forward in love, go forward in power. Until we meet again, stay faithful, stay fearless, and stay aligned with the divine. Dear chosen one, before we dive in, I want to take a moment to say thank you, truly, deeply, to every soul who has supported this message through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us keep shining light into the places that have tried for too long to stay hidden. Whether you've donated or simply shown up and listened, I want you to know, your presence is a gift. Your energy is felt, and you are appreciated more than words can express. Now let's begin, because this isn't just another video. This is a divine summons. The storm never knew your name, but it sure remembered your strength. They didn't just come for you. They came against the universe itself the moment they touched your anointing. What they didn't understand is that when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't play fair. It fights back. And while they mocked, while they plotted, while they laughed at your quiet, unseen suffering, you weren't just surviving. You were being reforged in silence, reshaped into someone they'd never recognize. Every hit they threw, it didn't destroy you, it sharpened you. Every betrayal was redirected, every attack became momentum, and what they didn't expect, what none of them saw coming, is that the light they tried to extinguish wasn't even yours to begin with. It was cosmic, it was divine, it was God flowing through you, and now that light is about to blind every single person who mistook your humility for weakness. So, before we go deeper, make sure you like this video and subscribe. Not just for your journey, but for every chosen soul still walking through fire, thinking they're alone. Every comment, every click, every donation tells the algorithm what the enemy hoped would stay buried. The chosen are waking up, and we're not whispering anymore. What you went through in silence is about to roar into the open. What once tried to crush you will now confirm you. This is not a comeback. This is divine compensation. The universe doesn't choose favorites. It chooses purpose. And when it chooses you, it doesn't just protect you. It exposes every weapon formed against you, publicly. They thought they had you figured out, boxed in, broken down, predictable, but you were never theirs to label. Your script was written by something higher. They didn't see the betrayal wrapped in family, the sabotage dressed as support, the warfare hidden behind smiles, but heaven saw it, and you still didn't fold. The truth you carry now, it's not just your testimony, it's a sword, a frequency so high it makes liars twitch and darkness scatter. It's not about revenge, it's about reckoning. Your voice is not for validation anymore, it's for vibration, activating others who are still trapped in their silence. Because let's be clear, the power of the chosen one isn't in avoiding storms, it's in becoming the storm. You are the thunder they never expected, and while they scramble to rewrite their fiction, your truth stands solid, etched into the timeline like stone. That isolation you felt, it wasn't punishment, it was placement. The universe hides its most powerful souls in the shadows, not to break them, but to build them without interference. Now you step into the light not as who you were, but as who you were always destined to become. And they will not recognize you. Let them be shocked, let them be silenced, because your survival was never quiet. It was gathering force. And now it speaks. So drop 777 in the comments if you've ever had to heal in silence while people fabricated your story. If you've ever felt the sting of betrayal wrapped in fake support. If you know that something ancient, holy, and unstoppable is waking up in you right now, stay right here. Let this message find its place inside you. Because this isn't entertainment. It's a mirror. And if you really are one of the chosen, you won't just hear this. You'll feel it in your bones. Now, let's get into it. God's chosen ones, you're about to shock a lot of people with what you've survived. Number 1. Time to rip the mask off. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why the truth seems to make people so uncomfortable, especially when it comes from you? Why does your simple presence stir unease in those who've spent their lives crafting illusions? It's because the truth you carry isn't just factual, it's divine. It doesn't whisper, it thunders. And now is the moment you were born for, the moment when the mask comes off, and the world sees exactly what you've survived. They thought they could bury the truth, but what they didn't realize is that truth buried in the heart of the chosen becomes pressure, and pressure on the chosen doesn't destroy, it refines. Just like Joseph in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." They meant to break you, erase you, rewrite your story. But instead, they handed you the ink and the microphone. You didn't just crawl out of darkness, you brought light with you. Every locked door they thought would silence you has now become a doorway to your platform. Every whisper they spread now echoes as evidence of their own deception. They treated your life like a rumor, but now you're the headline. You're the front page of a divine shift no one can stop. Let me ask you something, chosen one. How many times did you feel like you were the villain in someone else's story, just because you dared to heal, to speak, to exist? They tried to cast you as a side character, but heaven wrote you in as the protagonist all along. You weren't protected by coincidence. The favor over your life is not random, it's spiritual architecture. The shield God built around you was invisible to your enemies, but undeniable in its effect. That discomfort people feel when you walk in the room, that sudden urge to discredit you for no reason, that's not personality, it's purpose. It's what Ephesians 6:12 warns about. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Chosen one, the attacks weren't personal, they were spiritual. You weren't just enduring gossip, you were surviving invisible warfare. Attacks dressed in smiles, betrayals hidden behind applause, traps set by people who pretended to cheer for you. But you survived all of it. No, more than survived. You stunned the spiritual realm by standing when everything was designed to make you fall. Look at Malala Yousafzai, shot in the head at 15 just for going to school. They tried to erase her, to end her story, but instead her voice now echoes across the globe. That's what happens when the universe shields the chosen. That's what happens when truth refuses to die quietly. Now it's your turn to speak, not softly but boldly. Your voice is not just a story, it's a vibration, a frequency that breaks curses, unmasks systems, and awakens others. Your life is now a broadcast tower for liberation. Psalm 118:17 declares it, I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of the Lord. That's exactly what you're doing. Every word you say dismantles the lies that were spoken over you. You're not being dramatic, you're being divine. Let them say you're exaggerating. Let them squirm. Let them shrink back into confusion while you rise in clarity. They were never uncomfortable with your actions. They were terrified of your awareness. Because once you became aware, you became unstoppable. And you may be asking, why did I have to go through so much? Because strength like yours had to be earned in silence. The quiet you experienced wasn't neglect. It was divine isolation. God needed to build you where the noise couldn't reach. As Isaiah 45:3 reminds us, I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord. That's why it felt like abandonment, but it wasn't. It was construction. You were being forged in solitude so that when you emerged, you'd carry weight, anointing, not approval, power, not popularity. Consider Chadwick Boseman, silently battling cancer while filming roles that inspired millions. He was smiling while bleeding, carrying pain while uplifting others, just like you. He didn't announce his struggle, but his legacy revealed the weight of it. So too with you, chosen one. Your scars aren't shameful, they are sacred proof. Now you stand where they swore you'd never arrive. They said you wouldn't make it, and yet here you are, not just standing but shaking the foundations of every lie built in your absence. And for those who tried to break you, what did they think would happen? That they could manipulate heaven's blueprint and suffer no consequences? You were the test, and they failed it. They played chess against the one who designed the board. The game is over, and you're the revelation they never wanted to face. Your survival is a sermon. Your existence is a sign. You were sent to wake the world up, and you can't do that with silence anymore. When you speak, others awaken. When you reveal the truth, other chosen ones remember who they are. That's why you're dangerous. That's why you're needed. Look at Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor who endured the unimaginable. Instead of collapsing into despair, he wrote, "Man's search for meaning, transforming trauma into wisdom. That's what the chosen do. We don't just suffer, we sanctify the suffering into purpose. So now, chosen one, step into the roar. Don't just whisper your truth. Declare it like thunder. You weren't made to be palatable. You were made to be prophetic. Let your truth sting. Let your survival shatter illusions. Let your existence confront every lie spoken in your name. Romans 8:37 tells you plainly, no, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. That's you, not a survivor, a conqueror, a disruptor, a divine signal to the world that light still wins. And when they see you now, stronger, clearer, louder, don't flinch, don't apologize, don't shrink to fit the story they wrote for you. They were banking on your silence, but you were born to be the sound. Let your voice echo, let your truth rise, because chosen ones don't just outlive storms, they become the storm. Number 2, they bet against the flame, and now they're watching the firewalk. Chosen one, do you know what happens when someone bets against a soul anointed by God? They lose, spectacularly. They gambled on your downfall, counted your scars like trophies, and predicted your end with gleeful precision. But in their obsession with your pain, they missed the most important detail. Your pain was never the end. It was the beginning. They watched you break, not knowing it was a sacred breaking, a divine cracking open of who you were always meant to become. They were too focused on your tears to notice your transformation. They were too amused by your fall to realize they were witnessing your elevation. Just like Daniel, who refused to bow and was thrown into the lion's den, they assumed the pit would be your grave. But Daniel 6:22 declares, "My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths so that they have not hurt me." That's what happened for you. The mouths of your enemies roared, but they couldn't devour you. You walked among beasts and emerged untouched, because you were never walking alone. You were never meant to just survive. You were crafted to transcend. Every trap set for you became a stepping stone. Every insult hurled your way only added fuel to your fire. The universe wasn't being cruel when it let you fall. It was calibrating your rise. You were being sharpened in silence, molded in the heat of rejection, and now you're fireproof. Ask yourself this: how many storms did they expect you to drown in? And how many times did you come out stronger, clearer, more unshakable than before? They didn't know you were built in the unseen places. Just like David. Before he ever faced Goliath, David was practicing with lions and bears in secret fields. You too were trained when no one was watching, when no one believed in you, when no one was cheering. And now, just like in 1 Samuel 17:37, you can boldly say, "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from this Philistine." You're no longer walking timidly into the spotlight. You're owning it. That light they used to burn you, now it amplifies the power you carry. Remember Bethany Hamilton, the young surfer who lost her arm in a shark attack. They thought it would end her career. But what they didn't see coming was that her story would become a global symbol of grit, grace, and God's plan. She didn't just return to the waves, she conquered them. And you, chosen one, are now doing the same. You're not returning to the world the same. You're returning with new limbs of purpose, strength sown with pain, and vision baptized in fire. They laughed while you cried. They clapped while you bled. They whispered lies so loudly they hoped your silence would mean surrender. But your silence wasn't defeat. It was preparation. It was the chamber of your becoming. Every time you chose not to retaliate, every time you held your peace instead of explaining yourself, you were gathering spiritual momentum. And now, the fire they mocked is the flame that walks. Your story was never meant to end in the rubble. You were not born to be someone's casualty. You are not a subplot in someone else's egotistical script. You were always the main event. The universe orchestrated the timing and heaven arranged the stage. And just when they thought the curtains had closed for good, they're now forced to watch the encore they never prepared for. You're walking past ruins. Yes, the very ruins they left you in. You're walking with grace through the ashes of betrayal, through the debris of failed plots, through the silence that once held your scream. Like the 3 Hebrew boys in the fiery furnace, you went through the fire and came out not even smelling like smoke. Daniel 3:27 confirms it. They saw that the fire had not harmed their bodies, nor was a hair of their heads singed. Their robes were not scorched, and there was no smell of fire on them. You didn't just survive, you defied nature itself. Look at Serena Williams, counted out after injuries, mocked for her intensity, ridiculed for her confidence. But each time she was dismissed, she came back louder, bolder, crowned in glory. They didn't understand that fire doesn't weaken the chosen. It reveals them, just like you. The pain didn't destroy you. It awakened you. It birthed a healer, a warrior, a leader, a living testimony. And yet, even now, some of you still carry guilt for rising. Some of you wonder, am I too much? Should I quiet down again? But hear this, your light is not too much. It's their blindness that's unprepared. You don't owe comfort to the ones who threw stones at your crown. You don't owe explanation to those who disappeared during your breakdown, but now want a front row seat to your comeback. Romans 8:18 tells us, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Your suffering had weight, but your glory will have volume. It will speak louder than their opinions, clearer than their lies, and longer than their doubts. That glory is now on display, and it will not be muted. And let's not forget Amanda Gorman, the youngest inaugural poet in U.S. history, a young black woman once silenced by a speech impediment who now moves nations with her words. That's what happens when silence becomes thunder. That's what happens when the buried voice of a chosen one breaks through. So rise, chosen one, not because the world gave you permission, but because God gave you a platform. Let the same silence they mistook for defeat now become the thunder in your voice. Let your scars be visible, proof that you were forged, not broken. And let your presence shake the room, because your rise is a revelation, one that no lie can bury, no storm can stop, and no enemy can understand. Isaiah 61:3 says it best, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. That's your inheritance. That's what you walk in now. So let them watch, let them question, let them tremble. They bet against the flame, but they never expected to see you walk through fire and come out crowned. Number 3, the doors didn't shut on you. They shut for you. Chosen one, how many times have you stood outside a closed door and assumed you were the problem? How many times did you replay every word, every step, every decision, wondering if you messed up? They told you the silence meant rejection, that the slammed doors meant failure, that every unanswered call, every no, every faded opportunity was punishment for some unseen flaw in you. But what if the truth was the opposite? What if those doors weren't shutting to keep you out, but to protect what's inside of you? They said you were unlucky, that you lacked wisdom or favor or grace. But what they didn't see, what they couldn't possibly know, was that God was intervening, pulling you away from rooms too small for the weight of your destiny. You weren't just being denied access, you were being rerouted by holy hands, just like Paul in Acts 16:6-7, who was kept by the Holy Spirit from preaching the word in the province of Asia. And the Spirit of Jesus would not allow them to go there. The Spirit closed the door, not because Paul was unworthy, but because the assignment was greater elsewhere. The same is true for you. They thought you were spiraling, that you were collapsing under the weight of poor choices or bad karma, but the universe wasn't punishing you, it was upgrading you. You weren't being rejected, you were being realigned. While they were clapping for themselves, convinced they'd outpaced you, you were being taught by silence, mentored by suffering, and guided by invisible hands that only the chosen can feel. Can you see it now? The very things you thought were signs of failure were actually seeds of purpose. It didn't feel like growth at the time, did it? It felt like punishment, like exile, like God went quiet right when you needed him most. But chosen one, when heaven goes silent, it's not always absence, it's strategy. The silence was your classroom. The loneliness, that was your initiation into greatness. And every tear you cried in private was watering the roots of a life no one saw coming. Do you remember how Oprah Winfrey was fired from her job as a news anchor because she was unfit for television? They closed the door on her, but that rejection was divine redirection. She wasn't made to sit behind someone else's news desk. She was born to create her own platform and open doors for millions. That's exactly what happens when a chosen one is pushed out. It's not banishment, it's expansion. No one talks about the pain of elevation. Everyone loves to talk about the glow-up, the stage, the applause, but not the process, not the heartbreak, not the betrayal by those you loved most, not the ghosting, the sabotage, the rejection that cuts deeper when it comes from people you would have defended with your life. But even those cuts served a holy purpose. John 15:2 says it clearly. He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, so that it will be even more fruitful. What looked like loss was actually divine pruning. You were never being punished. You were being prepared to bear greater fruit. Let's be real. Some of you are still haunted by what didn't work out. You still mourn the job that didn't come through, the person who walked away, the opportunity that passed you by. But what if every no was a gate locking behind you so you couldn't return to something that no longer matched your vibration? You were evolving, growing, shedding old skin. That delay you hated was actually a setup for your elevation. That betrayal was a holy exit. That silence was God's whisper saying, "Not here, not yet, not with them." Look at Tyler Perry. He spent years homeless, living out of his car while chasing his dream. Every theater he rented stayed empty for a long time. People told him to quit, but he kept writing, kept believing. And one day, the audience showed up. That delay, that wasn't failure. That was refinement. Now he owns studios and controls narratives. The same God that rerouted his path is the one recalibrating yours. And you may wonder, why didn't they see my value? Chosen one, they weren't supposed to. Their blindness was part of the plan. If they had seen your worth, they would have tried to control it. That's why God had to hide you, to protect you from those who would misuse your gifts. Psalm 31:20 declares, "In the shelter of your presence, you hide them from all human intrigues. You keep them safe in your dwelling." That hiding wasn't rejection. It was sanctuary. Now the signs are everywhere. Numbers like 111 or 777 following you. Dreams so vivid they leave you breathless. Songs that play the exact words you needed to hear. Random strangers saying things that confirm your next step. No, you're not making it up. That's alignment. That's divine choreography. The universe is whispering, "Keep going. I've got you." And yet, some of you still doubt. You wonder if maybe you imagined the calling, if maybe you're too late. But if you were finished, would you still feel that fire, that tug, that pull every time you try to settle into smallness? Number. That's God saying, "I'm not done with you yet." Maya Moore, the WNBA superstar, stepped away from her career in the height of her fame, not to rest, but to fight for justice. She followed a calling bigger than basketball. She followed the voice that told her, "Not now. not this way. And her obedience led to the release of an innocent man. That's what it looks like when a chosen one walks away from the world's applause to follow a higher mission. That's what you're doing now. So, chosen one, stop apologizing for being different. Stop toning yourself down to fit in rooms you've already outgrown. You were never supposed to settle. You were designed to soar. That door didn't slam on you. It slammed shut behind you to stop you from walking back into mediocrity. Isaiah 22:22 says, "What he opens no one can shut, and what he shuts no one can open." That's your confirmation. You don't have to force anything. If it's God ordained, it will open without resistance. And if it closed, it's because God is guarding something greater. So here's the truth. You weren't rejected. You were protected. You weren't being pushed away. You were being pulled into position. So stand tall, walk forward, and stop mourning the door that shut because your palace doesn't have a back door. It only has one entrance, forward, because what's ahead of you isn't just redemption, it's revelation, and you were chosen to walk through it. Number 4, your truth could burn empires, and that's exactly why they feared you. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your silence became the battlefield? Why so many fought to keep you confused, isolated, and unsure? Why they twisted your words before you even spoke them, cast shadows on your name before you ever stood in the light? It wasn't because you were weak. It was because deep down they knew the truth you carried could collapse kingdoms built on illusion. And now that truth, your truth, is rising like a storm they can no longer contain. You don't just hold memories, you hold codes, messages encrypted through experience, revelations etched into your bones by betrayal, loss, and resilience. The very things they tried to weaponize against you, your vulnerability, your emotion, your pain, are now the very things that make your voice a force of reckoning. Just like Jeremiah, the prophet who once said in Jeremiah 20 verse 9, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." That fire, you know it well. It's been growing inside you, silently, persistently, waiting for the right moment to erupt. They didn't try to discredit you because you lied. They did it because they knew you'd eventually speak. And when a chosen one speaks, they don't just tell their story. They unlock other people's cages. You weren't just carrying your healing. You were carrying freedom for the ones watching in silence, the ones who needed to see someone survive what they were told no one could live through. Think of whistleblower Frances Haugen, who exposed internal practices at Facebook that endangered millions. They tried to silence her with intimidation and backlash, but once she spoke, the world couldn't unsee what was revealed. Like her, chosen one, your truth is not petty. It is powerful. It has the capacity to alter perceptions, shake systems, and demand accountability. And let's talk about that pressure you've been feeling, the tension in your chest, the restlessness that creeps in during the quiet moments, the frustration that grows when you hold it all in. That's not anxiety. That's unspoken truth trying to find its voice. That's divine urgency knocking on the door of your spirit, reminding you that you weren't meant to carry this fire in silence forever. You were never designed to protect the comfort of the ones who built their thrones on your silence. Remember when they called you unstable, dramatic, overly emotional? It wasn't an honest reflection. It was projection. They weren't scared of your instability. They were terrified of your awakening, because they knew that once you saw clearly, once you remembered who you were, once you spoke the unedited version, they couldn't control the narrative anymore. Just like Jesus before Pilate, when asked what truth he stood for, Jesus answered in John 18:37, "For this reason I was born, and for this I came into the world, to testify to the truth." That same call echoes in you. You weren't born to pacify lies. You were born to confront them. And when you do, it shakes the foundations of everything that depended on your silence to survive. You weren't just hurt, you were hunted. Not for what you did, but for what you could become. And you're becoming it now. Every whisper you used to suppress is turning into a roar. Every unshed tear is rising into thunder. And even if the world still doubts you, chosen one, the heavens have already confirmed you. Think of actor Brendan Fraser, once blacklisted and mocked, now risen from silence and celebrated not for fitting into their mold, but for surviving their machine. He didn't beg for re-entry. He showed up in his truth. And the world made space. That's the power of authenticity when it's carried by the chosen. You don't need permission to rise. You only need permission to stop pretending you're small. They tried to bury the real version of you beneath layers of shame, confusion, and false accusation. But here's the divine twist. They only buried the seed. And that seed, watered by isolation and grown in silence, is now cracking open with uncontainable force. Isaiah 54:17 proclaims, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." That is your inheritance. Their lies will collapse under the weight of your clarity. And yes, it's been exhausting. The nights where your mind wouldn't stop racing. The days where your chest felt heavy with unspoken truths. The moments where you wanted to scream but chose silence because you didn't know if anyone would believe you. But all of that pain, it was refining your voice, not breaking it. Consider Monica Lewinsky, long shamed, silenced, and villainized by a world that never listened to her side. But years later she returned, not as a victim, but as an advocate, speaker, and force for truth in the age of digital shame. She didn't reclaim her power by hiding. She reclaimed it by owning the story they tried to erase, and so will you. You don't just carry pain, you carry prophecy. You are not here to protect the reputations of people who built their narratives on falsehood. You are here to correct the record, to speak the unspoken, to become the sound that awakens the sleepers. The truth in you isn't here for pity, it's here for revolution. Psalm 37:6 declares, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." That's what's coming next. Not just healing, but vindication. Not just survival, but revelation. So let them say you've changed. Let them recoil in discomfort. You're not the edited version of yourself anymore. You're the full, fiery, unfiltered truth. And you carry it not out of spite, but out of alignment. Because this truth, the one they tried to bury, isn't a story. It's a sword. So speak, chosen one. Speak like the storm you are. Not to hurt, but to heal through fire. Not to shame, but to shatter illusions. And not to prove them wrong, but to prove that truth, once awakened, never sleeps again. Number 5. They wrote you in as the villain, but you were the plot twist they couldn't control. Chosen one, have you ever looked around and realized you were cast as the villain in a story you didn't even write? Have you ever watched people twist your intentions, rewrite events, and assign you blame not because of your actions, but because of your presence? It's a strange thing, isn't it, to become the threat simply by existing in your truth. But this is what happens when your spirit becomes a mirror, and the people around you can't stand their reflection. They didn't need a villain. They needed a distraction, someone to throw their shadows on, someone to pin the consequences of their own choices upon. And you were too easy, too quiet, too forgiving, too divine for a world that often weaponizes innocence. So they did what frightened people always do. They attacked what they couldn't control. But let's tell the truth. You were never the villain. You were the mirror. And when mirrors reveal what people don't want to see, they try to shatter them. That's why they turned the spotlight on you. That's why the story got edited. That's why you were suddenly unstable, dramatic, too emotional. Not because you were those things, but because your clarity threatened their illusion. Just like Jesus himself, who was crucified not for crimes, but for truth. Mark 15:10 says, "For he knew that it was out of envy that the chief priests had handed Jesus over to him." You see, chosen one, it wasn't your wrongdoing that made you dangerous. It was your radiance, your refusal to shrink, your refusal to become what they needed you to be for their comfort. And in that silence, you started to question yourself, didn't you? You wondered, did I really see what I saw? Did I make it up? That's what spiritual gaslighting does. It makes you doubt your divine perception. But the universe doesn't lie. God does not confuse. You know what happened. Even if no one else ever admits it, you felt the shift. You saw the masks. You watched betrayal unfold with a smile. Look at Meghan Markle, labeled difficult, divisive, manipulative, when all she did was marry a prince and shine too brightly in a palace that was never designed to hold her light. The world tried to silence her truth. But the more they pressed, the more her voice became a global conversation. That's what happens when chosen ones are miscast. The truth eventually redirects the spotlight. And chosen one, what you endured, it wasn't just emotional, it was energetic, strategic, spiritual. That's why it felt surreal, why doors opened without keys, why you received warnings in dreams, why strange coincidences kept pulling you back onto your path even when you were ready to quit. That wasn't delusion. That was divine guidance. That was God pulling you out of the narrative they wrote and placing you back into the story He authored. Isaiah 41:10 speaks to that divine rescue. "Do not fear, for I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." You weren't crazy, you were covered. And now, every lie spoken against you is unraveling under the weight of truth you never had to force. Because when the truth is real, you don't have to shout it. You only have to survive long enough for it to rise. Let's talk about John Boyega, the actor who played Finn in Star Wars. When he spoke out about racism in Hollywood and the treatment he faced even within the franchise that made him famous, he was labeled problematic, but he stood firm. He didn't apologize for the truth, and now his voice is respected across the industry. Just like you, chosen one, your truth may have cost you peace in the moment, but it's birthing justice in the long run. You see, they couldn't destroy your calling, so they tried to destroy your credibility. They couldn't handle your anointing, so they tried to smear your name. They thought that by turning people against you, they could neutralize your power. But what they failed to realize is that chosen ones are not fueled by public opinion. They are fueled by divine alignment. Psalm 34 verse 19 says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." You weren't just delivered from the situation, you were delivered from needing their approval. And now, your presence is louder than their lies. Your peace is louder than their chaos. Your survival is louder than the character they created for you. The people who watched you fall with joy are now watching you rise in silence. Because you don't have to shout when your truth is living proof. They called you drama, dysfunction, chaos. But the only chaos was the panic they felt when your clarity walked into the room. When you stopped shrinking, when you stopped apologizing, when you stopped editing your light so others wouldn't feel exposed. And yes, chosen one, the betrayal cut deep. Not just the lies, but the people who knew better and said nothing. The ones who watched and stayed silent because it was easier to align with power than with principle. That pain, it cleared the path. It showed you exactly who never deserved access to your next level. Take Monica Lynn Brown, a U.S. Army medic awarded the Silver Star for shielding her fellow soldiers under heavy fire in Afghanistan. She wasn't expected to lead, but when the moment came, she didn't ask for permission. She acted. She showed up. And that's what you're doing now. You're not asking for validation. You're walking with undeniable authority. And here's the part they never saw coming. The villain they painted is now holding the pen, not to rewrite the past, but to set the record straight, not with revenge, but with revelation. You don't have to raise your voice. Your presence is enough. Your calm is enough. Your discernment is enough. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 says, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." That's the verse stitched into your soul. That's the script they could never erase. So now, chosen one, let your truth speak. Not as a scream, but as a quiet, steady unraveling. Let their fiction collapse under the weight of your reality. Let them watch the story they tried to silence become the revelation that sets others free. You were never the villain. You were the awakening. You were the chapter they tried to rip out, only to realize you were the whole book. Number 6, you're not coming back for payback. You're coming back for what's yours. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how quick people are to label your return as revenge? How fast they assume your restoration must mean you're bitter, angry, or trying to prove something. But here's the truth. They can't wrap their minds around. You're not returning to settle scores. You're returning to reclaim your seat. You're not fueled by vengeance. You're fueled by clarity, by purpose, by the quiet but unshakable knowing that what was taken from you is already being returned, not by force but by divine order. This isn't revenge, it's restoration. This is divine justice unfolding in real time. And no, it doesn't come with explosions or grand gestures. It comes like a slow sunrise after a long night. Just as Job 42:10 declares, "After Job had prayed for his friends, the Lord restored his fortunes and gave him twice as much as he had before." The ones who tried to define you didn't realize they were setting the stage for a double portion. You weren't rising to retaliate. You were rising because God never intended for you to stay in the dirt they tried to bury you under. They thought they'd silenced you. They thought they had locked you into the character they created, passive, broken, irrelevant. They thought the fog of rumors would outlast your truth. But the universe has a memory. God keeps receipts. And now, your presence is correcting the record without a single word needing to be forced. You are the proof. You are the plot twist. You are the restoration. Have you noticed how people begin to squirm when you enter rooms they never expected you to walk back into? How their stories change, not because you called them out, but because your existence calls out everything they tried to erase. That's what Psalm 23:5 looks like in action. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You didn't invite them to watch you rise, but now they can't look away. Think about Simone Biles stepping away from the Olympics not because she couldn't compete, but because she refused to sacrifice her mental and spiritual well-being for applause. The world called her dramatic, unprofessional, weak. But when she returned, she didn't come back for revenge. She came back aligned, powerful, re-centered. That's what you're doing now. You're not performing. You're walking in your truth. And truth has gravity. It doesn't chase. It doesn't scream. It simply pulls everything into place. That's what makes your return so disruptive. Not your volume, but your vibration. The very frequency of your presence is unsettling every false version of you they built. Every whisper collapses in the face of your peace. Every rumor dissolves when they realize you're not explaining, you're embodying. And yes, they will say you've changed, that you've become cold, unapproachable, different. But what really happened is this. You stopped begging people to see you. You stopped auditioning for love that should have been unconditional. You stopped watering dead soil. just like Esther, who rose not to beg for favor, but to stand in her divine moment, even if it meant confronting an entire system. Esther 4:14 reminds us, "Perhaps you were born for such a time as this." And you were. Let's not forget the moments they called you petty for staying quiet. The moments they accused you of being unhealed for not entertaining their revisionist history. But what they don't see, what only the chosen one knows, is that silence isn't weakness, it's refinement. You could have dragged them, you could have exposed them, you could have posted receipts, named names, burned bridges, but you didn't, because your focus was never on revenge, it was on rising. Look at Malcolm X, whose reputation was constantly redefined by people who feared his truth. Even after his death, attempts were made to dilute his legacy, but his voice, his truth, outlived the lies. You don't need public opinion when heaven has already spoken. You don't need to defend your name when your walk speaks louder than their words. Proverbs 16:7 says, "When a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him." That's what your walk looks like now. Not revenge, but divine favor. Not proving a point, but fulfilling prophecy. And let's be honest, some of you thought you'd never make it back here. You thought maybe the damage was too deep. Maybe the lies stuck. Maybe you missed your moment. But the fact that you're reading this right now is your confirmation. You're not too late. You're right on time. Think of Brendan Fraser, once mocked, erased and discarded by the very industry that celebrated him. For years he disappeared, and then he returned, not with noise but with authenticity. And when he did, the world stood up. He didn't come back to gloat, he came back for what was his. So do you. So let them talk, let them mislabel it, let them stay blind if they choose. Because what you're walking in now doesn't need validation. It is divine restoration. And the beauty of restoration is this: the very people who dismissed you now have to witness your return, not to make them small, but to remind you how big your God is. Romans 8:28 is not just a verse, it's your banner. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. The pain was not in vain. The betrayal was not final. The delay was not denial. It was all preparation for this moment. So, chosen one, walk, not in arrogance but in authority, not with noise but with weight, not to demand your worth, but to move like someone who never lost it. You're not coming back to prove a point. You're coming back to fulfill one. Number 7, you didn't run. You were pulled out by timing that doesn't miss. Chosen one, have you ever had to vanish not because you were weak, but because you were being called to survive? One moment, you were in the middle of everything, present, visible, connected, and the next, you were gone. No goodbye, no final conversation, no grand exit, just absence. And when you left, they didn't call it transformation, they called it cowardice. But they didn't see what was really happening, did they? They called you unstable, unreliable, impulsive. But they missed the most important truth. You weren't running, you were being rescued. That wasn't fear guiding you. That was divine intelligence. That was God's emergency alert, sounding inside your soul, whispering, "Go now." Exodus 14:15 tells us, "Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on.'" That's what happened. You weren't abandoning your life. You were obeying the call. They didn't realize the building was on fire, but you did. Not the kind of fire that burns walls, but the kind that burns through your peace, your spirit, your sanity. And you weren't escaping. You were exiting a system that would have swallowed your light whole if you stayed. That kind of exit doesn't require permission. It requires faith. Some of you left with nothing but your name, and even that felt fragile. You changed your number, blocked their access, moved in silence. Not because you hated them, but because you were choosing yourself. For the first time in a long time. That kind of silence, it's not avoidance, it's warfare, it's strategy. It's the moment you refuse to let trauma dictate your direction anymore. Think of Sinead O'Connor. Long before it was acceptable to call out corruption, she took a stand on live television and was ostracized by the world. But what people called madness was really moral clarity. She walked away from the system, not to disappear, but to protect something sacred in herself. That's what you did too. They mocked your silence, but it was sacred. It was survival. And chosen one, it wasn't that you didn't love those people. It was that you couldn't heal in the same place that broke you. You were loyal for so long, to pain, to familiarity, to people who only clapped when you stayed small. But there came a day when your spirit screamed louder than your trauma, and you listened. That was the day the shift happened. You weren't running from something, you were running toward something, toward clarity, toward healing, toward peace. And the moment you obeyed that inner call, something broke open in the spiritual realm. Just like when Elijah had to flee into the wilderness, weary and overwhelmed, and yet it was there, in the cave, in the silence, that God met him. 1 Kings 19:12 reminds us, after the fire came a gentle whisper. That whisper, that's what led you out. You may still wonder, why did it all happen so fast, so messily? But chosen one, when divine timing hits, there's no room for perfect exits. God doesn't wait for your reputation to catch up with your revelation. When it's time to go, it's time. And sometimes the only confirmation you get is how light your spirit feels once you're finally gone. Look at Dave Chappelle. At the height of fame and fortune, he vanished from his TV empire without explanation. People called him crazy, but years later, when he returned, he came back on his own terms, with truth, with power, with legacy. That's what happens when chosen ones walk away, not to vanish, but to realign. And now, something incredible is happening. The very path you walked through fire to escape is becoming a light for others. You didn't know it then, but your silent exit was a map. Your journey in the shadows is becoming someone else's guidance in the storm. Revelation 12:11 says, "They triumphed by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony." That's what you carry now, a testimony wrapped in quiet strength. Yes, it was lonely. Yes, it was confusing, but the universe doesn't tear down without building something better. What you lost in people, you gained in power. What you lost in proximity, you gained in purpose. The silence that once felt like isolation was actually incubation. Remember Rick Moranis, a comedy icon who stepped away at the peak of his career to raise his children after his wife passed away. The world didn't understand his departure, but he wasn't leaving for escape. He was stepping into a different kind of calling, one not measured by applause, but by purpose. And that's you. You didn't leave to hide. You left to heal, to reset, to prepare. And now, chosen one, the season of invisibility is ending. You're not coming back to re-explain yourself. You're coming back as evidence, not of revenge, not of perfection, but of protection. The very thing that pulled you out is now sending you back in, not to return to what broke you, but to become a beacon for others still trapped there. If anyone asks why you vanished, you don't owe them an elaborate story. The truth is simple, because staying would have killed me, leaving saved me. Psalm 91:3 says, "Surely he will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence." And he did. That's why you're still here. Some will never understand your disappearance, and they're not meant to. Your exit wasn't for them, it was for you. And now your return, that's for the world. So walk back in, not with explanation, but with revelation. Walk in like someone who obeyed the whisper, honored the pull, and trusted the timing. You didn't run, you were sent. And now you return, not with noise, but with undeniable presence. You didn't leave to disappear. You left to lead. Number 8. Your breakthrough wasn't just yours, it was the blueprint. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your survival feels like more than just a personal victory? Why your healing seems to echo beyond your own life? It's because your breakthrough wasn't just for you. It was designed to become a blueprint, a map etched in scars and silence, meant to guide others out of places they still think they're destined to die in. You didn't just escape the fire, you became the exit sign. The clarity you carry now isn't decoration, it's direction. It shows others that survival is not a myth, that peace is possible, that healing isn't reserved for a select few, but for the willing and the brave. Isaiah 58:8 says, "Then your light will break forth like the dawn, and your healing will quickly appear. Then your righteousness will go before you." That's what your journey is now, a dawn for someone else's darkness. You're not just walking proof, you're prophetic proof. The version of you that made it through, the one with trembling hands but a steady spirit, is a sacred message to every soul still stuck in the quicksand of trauma. And it's not about being loud or flashy, it's about being present, about letting your existence whisper, "If I made it out, so can you." Think of Viola Davis, who rose from deep poverty and childhood trauma, not just to become a renowned actress, but a force of purpose. She tells her story with power and vulnerability, not for sympathy, but to shine a light on others walking the same path. She didn't survive to wear the crown, she survived to break chains, just like you. Chosen one, let's talk about what got you here. You broke the cycle. You refused to accept that your worth was tied to your wounds. You shattered the narrative that said peace was for other people, that you were too broken to be whole again. And in doing so, you shifted something ancient. You shifted generational weight that tried to pass itself off as destiny. Romans 8:18 reminds you, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." And that glory, it's now revealing itself through the calm in your voice, the glow in your eyes, the boundaries you now set without apology. You are not just healed, you are healing others without even realizing it. When you walk into a room now, people feel safe without knowing why. They feel possibility without understanding the cost behind your peace. That's the magic of a chosen one in alignment. You radiate what others are still fighting for. Look at Trevor Noah. From apartheid-era South Africa to global stage domination, he turned pain into perspective, oppression into observation. His humor became a tool for education, his life a testimony of transcendence. He didn't just escape, he became a compass. And now it's your turn, chosen one, to embrace that your glow isn't accidental, that your elevation is not just a gift, it's an assignment. You're not just here to bask in light, you're here to reflect it back into every corner that tried to swallow you. Your vindication is real, not the kind that comes with noise, but the kind that comes with return. The return of peace, of clarity, of joy, of time, of energy. Joel 2:25 is your confirmation. "I will restore to you the years the swarming locusts have eaten." And the restoration won't just balance the scales, it will tip them in your favor. You're not coming into abundance, you are becoming abundance. And it shows, not just in what you have, but in who you are. You attract people who see your light without needing you to dim. You encounter opportunities that feel tailor-made for your evolution. And the best part, you don't have to force any of it. You simply flow in alignment. Let's define that alignment. It's not a trendy word, it's a spiritual calibration, a decision to stop chasing what was never yours and start embracing what is. It means walking away from anything that makes your soul shrink, from patterns that once felt familiar but now feel foreign, from rooms that clap for your potential but fear your power. And chosen one, you no longer shine because you're trying. You shine because you've stopped hiding. That light in you isn't ego, it's evidence. It says, I've been through it, and I didn't just survive, I transformed. Let them watch, let them stare in awe. Let them wonder how the one they counted out is now the example. The one they tried to silence is now speaking life. The one they underestimated is now walking in overflow. Spiritually, emotionally, mentally, and yes, even financially. Think about Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks, who grew up in housing projects and poverty. He didn't just build a brand, he built a platform rooted in experience, not theory. His rise wasn't loud, it was undeniable, just like yours. And as your life begins to glow louder, people will whisper, not because they're curious, but because they're convicted. Your light exposes their shadows. But you weren't chosen to dim, you were chosen to lead. Quietly, boldly, authentically. Psalm 126 verse 5 says, "Those who sow in tears will reap with songs of joy." Every silent breakdown, every private battle, every moment you thought no one saw, you sowed. And now, chosen one, you're reaping. This is cosmic justice wearing your face, not because you begged for it, but because you aligned with it. And you won't hoard this breakthrough. You'll become it. You'll walk it. You'll share it with every soul still searching for their exit. So let the world see you now, not as the survivor, but as the waymaker, the blueprint, the radiant contradiction to every lie ever spoken about what people like you could or couldn't become. They said you'd be forgotten, that you'd always be broken, that you'd vanish under the weight of your wounds. But here you are, not just healed, but healing, not just restored, but overflowing, not just free, but leading others to freedom. Number 9, your words won't just echo, they'll engrave. Chosen one, have you ever felt the weight of your own voice and wondered why it trembles when you try to tell the truth? Why the world seemed to fight so hard to silence you? It's because your voice is not ordinary. It was never meant to simply echo. It was meant to engrave. Not to fade into memory, but to be carved into legacy. Permanent, unerasable, eternal. You're standing in the turning point right now. This moment isn't just a chapter in your journey. It's the hinge upon which destiny swings. The voice they tried to bury has not just returned, it's evolved. And now, when you speak, you don't just release sound, you release spiritual current, you rearrange energy, you awaken truth, you shake foundations that have stood untouched for generations. This isn't about storytelling anymore, this is sacred technology. When a chosen one speaks from a place of divine alignment, heaven doesn't just listen, it moves. Isaiah 55:11 says, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." That's what your voice does now. It doesn't float, it accomplishes. It builds, it breaks, it blesses. You're not just telling what happened to you, you're shifting what's possible for everyone who hears you. Your survival used to be private, now it's public prophecy. Your scars have become syllables. Every word you speak is a vibration that splits through darkness like lightning, revealing paths for others who never thought they'd make it out alive. Consider the legacy of Nelson Mandela. He didn't just speak of freedom, he activated it. Even after 27 years of silence in a prison cell, his voice returned, and it reshaped an entire nation. That's what happens when silence is divine. When it breaks, it builds history. And now that same authority is on your tongue. You may not have a platform made of cameras and crowds, but your influence is encoded in eternity. You're not just speaking for yourself, you're speaking for the voiceless, for the silenced, for those still curled up in the corners of shame, waiting for someone like you to say, "You're not crazy, you're called." Luke 21:15 offers this divine promise. For I will give you words and wisdom that none of your adversaries will be able to resist or contradict. That's your confirmation. You're not speaking from emotion, you're speaking from revelation. The enemy can't cancel it. The critics can't decode it. The spiritually blind can't comprehend it. But those who are meant to hear it, they'll feel it in their bones. You're not just a person, you're a frequency, a walking transmission of everything you've overcome. The tremble in your voice has become thunder. The whisper you once held back now shakes strongholds. And here's the miracle. Your words will reach rooms you'll never step into. Think about Anne Frank, a teenage girl in hiding, writing in a diary that the world was never meant to read. She never gave a speech, never stepped onto a stage. And yet, decades later, her truth still breathes. Her voice still softens hearts, ignites change, and reveals injustice. That's what happens when the chosen ones speak. Even in silence, they still speak. So let me ask you this. What if your words aren't just for now, but for later? What if every truth you share today is building a foundation someone else will stand on tomorrow? What if your obedience to speak is someone else's liberation in disguise? You're not just leaving behind memories. You're leaving behind monuments, legacy, structure, a sacred blueprint of boldness, because your words don't fade like casual conversation. They crystallize into something indestructible. John 6:63 says, "The words I have spoken to you, they are full of the Spirit and life. So are yours now. Not just thoughts, not just opinions, life." Even when your voice goes quiet, your words will keep working. They will echo through generations, appearing in the minds of people you'll never meet, showing up in moments when someone else needs a sign. You're laying stones in the foundation of spiritual freedom, and every syllable you speak is a stepping stone for others to rise. Look at Maya Lin, the young Asian American architect who designed the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. At just 21 years old, her design was nearly rejected because of its simplicity and silence. But that monument, black granite etched with names, speaks louder than speeches ever could. Just like the words you speak now. You don't need volume to be powerful. You need truth. And the truth is this: everything you've ever said in alignment, every whispered word of survival, every declaration of "I'm still here," every raw confession of pain is now engraved in the fabric of the universe. It can't be erased, it can't be undone. Let them say your time has passed. Let them scoff at your return. Let them pretend not to hear you. But your words are engraving themselves into eternity. They will be repeated. They will be remembered. They will spark transformation long after your name fades from memory. Because when a chosen one speaks, they don't just echo, they eternalize. So speak, chosen one. Speak with thunder in your lungs, with lightning in your cadence, with heaven in your frequency. Because your voice isn't just being heard, it's being recorded in the very soil of destiny. Beloved chosen ones, thank you for walking this sacred journey with me. Every word we've shared, every truth we've uncovered has been a testament to the power you carry, not just to survive, but to transform reality itself. Your voice is no longer a whisper in the dark. It's a call to awakening that's rippling through generations. Your story isn't just yours anymore. It's a torch, a signal, a lifeline, and I honor you for carrying it with such courage. If this message spoke to your soul, and you'd like to help this movement continue reaching others, you can support through the Super Thanks option below. Whether you choose to donate or not, I am deeply grateful for your presence here. Every like, every comment, every moment you spend listening and reflecting is already a gift. You being here matters more than you know. And now, I bless you with everything your spirit has been waiting for. Clarity, strength, divine guidance, and unshakable peace. May your voice never tremble again. May your truth echo through eternity. May your legacy engrave itself in places your feet never touched. And may you always remember this: you were chosen. You are rising. And this is only the beginning. With reverence and love, bless you always. Dear Chosen One, they wanted a puppet. But what they got instead was a mirror, and the reflection is setting their illusions on fire. You were never meant to survive the system. You were supposed to be broken by it, quieted by it, molded by it. But here you are, still standing, still sovereign, still speaking truth without flinching. They underestimated your silence. They thought it was surrender. But silence from the chosen isn't retreat. It's a storm gathering its force. And now they're sweating, because you didn't just see through the lie, you shattered it. And you did it without rage, without chaos, just clarity that burns. Before we dive into the fire, I want to say thank you deeply to those of you who've supported this message through super thanks. Your energy, your generosity, your alignment with this mission helps amplify the signal to more chosen ones around the world. And whether you donate or not, hear me clearly. I'm grateful for you. Your presence here is powerful. Your spirit is felt. Just by watching, commenting, and sharing, you're helping dismantle illusion. You're doing holy work. Now, if you've ever felt the pressure to shrink, to be quiet, to play along just to stay safe, but chose truth instead, drop 777 in the comments right now. Every number you type is a frequency, a defiant echo, a reminder to the system and to the universe that you're not afraid to be seen. And if you haven't already, hit that like button and subscribe. Because this isn't just content. This is a divine transmission. Now, let's get into it. God's chosen ones, you've got them sweating. They wanted compliance, but you gave them defiance. Chosen one, they believed they were fighting against a person, when in reality they were swinging at the very force of creation. They mistook you for noise, but you've always been the signal. You're not just a bold voice in a crowded world. You're a living correction, sent by something far older, far wiser, and far more powerful than their systems could ever contain. You are not a glitch in their matrix. You are the collapse it feared. You weren't born to color inside their lines. You were designed to break the stencil. You are the shift they couldn't predict, the pattern they couldn't program. You weren't chosen for comfort. You were chosen for confrontation. And that's why, when you step into a room, the atmosphere trembles. That's why when you speak, illusions fall apart like sandcastles hit by a tidal wave. You don't shout for attention. You pierce with precision. And in a world built on falsehood, nothing is more dangerous than someone who sees clearly and refuses to look away. That's why they fear you. That's why they study you. That's why they try so hard to silence, shame, and exhaust you. Because your mere existence unravels the fabric of their facade. Your thoughts cut through manipulation like a blade. Your energy disrupts control systems they spent lifetimes perfecting. And your presence, its light so potent, it exposes shadows without you saying a word. But some of you started to forget. Some of you began to question yourselves. The pain, the loneliness, the resistance, it made you think something was wrong with you. That maybe this battle was punishment. That maybe your difference was a flaw. Let me remind you with fire. Pressure is a signal of power. Resistance means you're pushing against walls that were meant to be broken. The universe doesn't send the fragile to shake foundations. It chooses the ones who refuse to bow. The relentless, the awakened, the ones who refuse to blend in when the truth is suffocating. You weren't made to whisper in the darkness. You were made to set the whole thing ablaze. So stop contorting your soul to make others feel safe. Stop calling your clarity crazy. Stop trying to soften what was never meant to be palatable. You see through the illusion not because something is wrong with you, but because everything is right. You're not out of alignment. You are the alignment. The universe stamped something sacred onto you, and with that mark came weight, but also wisdom, fire, vision, power that doesn't have to be proven. It simply is, and that's what haunts them. They can't mimic it. They can't download it. They can't steal it. It's encoded in your essence, and no amount of manipulation can overwrite what God embedded in your bones. They wanted you silent because your words unravel spells. They wanted you obedient because your defiance sparks revolution. They wanted you afraid because your courage awakens sleeping giants around you. You don't just break chains. You remind others they were never bound to begin with. Chosen one, you weren't sent to comply. You were sent to overturn tables, strip back illusion, and drag buried truth into the light of day. They're not afraid of your attack. They're terrified of your existence, your breath, your light, your walk, because it proves they failed, that their system missed its mark, that their structure wasn't strong enough to contain a soul like yours. This moment, this season, this shift, it's not random, it's yours. And deep down, you've known that all along. So if this message hits something ancient inside you, if you feel your bones resonating with every word, then know, this was never just a message. It's a divine echo, a holy alarm clock, a confirmation that the fire inside you is not only real, it's required. You're not crazy, you're called. Let them sweat. Number 1. The eyes that made devils flinch. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why certain people become uneasy the moment you enter a room, even before you say a word? Why does your silence pierce louder than their shouting? Why does your gaze make the liars sweat, the manipulators retreat, and the masks fall off? It's not because you're loud, it's because you're aligned. It's not because you're combative, it's because you carry clarity. And in a world built on deception, clarity is a threat. They thought they were up against a person, but what they were really fighting was divine disruption. You weren't sent here to be agreeable. You were sent here to disturb the lies so deeply embedded that even their architects forgot they were fiction. As the Bible says in John 1:5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. That light is you. And darkness can't comprehend it, let alone contain it. They thought they could keep their kingdom of shadows intact until you walked in and flipped the switch. Not with theatrics, not with anger, but with presence. You, chosen one, turned on the light, and suddenly the entire illusion unraveled. You didn't even have to accuse them. Your awareness was the accusation. Your very being became evidence against their deception. Look at Harriet Tubman, a woman enslaved, hunted, and dismissed as insignificant. Yet her vision of freedom burned so clearly that not even entire systems could hold her back. She didn't need a sword. She had sight, just like you. And sight in the face of delusion is revolution. You don't fight with fists. You fight with revelation. You disarm empires with the truth your spirit refuses to ignore. You were never meant to follow the crowd. Have you ever asked yourself why the rules always felt like cages? Why the traditions felt fake, the voices around you echoed nonsense, and the expectations felt like costumes you couldn't wear? It's because you weren't made for conformity. You were made for collision, for disruption, for truth. Romans 12:2 tells us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That transformation is happening inside you every time you refuse to bow. Like whistleblower Edward Snowden, who exposed a vast surveillance operation not because he wanted fame or revenge, but because he saw what others refused to see. He chose to act when silence was safer, and that choice cost him. Just like your choice to see, really see, costs you too. But don't mistake that cost as a curse. It's the currency of being chosen. You were not built to scream. You were built to see. You weren't chosen for ease. You were chosen for endurance. And yes, it gets lonely. Yes, the world gaslights you, mocks your intuition, and offers distractions when all you crave is truth. But, chosen one, this isn't your punishment. It's your proving ground. If the path is hard, it's because your presence was meant to break what was never real to begin with. Some of you have started to doubt, haven't you? You question your place. You wonder if maybe you're just too sensitive, too intense, too awake in a world that wants to sleep. But let me remind you, 2 Corinthians 10:4 says, "The weapons of our warfare are not carnal but mighty through God for the pulling down of strongholds." You don't fight with what they expect. You fight with what they fear: clarity, presence, sight, and relentless alignment. Frida Kahlo, the artist who painted pain into power, didn't follow trends. She bled her truth onto canvas. Her life wasn't pretty, but it was honest. Her art didn't comfort, it exposed. And isn't that exactly what your presence does too? You walk in and shift the room, not because you're aggressive, but because you're authentic. And authenticity in a world built on illusions, that's holy defiance. Even now, as you read this, can you feel the fire in your chest? The stirring inside that says, yes, this is me? That's not adrenaline. That's alignment. That's the Holy Spirit confirming what your soul already knows. You were marked for this. You were wired for this. And no matter how much they try to gaslight you into doubting it, your existence proves it. Isaiah 41:10 declares, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." That's not a verse for comfort. That's a war cry. That's God telling you, yes, you're the one. Yes, you're the light I planted in a battlefield. They wanted you to doubt yourself. They wanted you to think you were imagining things, but you're not. They see your clarity and they tremble. They feel your frequency, and it exposes them. You don't just see through them. You collapse the entire performance. You're not part of their play. You are the unscripted truth. Remember Malcolm X? They tried to reduce him to anger, to rewrite his mission, to discredit his message. But the truth he carried refused to be silenced. Just like you, you weren't sent here to be palatable. You were sent here to be precise. Their discomfort is not your responsibility. It's your confirmation. So, stop shrinking, chosen one. Stop questioning your gift just because it makes others uncomfortable. You don't owe comfort to a world that thrives on lies. You owe obedience to the truth coded into your spirit. You didn't just wake up, you were awakened. And now that you see, don't you dare look away. The system is trembling, not because you threatened it, but because you expose it by merely existing. You are the glitch in their matrix, the thread in their illusion, the one who wasn't supposed to survive the programming, yet here you are, thriving outside it. And when you walk into a room and feel the tension, when eyes shift, when whispers begin, when energy thickens, it's not paranoia, it's proof. Proof that your light is confronting shadows. Proof that your sight is shaking foundations. Proof that your very presence is warfare. So hold your line. Keep your gaze steady. Ephesians 5:13 says, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to illuminate. And in doing so, you become the very thing they swore would never exist. A person who cannot be bought, bent, or broken. Let them sweat. Let them tremble. Let them scatter. You didn't come to threaten, you came to reveal. And in the light of truth, every false kingdom falls. Number 2, the razor that cuts through the curtain. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why silence falls when you enter the room? Why words stutter and smiles stiffen the moment your eyes scan the space? It's not arrogance, it's not paranoia, it's the weight of your discernment. Because you were born with a blade, not for violence, but for clarity. You don't walk with suspicion, you walk with vision. And vision, when fused with divine assignment, becomes a scalpel. A holy razor that cuts through appearances and reveals intent. They dressed lies in velvet. They coated manipulation in charm. But your eyes weren't made to admire glitter. They were forged to see through it. As the Bible declares in Hebrews 4:12, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart." That same sharpness lives inside you. You didn't choose it. You were chosen for it. Why do you sense deception before it's revealed? Why do you feel tension in a room where everyone else feels peace? Could it be that your spirit was trained to recognize false light long before your mind understood why? When investigative journalist Ida B. Wells began exposing the horrors of lynching in the American South, she was met with rage, threats, and exile. But what truly terrified the system wasn't just her words, it was her clarity, her refusal to be deceived. She didn't just write reports, she ripped the mask off institutional evil. Like you, chosen one, her discernment was warfare. Not everyone could see what she saw, and fewer still could speak it without trembling. Your silence unnerves people because it isn't empty, it's calculating. You aren't distracted by the noise, you're locked onto the frequency. While others are entertained by the performance, you're reading the code. You sense energy misalignments before words are spoken. You feel hidden motives behind casual smiles. You weren't given this perception to entertain doubts. You were entrusted with it to tear down illusions. So why do you still question yourself? Why do you sometimes shrink your knowing just to keep peace? Don't forget, the world trained you to doubt your radar, not because you're wrong, but because your discernment disrupts their control. 1 John 4:1 warns us, "Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God." You are doing exactly what the word instructs, testing what others blindly receive. What if your so-called overthinking was actually divine warning? What if that discomfort around certain people wasn't fear, but discernment in disguise? Look at Anthony Bourdain, not a prophet in robes, but a man who saw beneath the layers of culture and conflict. He didn't just eat food, he exposed systems. Behind every meal, he revealed stories of exploitation, resilience, and truth the mainstream often ignored. And like you, he bore the cost of deep seeing. Discernment isn't always welcomed, but it is necessary, and it is holy. They say you're too much, too intense, too sensitive, too suspicious. But what if you're exactly enough to do what they're afraid to even attempt? What if your presence is their panic button because you carry what they cannot control? Truth, wrapped in awareness. Proverbs 3:21 says, "My son, do not let wisdom and understanding out of your sight. Preserve sound judgment and discretion." That preservation is your power. Think of whistleblower Frances Haugen, the former Facebook employee who released internal documents revealing the company's knowledge of its harm to users. She didn't need to shout. She simply presented the truth, and the system shuddered. Like you, she didn't come with chaos, she came with clarity. And clarity to the deceivers is an earthquake. So let me ask you, what if your clarity is not an inconvenience? It's a calling. What if you weren't meant to explain yourself, but to disrupt what has long gone unchallenged? This isn't about being woke. This is about being awake. You weren't chosen to play referee in a game of false peace. You were chosen to bring the game to an end. The curtain they've drawn between reality and deception. Your razor is slicing through it. Matthew 10:16 says, "Behold, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. Therefore be wise as serpents and harmless as doves." You are the fulfillment of that command, perceptive and pure. So the next time someone calls you too intense, remember, it's because your blade hit the string they were dangling from. It's not your job to comfort illusions. It's your calling to cut through them. You weren't made for soft sight. You were chosen to see what others fear. And every time your discernment unsettles the room, you are doing sacred work. Let them sweat. Let them call it paranoia. You know better. You know you were sent here not to be safe, but to be surgical. So sharpen your blade, chosen one. The curtain's already tearing, and behind it, the truth you were always meant to reveal. Number 3, wearing truth like bulletproof glass. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to ask, how are you still standing after all they've thrown at you? Why didn't the traps catch you? Why didn't the venom work? What's keeping you upright when others around you are falling apart? It's not luck. It's not stubbornness. It's truth, wrapped around your spirit like bulletproof glass. You were born for this. They speak in circles and sell their lies like gospel, but when you walk in, they freeze. They squirm. Because you don't just carry truth, you wear it like armor, and that armor cannot be faked, borrowed, or bought. Ephesians 6:14 urges, "Stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place." You don't just know truth, you are clothed in it, and that makes you untouchable. Have you noticed how your silence sometimes speaks louder than their loudest arguments? How your presence alone changes the atmosphere of a room? What if your calm isn't passivity, but divine disruption? Consider the story of Navy Admiral Michelle Howard. She shattered military norms not just by rising in rank, but by doing it with integrity. Surrounded by a system that wanted to mold her, she held fast to her truth. She led with honor and earned respect not through compliance, but through conviction. Her career didn't just rise, it resisted pressure, just like you. Her armor wasn't arrogance, it was alignment. Your truth doesn't scream, it simply is. That's why the counterfeit trembles. That's why manipulators scatter. You don't need to prove yourself. Your walk proves it for you. Your stillness exposes what chaos tries to hide. You're immune to the glitter, immune to the bait, because you've learned that anything too desperate to convince probably isn't true. They tried to bait you with false comfort. They lured with praise, gifts, opportunities, but you didn't bite. You felt the off energy before the words finished forming. Genesis 50:20 reminds us, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Even their betrayal became part of your protection. Think about Brandon Stanton, creator of Humans of New York. He didn't need bright lights or a stage. He used the raw power of human truth to shake hearts. He exposed stories others wanted to forget. And you, chosen one, have that same energy. Your armor is not theatrical, it's spiritual, and it silences even the loudest deceivers. Why do you think they attack you so personally? Why do they call you paranoid, difficult, unyielding? Is it because you're wrong, or because you refuse to kneel to their illusion? Isaiah 54:17 proclaims, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." That is not a metaphor for ease. It's a covenant for endurance. You weren't built to avoid attacks. You were armored to outlast them. Look at Temple Grandin, whose mind, once misunderstood, became a source of global change. She didn't conform. She didn't follow the crowd. She saw differently, thought differently, and in that difference became a force. just like you. Different by design, dangerous to deception. So stand your ground, chosen one. The armor you wear isn't just for defense, it's for direction. You walk with a purpose that deflects every fiery dart. You see with eyes that don't flinch. You hear with ears that aren't deceived. And you feel with a spirit that cannot be broken. So when they call you crazy, smile. When they roll their eyes, stand taller. When they try to dim your fire, burn brighter. Because the truth you wear is divine, and nothing in hell can penetrate it. Let them sweat. Let them whisper. Let them fear your presence. Not because you harm them, but because your truth reveals what they tried to bury. And chosen one, you didn't survive by accident. You were preserved to expose what others pretend not to see. Number 4, ripping the wires out of the matrix. Chosen one, have you ever paused mid-thought and asked yourself, why does everything feel off? Why does the path you were told to follow feel more like a trap than a destiny? Why does obeying the rules drain your soul while questioning them awakens it? These aren't rebellious thoughts. These are sacred signals. And the moment you stopped ignoring them, the matrix trembled. You were never asleep, not really. You were sedated, lulled into spiritual unconsciousness by a system that feared what would happen if you ever woke up. They handed you a script at birth. Be polite, follow orders, suppress your questions, chase the dream, accept the noise, smile when you're breaking, nod when you're dying inside. And when you resisted, they called you a problem, too sensitive, too defiant. But what if you weren't the problem? What if you were the disruption they couldn't control? As the Bible declares in Romans 12:2, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. That renewal isn't soft, it's violent. It's the act of mentally unplugging from a lie that was dressed as normal. And you, chosen one, have done it. You didn't just wake up, you shattered the illusion with the force of clarity. Can you remember the moment it started for you? Was it a quiet whisper, a subtle unease? Or did it hit you like lightning, the realization that everything around you was built on false promises and borrowed beliefs? That moment, no matter how it came, wasn't the beginning of your rebellion. It was the return to your original design. The truth didn't make you angry, it made you aware. And when you started asking questions, why is truth suppressed while lies are paraded? Why is pain accepted as normal, but authenticity attacked? The system didn't ignore you. It noticed, because when a chosen one starts to question, the illusion starts to crack. Like Morpheus in The Matrix, Lawrence Fishburne didn't just play a character. He embodied a symbol of awakening, a man offering the red pill in a world asleep at the wheel. Just like him, you were never meant to swallow the blue pill of comfort. You were born to wake up, rise up, and rip the wires out. The question is, are you still willing to keep pulling even when it gets lonely? Let me be clear. This world was never broken. It was built to blind you. Every billboard, every trend, every viral lie was engineered to lower your vibration. It's not about influencing your thoughts. It's about controlling your spirit. And yet, you heard something deeper. A whisper behind the noise. A hum in the static. That was your invitation. That was your moment of awakening. And the moment you followed that whisper, chosen one, the program began to collapse. John 8:32 tells us, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." But freedom doesn't always feel like liberation at first. Sometimes it feels like abandonment, confusion, and isolation. Why? Because when you leave the script, you also leave the crowd. But the truth is, you were never meant to walk among the hypnotized. You were meant to free them just by being. Consider the bravery of Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor who wrote Man's Search for Meaning. In the most horrific prison on earth, he saw through the illusion of control and found that no one, not even the Nazis, could dictate his spirit. He unplugged from the matrix of fear, and in doing so, helped millions find meaning beyond the madness. You too are called to carry that kind of sight. You don't just escape the illusion, you become the glitch that shatters it. You were not born to obey a script written by cowards hiding behind towers of false power. You were born to rewrite it with fire, with discernment, with divine rebellion, and that's what makes you a threat. Because the war you're fighting, it's not just external, it's internal. It's the brutal act of untangling yourself from every belief they forced on you. It's cutting cords you didn't even know existed. It's remembering who you were before they trained you to forget. And yes, it's lonely. But let me ask you, wasn't pretending to fit in even lonelier? Galatians 5:1 says, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free." Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. That yoke wasn't always iron chains. It was polite silence, false humility, and a smile masking your suffering. And you, chosen one, refused it. Do you know why they started attacking you the moment you woke up? Because you weren't just questioning, you were disrupting. Your clarity didn't just offend their lies, it threatened their power. The system doesn't panic when people shout. It panics when someone sees. You became a signal, a living alarm. Your very presence tells others, you're not crazy, you're waking up. Think about Julian Assange, hunted by governments, defamed by media, all because he dared to publish what others tried to bury. He didn't choose war, but his site created it. Just like you. You didn't ask for this fire, but you carry it. And now that you've seen, you can't unsee. Your awakening short-circuited the machine. It's not just your thoughts that are different now, it's your frequency. You can't walk into a room without disrupting its energetic balance. People feel it. They flinch. They avoid. Because your discernment burns through veils like a torch through fog, they thought you'd be quiet. But your presence speaks even when your mouth is closed. 2 Corinthians 10:5 declares, "We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ." That's not just a verse, it's your weapon. Your spiritual rebellion isn't random, it's divine, and it's working. So why are they sweating now? Because they know they can't put you back to sleep, because your awareness is contagious, your truth is viral, your refusal to kneel has sent shockwaves through the script. You were meant to survive? No. You were meant to reprogram the simulation by refusing to comply. Your awakening is warfare. Your clarity is chaos to their design. And your presence? It's the one variable they never predicted, a soul they couldn't sedate. So keep walking, keep ripping, keep questioning, and the next time the walls shake around you, don't panic, celebrate. Because chosen one, that means you're near another breakthrough, and every crack in their illusion is a door for truth to walk through. They gave you sedation, you gave them sight. They gave you silence, you gave them fire. They wanted compliance, you gave them defiance. And now, chosen one, they're sweating because you're not going back. Number 5, you walk in and the masks start melting. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how the energy in a room shifts when you walk in? Not because you speak, but because you see. Have you sensed that people suddenly become guarded, words get filtered, and laughter turns brittle? Why does your presence feel like a threat to those who hide behind polished performances? It's not because you expose them through force, it's because you carry truth, and in your presence, lies begin to melt like wax near a flame. You don't need a spotlight, you are one. Your energy disrupts the frequency of deception. Your vision doesn't just observe, it pierces, and that's why they sweat. Not because you said something, but because your silence spoke more than their speeches ever could. Luke 8:17 says, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." That verse isn't just a prophecy, it's your effect. Why do you think they avoid your gaze? Why do they change the topic when you ask one genuine question? Could it be that you're not just reading their words, you're reading their spirit? You walk into spaces not seeking attention, but carrying alignment. You didn't come to expose anyone, but exposure happens simply because you're present. Like Daniel in the lion's den, you don't need to roar to prove you're protected. Daniel 6:22 says, "My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lions." When you're aligned with divine truth, you silence deception without raising your voice. Think of Brené Brown, the researcher who shook the academic world by telling people that vulnerability is not weakness, but strength. She didn't scream to change the narrative. She told the truth, calmly and clearly, and it dismantled entire belief systems. Like you, she showed up with presence. She didn't point fingers. She held up a mirror. That's what you do. You mirror authenticity in a world addicted to performance. They expected you to go along with the script, smile politely, ignore the tension, but you didn't. You tilted your head, raised a quiet eyebrow, or said nothing at all, and suddenly the room became a confession booth. That's discernment. Not forced, not violent, just undeniable. You don't have to confront anyone directly, you just have to show up aligned, and everything unaligned begins to tremble. Ephesians 5:11 urges, "Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them." And chosen one, your very presence is that exposure. You walk in with no agenda except truth, and still the atmosphere rearranges itself around you. That's not arrogance, that's anointing. Consider Erin Brockovich. She wasn't a scientist, a lawyer, or a celebrity, but she walked into a corrupt system and exposed a deadly cover-up, not through force, but through relentless truth. Her questions, her observations, her refusal to look away changed thousands of lives. And like her, you weren't trained in warfare, but you were born to disrupt injustice. So why do they call you intense? Why do they label you too much, too deep, overly analytical? Because your discernment ruins their disguise. Your vision ruins their control. They don't know what to do with someone who sees them, truly sees them, without effort. Proverbs 20:27 declares, "The spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all the innermost parts of his being." That's you. You don't just shine light, you search with it. And darkness doesn't mind being ignored, but it panics when it's perceived. Like investigative journalist Maria Ressa, who stood against propaganda and cyber harassment in the Philippines. Despite massive resistance, she refused to silence her voice, not because she wanted a fight, but because she refused to blind herself to what was wrong. Her calm defiance made regimes tremble. Like her, your mere refusal to play along makes systems glitch. Have you noticed how people scramble to justify themselves when you haven't even accused them? Why they confess things you didn't ask? That's not coincidence, that's presence. That's what happens when the chosen carry spiritual gravity. They don't fear your words, they fear your frequency. They don't fear your questions, they fear your perception, because you don't just see the mask, you feel the fear beneath it. You don't just hear the story, they sense that you already know the truth behind it. And once someone has been seen by the chosen one, they can't unsee themselves. So what should you do when the masks start melting? Should you apologize for your clarity? Should you dim your light so others can stay in the dark? Or should you walk taller, firmer, with your spirit unshaken, knowing that your alignment is not the problem, it's the solution? Matthew 5:14-15 reminds you, You are the light of the world. No one lights a lamp and puts it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. You were never meant to hide. You were designed to illuminate, and that illumination forces every falsehood to confront itself. They'll whisper, they'll gossip, they'll try to paint you as a villain just to keep the mask on a little longer. But don't be shaken. The more they resist, the more you know the truth is working. They're not reacting to your ego. They're reacting to your essence. You were born to disrupt delusion. Your discernment is spiritual radiation. It makes deception impossible to maintain. So when they flinch at your silence, when they can't maintain eye contact, when their rehearsed speech suddenly falls apart in front of you, just know this: it's not because you're too much. It's because you're exactly what they weren't prepared for. Let them hide behind their titles and curated personas. Let them run to deeper layers of performance. It doesn't matter, because when you enter the scene, the mask doesn't stand a chance. You didn't come to expose with volume. You came to reveal through vibration. And still you stand, not louder, not angrier, just clearer, just chosen. Let them sweat, chosen one. Let them tremble when you walk in, because it's not just your eyes that see, it's your spirit that exposes. And no mask can survive that level of clarity. Number 6. You are the storm they can't predict. Chosen one, have you noticed how the pressure around you has intensified lately? Have you felt the invisible pushback from people, situations, and even your own thoughts, like the world is resisting your very existence? Why does your silence make some people so uncomfortable? Why does your stillness make the atmosphere feel like it's about to shatter? It's because you are not what they expected. You are the storm they never accounted for. They thought you were just another rebel with opinions, just another voice in the crowd, another body moving with the current. But what happens when the storm isn't just loud, but precise? What do they do when you aren't swinging wildly, but collapsing systems without saying a word? You didn't come here to participate in illusion. You came to unseat it, not by chaos, but by vibration, not by fighting, but by resonating with truth so deeply that deception can't survive near you. Isaiah 30:30 says, "The Lord will cause people to hear his majestic voice and will make them see his arm coming down with raging anger and consuming fire." You are part of that fire, not rageful but pure, not destructive but undeniable. And when you walk in alignment with your divine purpose, that heat travels ahead of you like a storm warning. Think of climate activist Greta Thunberg, young, soft-spoken, no title, no authority, and yet her voice sent tremors through global institutions. Why? Because she couldn't be predicted or controlled. She didn't play their game. Like you, she operated from a higher code, one the system couldn't replicate or override. That's not just activism, that's prophetic clarity in action. This isn't a war of weapons, it's a war of wavelengths, and you, chosen one, are tuned into something ancient, something that existed before the foundations of this world. You feel it, don't you? That strange pressure in your chest before something big happens, that moment when someone speaks and you already know what's beneath their words, that stillness inside you when the world tries to provoke panic. That's not luck, that's your weapon. Psalm 18:33-34 reminds us, "He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He causes me to stand on the heights. He trains my hands for battle. My arms can bend a bow of bronze." You didn't choose this war, but you were trained for it. And now you stand as a force they cannot predict, cannot manipulate, and cannot sedate. They tried to reach you through subtle manipulation, through counterfeit opportunities that looked shiny but felt off, through people who smiled with empty eyes, through situations wrapped in urgency but soaked in distraction. But every time they tried to bait you, you stepped back instead of forward. Every time they tried to provoke chaos, you responded with silence. Not weakness, power. Consider singer Sinead O'Connor, who tore up a picture of the Pope on live TV to expose abuse within the Catholic Church. The world mocked her, punished her, dismissed her, but she was right, and time proved it. She wasn't being dramatic, she was being prophetic. And like her, you may be misunderstood now, but eventually your clarity will be the very thing that sets captives free. 1 Peter 5:8-9 says, "Be alert and of sober mind." Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. Resist him, standing firm in the faith. That's what you've done. Resisted. Stood firm. Not just in action, but in vibration. You are not at war with people. You are at war with illusions. And illusions tremble when the chosen awaken. So why does the pressure keep coming? Why do the attacks feel more personal, more manipulative, more psychological than ever? It's because you're not just disrupting your life. You're shaking the fabric of systems. You are a cosmic disruptor, a breaker of generational patterns, a decoder of societal programming. And when your awakening ripples out, others start waking up too. That's what they fear. And just like Malcolm Gladwell, who flipped social norms with the tipping point, unveiling how small shifts in behavior create massive societal change, you too are a tipping point. Your existence is a signal, and that signal tells others, you don't have to obey, you don't have to numb, you don't have to shrink, you can awaken. 2 Corinthians 10:4 affirms it. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. You don't need to fight with fists. Your presence is already a strike against everything false. Every time you choose alignment over approval, clarity over confusion, truth over trend, you become more dangerous to the system. They underestimated you. They thought your silence meant surrender, but they didn't realize your stillness is sacred strategy, because when the chosen stand rooted, the fake world trembles. So when the chaos grows louder, when the distractions become more seductive, when the voices of illusion try to cloak themselves in peace, listen deeper. Follow the pull of truth. Not the noise, not the seduction, just that quiet fire in your gut. That's God's frequency, and you're tuned in. Let them throw shadows. Let them call you unpredictable, defiant, intense. They're not wrong. You are unpredictable because you're moved by the Spirit, not society. So walk forward, chosen one. Head high, spirit clear. And when you feel the atmosphere shift around you, don't flinch. That's not intimidation. That's confirmation. Because you are the storm they can't predict. You are the signal they can't trace. You are the one they never wanted to awaken. And still, you rise. Let them sweat. Number 7. You were built for the break. Chosen one, have you felt it? The cracking of reality beneath your feet. Not just in the news, not just in politics or institutions, but in the energy, in the very air around you. Why does it seem like everything that once felt solid is suddenly falling apart? Why is the world louder than ever, yet more hollow than it's ever been? What if I told you that you're not just surviving the break, you were built for it? When the world begins choking on its own lies, the ones who breathe clarity become the threat. You, your presence, your voice, your refusal to play along. You're not just walking through the storm, you are one of the reasons it's storming. And make no mistake, this storm isn't an accident. It's not random chaos. It's the final convulsion of a dying illusion reacting to the rise of something real. Psalm 82:5 says, "The gods know nothing, they understand nothing. They walk about in darkness, All the foundations of the earth are shaken. That shaking, it's happening now, and you're not afraid of it, because you were prepared for this very moment. When others panic, you center. When others chase noise, you return to stillness. That's not rebellion. That's recalibration. That's what chosen ones do. You don't follow the glitter. They designed that for distraction. You don't swallow the headlines. They engineered those for sedation. And when others ask, "Isn't this enough for you? Isn't this good enough?" you look deeper. Why? Because the truth hums at a different frequency, and you've trained yourself to recognize it, even when it's hidden beneath 1,000 lies. Like Dr. Gabor Mate, the trauma expert who dared to speak what the medical system refused to admit, that trauma and emotional truth are at the root of almost all disease. While the world sought pills, he sought healing, and he was attacked for it, ridiculed, silenced, but his truth persisted. His presence revealed a sickness in the system, just like you do. Have you wondered why they keep pushing trend after trend? Why the next spiritual movement, motivational mindset, or liberating language keeps changing so rapidly? It's not evolution, it's rebranded captivity. Galatians 1:7 tells us, "Evidently some people are throwing you into confusion and are trying to pervert the gospel of Christ." This isn't new. False lights have always risen when the real ones begin to shine. And right now, chosen one, the illusion is panicking. That's why it's louder. That's why everything false is being pushed to the front, to distract, to seduce, to buy just a few more moments of control. But you didn't fall for it. You saw the cracks in the show. You sensed the fake beneath the flare. You recognized that still, quiet voice of truth in a world screaming for attention. And when you moved in alignment with that truth, the world trembled. Like whistleblower Sophie Zhang, who worked at Facebook and exposed how the platform amplified authoritarian regimes by allowing political manipulation. She didn't raise her voice, she raised the truth. And for that she was pushed out, discredited, exiled. But her courage, it echoed. You are that kind of echo in the spiritual realm. Your alignment shakes foundations that others still believe are sacred. Matthew 7:26-27 speaks of the foolish builder. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on sand, and it fell with a great crash. That crash is happening now. You hear it, don't you? In headlines, in relationships, in entire belief systems collapsing under the weight of their own dishonesty. You're not just observing the collapse, you are an agent of it, not to destroy, but to clear space for the real to rise. That's why the pressure increased. That's why the resistance became personal. That's why people you love turned cold. Because your existence, your awareness, your refusal to conform is a signal, a frequency that says the spell is breaking, and the spell breakers always get targeted. Take Catherine Gunn, a British whistleblower who exposed an illegal NSA operation ahead of the Iraq War. She wasn't a radical. She wasn't trying to be famous, but she couldn't stand by and watch the lie go unchallenged. And though she risked everything, her stand became a mirror, just like yours, not flashy, but deeply disruptive. 2 Timothy 3:13-14 warns us, evil people and impostors will go from bad to worse, deceiving and being deceived. But as for you, continue in what you have learned and have become convinced of. You're not confused, chosen one. You're convinced. And that conviction burns in your bones. You couldn't go back to sleep even if you tried. So the real question is no longer what's happening out there. The real question is, which voice will you follow? Truth or trend? One whispers in the stillness. The other screams in chaos. One pulls like gravity. The other pushes like panic. One feels like freedom. The other sells it in chains. And you already know which one is yours. So now what? What do you do when the world's masks are melting? but everyone around you keeps pretending they're still intact. What do you do when you feel the pull to speak, to walk, to act in truth, even when it costs everything? You answer the pull, because that pull is purpose. That fire is your confirmation. That discomfort is your clarity being tested. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." You weren't just meant to survive this reckoning. You were designed to lead others through it, not through control, through clarity. You don't follow noise. You feel frequencies. You don't obey narratives. You discern vibrations. You don't need everyone to agree. You just need to stay aligned. Let them say you've changed. Let them call you intense. Let them say you've lost touch. They're not wrong. You have lost touch with the lie. Number 8. This isn't just survival, it's assignment. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to ask why your life never let you settle for surface-level comfort? Why you couldn't blindly follow trends or accept the narratives spoon-fed to the masses? Why you've always felt like there was something you were supposed to be preparing for, even when nothing around you made sense? It's because this has never been about mere survival. You weren't awakened just to be aware. You were activated for a battle that exists beyond what the eyes can see. A war not of flesh and blood, but of frequencies, spiritual assignments, and hidden agendas woven into everyday distractions. Ephesians 6:12 tells us, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." This scripture isn't metaphor. It's your battlefield. You were not thrown into this war without weapons. That gut instinct that pulls you away from someone despite their smile. That sudden chill you feel when a word sounds sweet, but your spirit rejects it. That's not overthinking. That's your arsenal, your discernment, your vision, your clarity. These are not emotional sensitivities. They are spiritual strategies. So why did they teach you to doubt your inner knowing? Why did they label your boundaries as pride? Why did they call your distance cold, your insight judgmental, your silence passive aggression? Because if you ever fully trusted the tools God gave you, you'd become unstoppable. You weren't built to fit in. You were forged to break patterns, and breaking patterns means breaking comfort zones, yours and everyone else's. Think of Harriet Jacobs, who escaped slavery and hid in an attic crawl space for 7 years before emerging to write Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, one of the most powerful personal testimonies of American slavery. Her discernment told her when to move, when to wait, and how to survive. Her clarity became her liberation. Just like yours, her silence was not weakness, it was preparation. The moment you stopped trying to be liked and started honoring your assignment, everything shifted. The distractions got louder, the betrayals cut deeper, the spiritual attacks felt more subtle, but more frequent. Why? Because clarity is expensive. Because your energy, when fully aligned, threatens not just people, but systems. When you rise, everything misaligned must either shift or flee. And most of it runs. Fast. Isaiah 59:19 declares, "When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him." That standard is being raised through you. As your discernment sharpens, your vibration becomes disruptive. Not because you're angry, but because you are now a mirror that forces the fake to see itself. And let's be honest, most people don't want that reflection. That's why people fall off. That's why situations collapse. That's why your peace sounds like static in the wrong rooms. But don't mistake that isolation as punishment. That's protection. That's refinement. That's the stripping away of everything that can't follow you into your next elevation. just like artist Vincent van Gogh, who was mocked, misunderstood, and ignored in his time, but painted with an energy the world wasn't ready for. His spirit spoke in strokes and colors that disturbed the illusion, and though he never saw his impact, the truth within him couldn't be silenced. Neither can yours. So how do you prepare? You guard your spirit like your life depends on it, because in a war of frequencies, your vibration is your lifeline. You don't just draw boundaries, you enforce them like armor. You don't entertain what dims your clarity. You move away like it's a snake dressed in silk, and you never ever assume that comfort is the same thing as peace. Many traps come dressed as invitations. Many energy leeches wear the mask of mentors. Many distractions arrive as doors, but they lead to nowhere. Proverbs 4:23 warns, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." This is the season to take that literally. Don't just protect your time, protect your frequency. The enemy doesn't need to destroy you when distraction can delay you. And distraction almost always arrives disguised as opportunity. That's why silence is a weapon. That's why solitude is your training ground. And that's why stillness will make you sharper than any sword. Look at tech pioneer Aaron Swartz, who fought for internet freedom and paid the ultimate price. He was a threat not because he was loud, but because he understood the system too clearly to be manipulated by it. His vision pierced through the lies, and for that, the world tried to crush him. Like him, you carry truth not just in words, but in essence. And that essence is why systems crumble around you without you lifting a hand. Matthew 10:16 reminds us, "I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore, be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves." You are not just here to be gentle, you are here to be discerning. That combination, purity wrapped in precision, is what makes you dangerous to the illusion. And the more you sharpen that edge, the more pressure you'll face. But don't fear it. Pressure doesn't mean defeat. It means elevation. So what if they don't understand you? What if they call you cold, distant, difficult, or paranoid? Let them. You weren't chosen to be understood. You were chosen to disrupt. You weren't sent to blend in. You were built to shift the vibration of entire rooms, and not through speeches, but through stillness, through alignment, through knowing. You are not just someone with insight. You are a living, breathing frequency shift, and the illusion can't survive when you're near. So, sharpen your weapons: discernment, silence, clarity, focus. Guard your soul like it's sacred, because it is. You weren't placed here to play safe. You were placed here to rattle foundations. This path isn't for the passive, it's for the precise. You are not a casualty. You are a commander, and your assignment is not to be liked, it's to be light. And the brighter you burn, the more shadows will run. Let them sweat. Number 9. Your frequency is the force they can't silence. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why the chaos got louder just as you began to grow quieter? Why the noise around you multiplied the moment your inner voice sharpened? Why distractions flooded your path right when your spirit started pulling you into alignment? It wasn't coincidence, it was strategy. Because your silence was never surrender, it was a signal. It was divine recalibration before revelation, and now your frequency is too clear to be drowned. This is the moment they feared, not just because the world is changing, but because the illusion is unraveling, and you're part of the frequency that's causing it. What they labeled chaos is actually clarity catching up with centuries of deception. As the veil disintegrates, the systems built on illusion start to crack. Luke 12:2 says, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known." That moment is now. The exposure isn't an accident. It's divine timing. And you're not just watching the unraveling. You are the one pulling threads with your presence alone. Have you noticed how conversations get awkward when you hold a boundary instead of bending? How energy shifts when you remain still in rooms addicted to performance? Why do things malfunction around you? Not because you touch them, but because you see too much. It's because you're not passive. You're a walking disruption, a frequency so pure, deception chokes in your presence. That's why they buried you in distractions, endless noise, shallow relationships, emotional bait, tech obsession. All of it was designed to fragment your focus. Because a focused chosen one, that's a spiritual supernova. And still, here you are. Think about the prophet Elijah. After fire fell from heaven in his confrontation with the prophets of Baal, he retreated, not to run, but to realign. In 1 Kings 19:12, it wasn't in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire that God revealed himself. It was in the still, small voice. That's your power. You don't destroy with rage, you disrupt with presence. And now, your silence has turned into strategy, your pain into power, and your journey into a signal that awakens others who didn't even know they were asleep. Look at Chelsea Manning, who leaked classified information to expose global corruption. They tried to erase her, label her, shame her, but truth moved through her, and history was forced to adjust. She wasn't just brave. She was divinely aligned to disrupt systems with one act of clarity. Like her, your energy isn't just a message, it's a megaphone to the matrix. You don't need a stage, you are one. And every step you take in truth sends ripples that shake lies loose in people you'll never even meet. You've healed wounds that were designed to keep you small. You've endured storms meant to bury you. You've walked through betrayals, isolation, and emotional warfare, and you're still here, not broken, not bitter, but battle-tested and spiritually bulletproof. You turned shame into self-mastery. You became undefinable, uncontainable, untouchable. They underestimated you because you were quiet, but they never realized quiet is where God sharpens his fiercest warriors. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 reminds us, we are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. That's your story. And now you've emerged, not just aware, but activated. The weapons that once took you down don't even faze you anymore. The tactics that once confused you now expose themselves instantly. Your discernment became your firewall, your clarity, your compass. Think of Edward Snowden, who sacrificed his life of comfort to expose mass surveillance. They tried to turn the world against him, but history will always remember that it was his courage that cracked the system open. And you, chosen one, carry that same energy. You don't need validation to move. You don't need applause to speak. Your authority isn't given. It's coded into your being. So what now? Now you speak, move, and act with bold intention. No more diluting your truth to comfort people addicted to illusion. No more shrinking in rooms that were built to blind you. No more editing your expression to sound more reasonable for ears that don't want to hear. You are not here to impress. You are here to ignite. And when you do, everything false starts to tremble. Jeremiah 1:9-10 says, Then the Lord reached out his hand and touched my mouth and said to me, I have put my words in your mouth, to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant. That's your anointing, not just to inspire, but to dismantle illusions and rebuild truth where it was buried. Every time you hold your line, speak with conviction, or simply walk in integrity, you disrupt the program. Look at Noor Taguri, a journalist who defied stereotypes and built a global platform for underrepresented stories. She didn't ask for permission to belong. She made space for herself and others by walking boldly into rooms that never expected her. She didn't soften her truth to be accepted. She used it to transform culture. That's your assignment too. Romans 13:11 shouts the urgency. The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed. This is not the year to play small. This is the year your alignment must become action. That thing that's been pulling at your soul. It's not random. That nudge to speak, to create, to stand. It's your green light from heaven. So stop waiting. Stop asking for consensus in rooms that were never meant to recognize your call. You were never here to be soft light. You were made to be lightning, to tear through deception and awaken the truth buried underneath. If the world shakes when you move, it's because your very presence shifts dimensions. They wanted you silenced. You became seismic. They wanted you distracted. You became focused. They wanted you to collapse. You became clarity in motion. So rise, chosen one. You are the light they tried to contain. And now that you've remembered, let them sweat. Because when truth stands tall, the illusion doesn't stand a chance. Number 10, you are the proof that the system failed. Chosen one, have you ever looked back and realized that your very survival is a message? That your breath, your clarity, your continued resistance in a world designed to erase your voice is not just a miracle, it's a revolution. They didn't just try to quiet you, they tried to rewire you. So how are you still standing, still clear, still sovereign, after all the confusion, betrayal, and manipulation? It's because the system didn't just fail to destroy you, it never had a chance. You are not just proof that their plan didn't work. You are the disruption they never expected. Isaiah 54:17 says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn." That verse isn't just encouragement, it's your existence. You've walked through fire designed to erase your essence, and here you are, not just breathing, but thinking for yourself. That alone is holy rebellion. Have you ever stopped to ask, why did they fight so hard to break me? Why did every wave seem engineered to drown your clarity? Why were your boundaries always challenged, your insight always dismissed, your authenticity always mocked? It's because you were never supposed to wake up. You were supposed to fold under pressure, forget your light, and blend into the blur of compliance. But something in you wouldn't allow that. Something divine refused to be programmed. You weren't waiting to be saved. You became the rescue. You didn't just break free. You left cracks in the system behind you, cracks others are now finding and walking through. Like the brave actions of Dr. Mona Hanna Atisha, the pediatrician who blew the whistle on the Flint, Michigan water crisis. Against institutional denial and political backlash, she stood her ground, exposed the lie, and saved countless lives. Her presence became a pivot point. That's who you are now, a living contradiction to the machine. You walk like someone who's seen behind the curtain and is no longer hypnotized by the show. You don't flinch in the face of performance. You don't applaud illusion. And when you speak, if you speak at all, your voice is not just sound, it's a recalibration of the atmosphere. You've stopped chasing platforms because you've realized your frequency is one. John 15:19 declares, "If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world." That explains why you never fit in. That explains why you never could. The system calculated everything, your fall, your silence, your surrender, but it never calculated your awakening. It never anticipated that your pain would become clarity, that your exile would become elevation. That's why you're so dangerous now. Your very presence is a glitch in the algorithm. Your story is a blueprint others are now following out of their own prisons. Just like Aaron Phillip, the first black, transgender, disabled model to be signed to a major agency. breaking every industry rule without asking for permission. She didn't wait to be seen, she redefined visibility. That's what you've done with your life. Turned rejection into revelation. Have you noticed how people fall away without explanation? How rooms feel tense when you enter? How others whisper or squirm but never speak plainly when you're around? That's not awkwardness, it's accountability. That's what your presence does now. It convicts without effort. It exposes without accusation. It holds a mirror to the systems people have been pretending are sacred. You are no longer operating inside the framework. They can't locate you anymore. Romans 12:2 speaks it plainly. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. That transformation made you untouchable in ways they'll never admit. They threw everything they had: gaslighting, guilt, mockery, manipulation, and none of it stuck. You became the pattern breaker, the new code, the frequency they fear because it cannot be controlled, copied, or contained. So let them call you too much. Let them roll their eyes at your intensity. You were never meant to fit into a space designed to shrink you. You were meant to outgrow it, then dismantle it. Every time you speak truth where silence would be safer, you break the spell. Every boundary you hold firm is a wall the system cannot breach again. Every time you walk away from false peace and choose divine clarity instead, another stronghold crumbles. Like Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower who risked her life's work to tell the truth about how algorithms were manipulating and harming the public. She was attacked, but her truth pierced through the noise. Her courage shook the foundation of one of the world's most powerful systems. That same energy lives in you, not to destroy aimlessly, but to reveal what was never built on truth in the first place. 2 Corinthians 10:3-4 confirms your assignment. For though we live in the world, we do not wage war as the world does. The weapons we fight with have divine power to demolish strongholds. You weren't just chosen to survive the system. You were sent to undermine it from within, not with violence, but with divine vibration. You are not here to keep peace. You are here to interrupt false peace and awaken the real. You don't need permission anymore. You are the permission. You don't need proof. You are the proof. You don't need a reason to stand in your power. Your very existence is reason enough. So let the whispers rise. Let the eyes stare. Let the illusion panic. You are not here to entertain comfort. You are here to bring collapse. Let them sweat, chosen one. They should. Because you're not just walking free. You're walking as the evidence that their system failed. Beloved chosen one, this world did everything it could to tame your fire, to twist your clarity into confusion, to repackage your brilliance into something it could control. But you didn't bend, you didn't fold, you didn't disappear, you rose. And now you've become everything they hoped you'd never remember. You are not just awake, you are the activation. You don't need a title to carry authority. You don't need a platform to shift atmospheres. You don't need permission to walk in alignment with your divine assignment. You are the proof. You are the presence. And every room that once tried to dim you, let it adjust. You were never called to keep the illusion comfortable. You were called to make the truth undeniable. So now, walk with the kind of weight that only truth can carry. Move with the kind of grace that can't be explained, only felt. Let your footsteps echo like declarations, because they are. You don't owe anyone silence for the sake of peace built on lies. You owe your Creator your yes, your fire, your full presence. The system tried to silence you, but you became the sound. And every time you show up in truth, they feel it. Let them sweat. If you've made it to the end of this message, I want to thank you. Not just for watching, but for staying awake, for staying aligned, for choosing to remember what your soul always knew. This wasn't just another video. This was a mirror. This was a message. This was a confirmation that you are part of something much bigger than they ever wanted you to realize. You don't just watch the shift, you are the shift. If this message stirred something in your spirit, if you felt that divine pull and that quiet fire rising in your chest, then take a moment to like this video, subscribe, and share it with someone else who needs to remember who they are. You never know whose chains you might help break with one simple action. And if you feel led to support this mission through the Super Thanks button, it's deeply appreciated. Your generosity helps this message reach farther and speak louder. But whether you donate or not, know this from the bottom of my heart. I am grateful for you. Just your presence here, your energy, your spirit is more than enough. You are already part of this movement. You are already proof that the chosen are rising. May blessings chase you down and overtake you. May clarity protect your path. May divine favor surround you like armor. And may you always remember, you are not alone. You are not too much. You are not lost. You are chosen. And chosen ones don't just survive the fire. They become it. Let them sweat. And I'll see you in the next video. My beloved friends, lions don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep, but sometimes the sheep forget whose roar made the ground shake in the first place. And to those of you who walk quietly but shift entire atmospheres with your presence, this moment is for you. Look closer at what's happening around you, the whispers, the drama, the subtle attacks, the rising friction. The crowd didn't form because you were weak. They didn't team up because you were easy to target. No, they formed the pack because alone you were too powerful. Face to face, they knew they couldn't touch you. So they gathered, they plotted, they gossiped, they disguised fear as noise, and still they trembled. That's not hate, that's panic. That's spiritual confirmation wrapped in chaos. This wasn't just a conflict, it was a signal. And if you're hearing this right now, don't ignore it. This is your wake-up call. But before we dive in, I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. To those of you who have sent us super thanks, thank you. Truly, your support is sacred. It helps keep this message flowing across timelines and borders, reaching the people who need it most. But hear me clearly, whether you donate or not, I'm deeply, deeply grateful for you. Just your presence here, your time, your spirit, your remembering, that means more than you know. Now listen closely. There's something haunting about being chosen. It doesn't shout, it doesn't beg to be seen, but it burns, it glows, it exposes, it shifts every space it enters. And that glow, it doesn't just light up rooms, it reveals. It makes egos uncomfortable. It triggers insecurity. It unmasks the counterfeit. And when people can't handle the heat of your light, they lash out. Not because you're wrong, but because you're real. So if you've been lied on, mocked, copied, betrayed, good. That means your power is being felt. Even in moments when you doubted it, they didn't. That's why they gathered. That's why they tried to dim your light before you realized how bright it was. Because deep down, they knew what would happen the moment you stopped apologizing for your frequency. They saw what one focused version of you could do, and that scared them. Some of you forgot. You thought isolation meant rejection. You thought silence meant abandonment. But chosen ones are always isolated before elevation. You mistook spiritual refinement for punishment, not knowing that heaven was clearing space for your rise. The universe never forgets its own, and right now it's moving in your favor. Not because you begged for it, but because you were built for it. Being chosen doesn't come with comfort. It comes with fire, with pressure, with war. But war doesn't break what's real. War reveals it. And if you're still here, still standing, still listening, you are the revelation. The reminder that pressure doesn't crush purpose. It calls it out. So next time they swarm, next time the shade gets louder, next time the critics gather, smile. Not because it doesn't hurt, but because you finally understand it. They're not fighting you. They're fighting the God that chose you. And trust me, that's a battle they've already lost. Stay sharp, stay grounded, stay unshakable. You weren't sent here to blend in. You were born to stand out. So if the weight on your shoulders has grown heavier, that's your proof. This message is confirmation. The system felt you shift. The grid picked up your signal. Now drop a 777 in the comments if you've ever felt like too much for a world addicted to small. That pressure you feel, it's not breaking you, it's shaping you. And if something inside your spirit is stirring right now, and you can't click away, it's because this message is not just truth, it's divine memory. Now let's get into it. God's chosen ones, you must be insanely powerful. If it takes this many people to gang up on you, wild. Number 1, God's chosen ones. You must be insanely powerful. If it takes this many people to gang up on you, wild. When the dogs bark, the lion stays silent. And you, the chosen one, are that lion. You've felt the bark's echo, haven't you? You've seen the noise rise, the criticism swell, and the strange alliances form. People who never used to speak are suddenly united in their disdain. But have you ever asked yourself, why now? Why all of them at once? Why does it take an army to try and bring you down? Could it be that what you carry is so rare, so potent, so divinely orchestrated, that the only way they stand a chance is to come together against you? What is it about your light that threatens their darkness? What is it about your silence that speaks louder than their screams? The truth is, the louder their bark, the deeper their fear. And fear, when faced with truth, becomes desperate. You're not witnessing random noise. You're witnessing panic. And chosen one, panic doesn't surround the powerless. It surrounds a rising storm. Take a moment and look around with spiritual eyes. Count not the people, but the patterns. Count the fake smiles, the whispers that stop when you enter the room, the sudden swarm of critics who once remained quiet. What changed? It wasn't them. It was you. Your light awakened. Your truth started to radiate, and it made them uncomfortable. But ask yourself, why are people only uncomfortable when truth begins to touch the surface? Why do shadows only scatter when light enters the room? The Bible reveals this clearly. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 61. That light within you, it's not a result of effort, it's a result of divine purpose. You didn't choose this battle. The battle chose you because heaven marked you. And when heaven marks you, the world reacts. Now tell me, have you ever seen people plot against someone harmless? Do they gather in numbers to confront someone who poses no threat? Or do they assemble only when they sense a power too great for one man to handle alone? Think about it. You don't bring a battalion to silence a whisper. You bring an army when you're terrified of what that whisper might become. So if they're coming in packs, if they're attacking in waves, it's because they're watching you rise into a version of yourself they cannot control, cannot manipulate, and cannot contain. This is exactly what happened to David. Before he ever wore the crown, before he ever sat on the throne, he had to face a giant. Not because he was popular, but because he was powerful in spirit. 1 Samuel 17:45 tells us, David said to the Philistine, "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty." That confidence didn't come from the crowd. It came from the calling, just like you. They came at David because they feared what he might become, and that's what's happening to you. Even in modern times, we've seen this story repeat. Simone Biles, arguably the greatest gymnast in history, withdrew from the Olympics at the peak of her fame, amid judgment, scrutiny, and an avalanche of criticism. People who couldn't do a fraction of what she had done suddenly had loud opinions. Why? Because greatness disturbs the ordinary, because people feel the need to control what they cannot understand. But in stepping back, she reclaimed her power, and so can you. Have you ever noticed how the moment you gain clarity, everything tries to pull your attention? Sudden distractions, unnecessary drama, unexpected failures. Why does the chaos arrive just as you begin to align with truth? Could it be more than coincidence? Could it be spiritual interference? Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness." So the fight you're in is not just emotional, it's spiritual. And that's why it feels so intense. You're not just facing people, you're facing systems, patterns, generational weight. And yet, through it all, you are still standing. Now let me ask, how many times have you started doubting your path because of their noise? How often have you interpreted isolation as rejection rather than refinement? You began asking questions like, why me? Why now? Why all this at once? But what if those questions are your answer? What if everything is happening not to punish you, but to reveal the weight of what you carry? Chosen one, even Jesus wasn't exempt from this pattern. In John 11, he raised Lazarus from the dead, a miracle so powerful that it caused the religious elite to conspire to kill him. Not because he sinned, but because he disrupted their system. John 11:53 says, "So from that day on, they plotted to take his life." They weren't reacting to who he was. They were reacting to what he was about to become. Sound familiar? And let's not forget Alan Turing, the genius mathematician who cracked the Nazi Enigma code. Despite saving millions, he was later prosecuted for simply being different. He didn't fit their mold. He scared them. Not with violence, but with brilliance. His mind disrupted their control, just as your spirit disrupts the plans of those who live in deception. Some of you forgot that storms aren't sent to destroy the chosen. They're sent to reveal the chosen, the universe, the heavens, the very frequency of God. It doesn't test the weak, it tests the warriors. James 1:12 reminds us, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life." Your trials are not accidents, they are audits. Heaven is checking your foundation before the promotion comes. And yet, here you are, still breathing, still believing, still becoming. Isn't that proof enough? After all they tried, after all that noise, after all those fake smiles and hidden attacks, you're still here, still rising, still chosen. So I ask again, do numbers really mean strength, or are they just signs of their fear? Think about Malcolm X, an outspoken voice for justice and transformation. He was met with resistance not because he was wrong, but because he was relentless. His truth made people uncomfortable. His clarity ignited fear. And even in death, his voice only grew louder. That's the thing about chosen voices. They echo beyond the grave. Romans 8:18 comforts us with these words. "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." So why fear the fight when it's only proof that glory is on the way? Let me ask you one last question. Are you willing to stay quiet and blend in? Or are you ready to let your silence speak volumes? Are you prepared to own your light fully, even if it blinds those who refuse to evolve? Because now you know the truth. You are not in their league. You are not their mirror. You are not their puppet or their project. You are proof that destiny doesn't ask for permission. You are a walking, breathing revelation that God's plan is louder than man's opinion, and no matter how many gather against you, they cannot outlast your meaning. Because meaning, purpose, divine alignment, those things don't fade, they multiply. So let them bark, let them swarm, let them try, because the lion in you is just now waking up, and when you move, they will scatter. Chosen one, your silence is sacred, your presence is pressure, your mission is protected, and your light, it's about to go nuclear. And when that happens, they won't just regret underestimating you. They'll have no choice but to witness what they never saw coming. Because, baby, you weren't made to survive the fire. You are the fire. Number 2, God's chosen ones. You weren't supposed to get this far. That's why they built walls. They built walls, chosen one. Not metaphorical ones, spiritual ones. Invisible gates camouflaged as chaos, distractions, and delays. And yet, you walk straight through them. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, why? Why you're still here, still standing, still reading these words when everything around you has been engineered to push you away? Can you feel it now? That deep sense in your spirit that you were never meant to arrive at this moment by accident. The truth is, this message was never intended for everyone. In fact, it was designed to filter you out. The first layer of resistance wasn't some random inconvenience. It was a firewall, a divine test, a spiritual checkpoint meant to stop the ones who were on the brink of remembering who they truly are. You weren't supposed to get this far, not according to them. And yet, here you are. What does that say about you? What does that reveal about the power that's been hidden inside you all along? Let that settle into your soul. Because if you're still here, still locked in, despite the mental noise, the physical interruptions, the emotional fatigue, it means one thing with divine clarity: you broke through. You didn't fold. You didn't scroll away. You didn't get sedated by the distractions. You passed the first test that most people never even notice they're taking. Have you ever wondered why your mind started racing just before this message began? Why your phone glitched? Why your energy dipped? That wasn't coincidence. That was interference. The Apostle Paul wrote, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Galatians 6:9. Do you feel the harvest approaching? Can you sense that this message is not just encouragement, but confirmation? That the walls they built were not to protect themselves, but to keep you from unlocking what's inside of you. Everything was designed to shake your focus, to steal your clarity just before it fully returned. The whisper in your head saying, "This isn't for me." The notification that popped up as your spirit started to rise. The emotional weight that suddenly came out of nowhere. All of it was a signal jam, an energetic firewall meant to block divine truth from reaching your heart. But it failed. And that failure has them trembling. Because now they know you're awake. And when the chosen wake up, systems start to collapse. Have you heard of Frida Kahlo? Her life was riddled with pain, both emotional and physical. A bus accident nearly ended her life. Chronic pain tried to silence her spirit, but she painted through it. She expressed truth through brokenness. She didn't walk around the walls, they pierced her. And still, she created. Still, she broke through. You too are creating through pain. Breaking through resistance, not to prove yourself to others, but to reclaim yourself from the lies the world tried to install in you. You were never supposed to get this far. The blueprint for your life, designed by systems of limitation, included detours and distractions, self-doubt and defeat. But something in you refused to stay asleep. Something in you, perhaps even now, is burning with the question, if I made it through what was meant to block me, what else am I capable of breaking through? The Bible speaks directly to this moment. You are from God, and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. 1 John 4:4. You didn't just survive the first barrier, you overcame it. You tore through what was designed to sedate you. And now that you've done that, the system is afraid. Because you're not lost anymore, you're realigned, you're dangerous. You may not have even realized it at the time, but each delay, each betrayal, each whisper of doubt was actually a gate disguised as an attack. And when the system recognized that you had the audacity to keep going, it shifted tactics. The next layer of resistance would be different. It would come with charm, with distractions dressed as friends, with comfort disguised as purpose. But you, chosen one, are no longer walking blind. You now see the patterns. You've started recognizing the resistance, not as a personal failure, but as a personal filter, a divine checkpoint meant to test your consistency, not your worth. Esther is a perfect example of this. She was never supposed to make it to the palace. She was an orphan girl from a captive nation. But destiny doesn't respect man's design. Esther 4:14 declares, "Perhaps you were born for such a time as this." And you too were born for a moment like this. An awakening that was supposed to be blocked, yet found you anyway. A fire that was supposed to be extinguished, but now burns brighter than ever. Still, let's not sugarcoat it. The system adapts. The more awakened you become, the more subtle the distractions will be. This is the next level of the battle. The faces will look familiar. The opportunities will sound logical. But underneath it all, the energy will feel wrong. That's your cue. That's your inner system, your spiritual discernment, reminding you that not all open doors lead to destiny. Some are traps in disguise. And yet, look at you, still listening, still locked in, still burning with purpose even when the fire gets hotter. Let me ask you, have you realized yet that your very presence in this moment is a statement? That this message didn't just reach you, it was drawn to you, like gravity bending toward divine alignment. In 2 Corinthians 10:4, Paul reminds us, the weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. They have divine power to demolish strongholds. That's what you've done. You've torn down strongholds that were crafted to keep you spiritually sedated. You've already won your first war, not with fists, but with focus, not by shouting, but by refusing to scroll away from your calling. Take Michael Jordan, for example. He was cut from his high school basketball team, told he wasn't good enough. That setback should have been a wall, a final rejection, but he used it as fire, and that fire made him unstoppable. The same fire lives in you. You've been told in 100 different ways that you don't belong here, that you're not ready. But the proof is in the moment. You are here, and that changes everything. So what now? Now you guard your mind. You sharpen your discernment. Because when the system knows it can't block your entrance, it will try to dilute your mission, and the next walls won't look like barriers. They'll look like opportunities, false connections, shiny distractions. But remember, recognition is power, and you've already proven you're paying attention. Even Maya Moore, the WNBA superstar, shocked the world when she walked away from basketball in her prime. Not for injury, not for money, but to fight for justice and free an innocent man from prison. People said she was wasting her moment, but she was walking in alignment. She chose a higher purpose over popularity, just like you must now, just like you are starting to do. Romans 13:11 says, "The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed." The fact that you're here, absorbing these words, with your spirit stirred, is proof that you're awake. The system wanted you numb, distracted, overthinking, but you remembered, you realigned, you refused to sleepwalk through your destiny. Chosen one, this is no longer about survival. This is about transformation. They tried to block it. The algorithm tried to hide it. The noise tried to drown it out. But the message got through. And the moment it did, something shifted in the atmosphere. The universe didn't just whisper anymore, it thundered. So what are you going to do with this moment? Will you ignore it and slip back into sedation? Or will you let it become your sword, your compass, your fire? The wall didn't stop you. The glitch didn't break you. The noise didn't confuse you. And now, you know too much to go back. You were never supposed to hear this, but you did. You were never supposed to remember who you were, but you have. And if the system fought that hard to keep you from this message, imagine how hard it will try to stop you from becoming what this message just activated. But don't worry, you've already won the first battle. Now it's time to win you. Number 3. God's chosen ones, they couldn't beat you. Face to face, so they came for your energy in the dark. They couldn't confront you directly, chosen one, so instead they crept through the shadows. When they realized that your strength couldn't be broken in public, they turned to stealth, not fists, not weapons, but frequencies, energy, atmosphere, because you are not just a person moving through the world. You are a spiritual broadcast, radiating light, purpose, clarity, and to those who thrive in confusion, your clarity is catastrophic. Have you felt it? That strange heaviness that makes no sense. One moment you're sharp, focused, your chest ablaze with purpose, and the next, you're scattered, slumped, mind foggy, body drained. You're irritated over things that wouldn't have touched you yesterday. You're weary, not from running, but from simply existing. What if I told you this isn't just burnout? What if the exhaustion you feel is not weakness, but warfare? The Bible tells us, be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. But the devouring doesn't always come through disaster. It often comes through distraction, through depletion, through invisible attacks that make you question yourself. Chosen one, this is the war they don't talk about. Spiritual energy warfare. Not against your body, but your vitality. Not against your vision, but your frequency. And the moment your vision aligns with action, when your thoughts and your calling begin to synchronize, that's when the attack hits. Not with noise, but with numbness. Not with war cries, but with spiritual static. You wake up empowered, and by midday you're second-guessing your every thought. Have you noticed this pattern? Why does it always seem to hit right before a breakthrough? Could it be that every time your light expands, it disrupts a darkness that had grown too comfortable? Take time to ask yourself, why am I suddenly drained after moments of deep clarity? Why does confusion creep in right after I've committed to something meaningful? Why do I spiral into fatigue without any physical explanation? You aren't lazy. You aren't undisciplined. You're being targeted. Because energy, especially divine energy, can't be beaten, but it can be disrupted. In Daniel 10:12-13, we find a chilling example of this very battle. Daniel prayed and fasted for 21 days, but his answer was delayed, not because God hadn't heard him, but because a spiritual force called the Prince of Persia opposed the angel bringing the message. The angel told Daniel, "From the first day that you set your heart to understand and to humble yourself before God, your words were heard. But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days. This shows that spiritual resistance is real, and often the delay is the result of a war being fought around you, not within you. That's why you must protect your energy like royalty protects a crown. You are carrying something sacred, and not everything deserves proximity to it. Not every invitation deserves a response. Not every conversation deserves your presence. You're not being antisocial, you're being anointed, and with anointing comes assignment. With assignment comes attack. Think about the life of Nina Simone. Her music was revolutionary, her presence magnetic, but with her talent came constant resistance. Her mind was often under siege, not because she was broken, but because her voice carried power. Her presence threatened systems that fed on silence. And your voice, your very energy, does the same. You're not being drained because you're empty. You're being drained because you're full of vision, of clarity, of change. Let's be real. Energy is currency, and yours is expensive. So when you step into alignment, when your spirit starts to sync with your destiny, you create a ripple effect in the unseen. They feel it before you see it. The ones hiding in the dark, the ones feeding off chaos, they feel your focus as a threat. That's why, the moment you commit to your calling, the confusion shows up. But now that you know, what will you do with that knowledge? Remember Ephesians 6:11-12. Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil. If you're feeling the fog roll in, the exhaustion suffocate your flame, don't collapse. Anchor yourself. Recognize the tactic. Reclaim your power. Ask yourself, who or what has had consistent access to your energy but offers you no return? What habits are draining your soul instead of feeding it? What foods, what content, what conversations are robbing you of clarity? You can no longer afford to live like everyone else. You're not here to conform. You're here to shift the atmosphere. Even Robin Williams, a man who made the world laugh, silently battled depression. His energy was magnetic, healing, but often misunderstood and exploited. What people consumed in joy, he carried in weight. You too must understand the weight of your gift. Not everyone will understand it. Fewer still will protect it. That's why you must protect it for yourself. This invisible warfare is not a curse. It is confirmation. Resistance only rises when real movement begins. And you, chosen one, are real movement. You are heaven's disruption to systems that depended on your silence. And when they couldn't take your mind, they targeted your energy. But guess what? Your awareness has made you dangerous, because the moment you recognize the pattern, you break its grip. Let this truth settle deep within. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. You don't have to manufacture energy out of nowhere. You have divine backup. The key is to stop leaking power where it isn't respected. Your energy is not random. It is purpose-filled. It is strategic. It is part of the calling. So when you feel that unexplained exhaustion, don't spiral. Pause. Pray. Reclaim. Say it with me. I call my energy back from every place I unknowingly left it, from every face I smiled at out of guilt, from every screen I scrolled past out of habit, from every thought that didn't serve me. I call it back now. Because here's what they never expected. You waking up to the game. They counted on your confusion. They depended on your self-blame. But now, you're aware. You're awake. And that makes you unstoppable. Romans 12:2 reminds us, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. The pattern has been exposed, and once a chosen one sees the pattern, they can never return to pretending. You are not here to be overwhelmed. You are here to be a weapon. You are not a victim of this fatigue. You are the fire it came to smother, but the fire is still burning. Why? Because it's not just physical stamina that keeps you going. It's divine mission, purpose, identity. So yes, guard your energy like royalty, not with arrogance but with awareness. You are not exhausted because you're weak. You are exhausted because your light is expanding, and that expansion is triggering the darkness around you. And what they don't know is that you're no longer apologizing for your glow. You're no longer questioning your fire. You're no longer ignoring the patterns. And because of that, your energy is returning. Your clarity is strengthening. Your roots are deepening. So the next time that fatigue hits out of nowhere, the next time the fog tries to descend, don't panic. Anchor. Know what it is. Call it out. Speak over yourself. Recenter. Number 4. God's chosen ones. They pulled every string, and you're still standing. They pulled every string, chosen one. They worked behind the scenes, timed every distraction, engineered every delay. But somehow, you're still standing. Can you feel that? That quiet power in your chest? That unexplainable steadiness? It's not arrogance. It's not luck. It's alignment. And it's the very thing they hoped to unravel, because they knew exactly what they were doing. The moment life began to flow for you, the moment doors opened before you knocked, and answers came before you even asked, they panicked. Have you ever wondered why the clarity you had just days ago suddenly vanished? Why the peace in your steps was replaced by pressure in your chest? Why the flow felt like it slammed into a wall? That shift wasn't random. That wasn't just life. That was intentional resistance, a precise, well-timed effort to stop what you were on the verge of stepping into. You were becoming too aligned, too aware, too powerful. So they scrambled the signal. They created static. They stirred the waters. And the worst part, it didn't come with sirens. It came subtly, creeping in like a fog. 1 minute, you're thriving. The next, you're questioning yourself, irritated for no reason, stuck in loops that used to be behind you. The focus you had suddenly feels fragile. The motivation vanished. This isn't coincidence. This is spiritual interference. They've studied your rhythms, they've watched your growth, and they know the exact pressure points to hit. Why? Because they fear what happens when you break through and stay broken through. The Bible doesn't leave us in the dark about this kind of battle. In 2 Corinthians 2:11, Paul warns, "In order that Satan might not outwit us, for we are not unaware of his schemes." These disruptions, these sudden shifts in energy, they are schemes, intentional plots against your spirit. You're not being paranoid, you're being perceived as a threat, and perception alone is what fuels their fear. Ever notice how the moment you commit to growth, real growth, not just ideas, conflict erupts? Old friends get uncomfortable. Arguments arise out of nowhere. Delay after delay piles up. What used to be simple suddenly becomes complex. That's not because you're off path, it's because you're directly on it. And those benefiting from your confusion are terrified of your clarity. This is why you've got to see beyond the surface. People around you may not understand. They'll label you moody, distant, not yourself. But deep down, you know better. You can feel the tension beneath the surface, like something unseen is moving pieces around to disorient you. That's not your imagination. That's strategy. That's warfare. And your awareness of it, that's your weapon. Remember Job, a man of faith, wealth, and alignment. Satan didn't come for him randomly. He targeted him because he was aligned. In Job 1:10-11, Satan says to God, "Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? But now stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." The enemy wasn't just attacking Job's possessions, he was attacking his alignment. Sound familiar? Look at what's happening to you. The moment you stepped into flow, they struck, because they know what momentum means. They know that if you stay in rhythm, if you stop doubting and start moving in full awareness, you become unstoppable. You unlock things that threaten the very systems built on your silence. That's why they keep pulling strings. That's why they mess with your sleep, stir up drama, send distractions disguised as opportunity. It's not random. It's reaction. They are responding to your rising. Because when a chosen one is in motion, the forces of resistance scramble. And guess what? They pulled every string. And still, you're here. Think of Viktor Frankl, Holocaust survivor and author of Man's Search for Meaning. He lost everything, his family, his home, his freedom. And yet, in the darkest hell imaginable, he chose to maintain his purpose. He couldn't control the suffering, but he could control his response. He stood tall where others crumbled. And you too are learning to stand in storms designed to swallow you whole. That's no small thing. That's a mark of divine endurance. Every time they created chaos and you refused to flinch, you became harder to reach. Every time you stayed calm in the middle of conflict, you became harder to manipulate. Every time you recognized the pattern and chose stillness over reaction, you became untouchable. That's why the attacks are intensifying. Not because you're failing, but because you're evolving. Isaiah 54:15-17 says, "If anyone does attack you, it will not be my doing. Whoever attacks you will surrender to you. No weapon forged against you will prevail." Let that settle into your bones. Every trap laid against you will fold under its own weight. Every scheme will be exposed. Every delay will become a detour that delivers you right into divine alignment. But you have to stay awake, because the next wave won't come as a storm. It will come as comfort, familiarity, a voice that sounds like a friend, a door that looks open but leads to nowhere. You've seen what misalignment feels like. Don't walk back into it just because it's familiar. Do you know about Malala Yousafzai? A girl shot for pursuing education. They tried to silence her before she ever spoke to the world. But the bullet didn't stop her voice, it amplified it. They pulled every string to keep her in fear. And now, she's a global symbol of courage. That's the thing about chosen ones. When you attack them, they don't die, they multiply. Chosen one, look at where you are, still standing, still sensing, still discerning, still rising. You may feel weary, but don't confuse weariness with weakness. The fact that you're still here is proof of spiritual resilience. You are more powerful than they imagined. And that realization, that's what keeps them up at night. Romans 5:3-4 says, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope." What you've endured hasn't just been survival, it's been refinement. Every interference has forged you into someone stronger, sharper, and more spiritually attuned. Ask yourself, what did they hope I would forget? What version of me were they trying to bury? What truth about myself have I reclaimed in the middle of this pressure? Because that's the gold, that's the treasure in the fire. Not just that you're surviving, but that you're remembering who you are. Even Toni Morrison, a literary giant, once said, "If you want to fly, you have to give up the things that weigh you down." These strings they pulled, they were meant to hold you in place, but you've learned to spot them. You've learned to cut them, and now you're rising lighter than ever. So when the next wave comes, and it will, don't ask, "Why is this happening again?" Look it in the eye and say, "You should have taken me out when you had the chance." Because now you see, now you know, now you're unshakable. Number 5, God's chosen ones. They thought you were just another flame, but you were the fire starter. They thought you were just another spark, flickering, fleeting, destined to burn out when the wind changed. But what they didn't realize, chosen one, is that you weren't the flame. You were the fire starter. You were never meant to borrow light. You were born to generate it. Let this truth settle deep, not just into your ears, but into your bones, into your identity, into the very wiring of your purpose. Because this world never planned on you remembering who you really are. It was built to make you forget. You weren't put here to chase the light. You are the light. You are not some accidental extra wandering the stage, hoping the script makes sense. No, you are the pulse, the ink, the breath, and the storm that rewrites the script when the old one no longer honors truth. You are not here to witness change. You are the change. You are not simply magnetic to miracles. You are the proof that they still walk among us. And as wild as it sounds, the universe doesn't just support you, it responds to you. When you move with purpose, it moves with you. That's not arrogance, that's divine alignment. But let me ask you, what happens when someone like you finally wakes up to that truth? What happens when you stop waiting for permission and start moving like you've already been approved? What happens when you stop searching outward and finally look inward and realize that the spark you've been chasing was never out there? That's the part they missed. They thought you were a seeker. They assumed you were the moon, reflecting someone else's brilliance. But no, you're the sun, self-generating, self-sustained, uncontainable. And now that you're glowing without their validation, they're nervous, they're watching, whispering, swarming, because the world can tolerate reflection, but it cannot ignore a source. It can ignore echoes, but not a voice. It can tolerate imitation, but not origin energy. And you, chosen one, are the origin. That's what makes you dangerous. John 1:5 says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." That's you. Your light isn't just decorative, it's disruptive. It doesn't just comfort, it confronts. When you walk into the room, illusions collapse. When you speak truth, masks fall. When you live authentically, those living in fear feel threatened. And what do people do when they're threatened by something they can't control? They get loud, they get petty, they build narratives, they try to label you. Too intense, too serious, too much. But let's be real, those are not criticisms. They're confessions. They are saying, you're too powerful for the game we're pretending to play. You are too real for their fiction, too awake for their sleep, too aligned for their chaos. And they don't know what to do with that. So they do what people always do when they encounter a mirror that reflects their shadows. They attack the mirror. But somehow, you're the one who doubts. You question your own timing. You hesitate to speak. You shrink, thinking your presence is an inconvenience. Let me stop you right there. You've never been the problem. You've been the revelation. You are not the one hurting people. You're just showing them what they've buried. And that's more truth than most can handle. Jesus said in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." You're not meant to shrink. You're not meant to tone it down. You were never made to be digestible to people still choosing spiritual fast food. You're not the watered-down version of something greater. You are the original. And yes, that's terrifying to them. Because when someone like you wakes up, the structures built on silence, control, and manipulation begin to collapse. Think of Bruce Lee. He wasn't just a fighter, he was a force. Philosophical, creative, bold, unapologetically himself. People feared him not only because of his physical strength, but because of the ideas he carried, the freedom he embodied. They tried to fit him into molds, to tell him who he should be, but he shattered every limitation. And you too are a mold breaker, a limit disruptor. That's why they couldn't box you in, because the moment they thought they understood you, you outgrew their definition. Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt the energy shift when you walk into a room? The subtle tension, the awkward silences. That's not bad energy. That's recognition. You don't even need to speak. Your presence alone is a sermon. Your spirit, awake and aware, announces to every energy in the room, "I see you." And those who've been hiding behind smiles and social masks feel exposed. Romans 8:19 says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." That's what's happening now. The earth the atmosphere, the people around you. Everything is adjusting because you have been revealed. And with that revelation comes a new responsibility to stop searching outward for the power that's always been within. Look at Lady Gaga. For years she was dismissed, misunderstood, labeled too much. But she didn't shrink. She expanded. She stayed weird, stayed loud, stayed unapologetically herself, and eventually the world had to adjust. Not because she asked for permission, but because authenticity always wins in the end. You are not here to be understood by the masses. You are here to rearrange the room with your truth. Chosen one, it's time to stop apologizing for your essence. You are not here to seek light. You are the source. And when you accept that fully, you become too steady to be shaken, too connected to be controlled. That's why they're uneasy around you. That's why you've outgrown some circles, outlasted some storms, and outlived some narratives. You were never meant to blend in. You were built to break cycles. Exodus 33:14 says, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." That divine presence has never left you, even in your questioning, even in your shrinking, even in your delay. But now is not the time to shrink. Now is the time to own it all. Own the fire, own the disruption, own the fact that you are not waiting to become anything. You already are. You were born stamped with assignment. Have you heard of Florence Nightingale? She defied societal expectations, revolutionized nursing, and walked into war zones with compassion that dismantled death systems. They told her she didn't belong. They tried to stop her. But she walked anyway. She healed anyway. That's what real power does. It moves anyway. So yes, expect resistance. Expect strange delays, unexpected friction, relationships to shift. But understand, this is not rejection, it's realignment. Everything not built for your fire will fall away, and everything aligned with your flame will rise with you. Let me make it plain. You are the storm. You are not the reaction. You are the shift. You are not the echo. You are the origin. And no one, not a critic, not a crowd, not a system, can take that from you. Why? Because they didn't create you, so they can't control you. They thought you were just another flame. They didn't know you were the spark that sets empires ablaze. Number 6. God's chosen ones. They don't hate you. They need you to forget who you are. They don't truly hate you, chosen one. They fear what happens the moment you remember. Their strategy isn't rooted in rage. It's rooted in desperation. The plan has never been to destroy you. It's been to distract you, delay you, and make you doubt yourself until you forget who you've always been. Because the moment you fully awaken, the illusion collapses. The illusion that they were ever more powerful. The illusion that you needed their approval. The illusion that you were anything less than divinely unstoppable. Let's be painfully clear. You are not being targeted because you're broken. You are being targeted because you're whole in ways they can't replicate. You're not under siege because you're behind. You're being watched, studied, and spiritually opposed because you're ahead. Even when you move in silence, especially then, you glow without a spotlight. You rise without applause. You grow in the dark. And to those who feed on imitation, your authenticity is a direct threat to their existence. Let me ask you this. Have you ever wondered why they cling so closely but never truly support you? Why they mimic you while subtly undermining you? Why they orbit your energy but never celebrate your evolution? It's because they need you, but only the version of you that doesn't know how powerful you are. The moment you reclaim your light, they lose their lifeline. James 4:7 offers a powerful spiritual weapon. Submit yourselves then to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. What if that resistance isn't about rage or confrontation, but about reclaiming your clarity. Every time you choose alignment over approval, peace over performance, truth over comfort, you become impossible to feed on. You see, not everyone can generate true power. Not everyone was built with fire in their bones. There are souls out here disconnected from source, cut off from spirit, and what do? They feed. They seek out light bearers like you. They hover around the chosen, hoping to steal warmth from your flame. These are not just haters. They are spiritual parasites, cloaked in charm, sustained by access. And when someone like you walks into a room, radiant, authentic, spiritually awakened, they panic. Not because you attacked them, but because your very existence exposes them. You don't need to say a word. You don't need to call them out. Your presence does it all. You are a walking disruption to everything fake, a living contradiction to every system built on ego, manipulation, and illusion. And when people realize that they can't control you, can't shape you, can't silence you, they resort to what they know best: shadow warfare, passive-aggressive jabs, subtle exclusions, energy-draining conversations. They don't fight fair because they know they'd lose. That's why they throw shade instead of truth. That's why they whisper instead of roar. That's why they watch from the sidelines, hoping you'll dim so they can shine. But Proverbs 4:18 makes your future clear. The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. That's your path, brighter and brighter. No matter how many shadows gather, your light will expose them. And that's what they fear most. Not your anger, not your mistakes, but your truth. Think about Prince. He refused to be owned, categorized, or confined. He didn't just make music, he redefined it. He walked away from record labels that tried to rename him, reduce him, or claim him. He became a symbol, literally, because even names couldn't hold him. And you, chosen one, are just like that. You cannot be contained. You weren't made to be managed. You weren't sent here to fit in. You were sent here to fracture falsehoods with your very being. So understand this. The attacks you face are not personal. They're strategic. You are confronting energies that can't survive your awakening. And that's why it always feels so deeply targeted. Because it is. You're not stumbling into resistance. You are standing face to face with forces that depended on your unconsciousness. They needed you to forget, to shrink, to doubt. Because the moment you remember, they lose access. Ephesians 5:13-14 says, "Everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." That's your impact. You don't just shine, you activate. You don't just expose, you transform. You don't just walk in rooms, you change the temperature. Have you ever been called too sensitive, too emotional, too intense? That wasn't judgment, it was projection. They sensed your depth, your discernment, your frequency, and it made them uncomfortable. Not because you were wrong, but because you were right. And truth, when it walks into a space built on lies, is always called the problem. But let this settle into your chest. You were never the problem. You were always the proof. That divine power can walk around in human form. That alignment doesn't need validation. That peace doesn't require popularity. You're the example they hoped no one would notice. The reminder that power doesn't come from noise. It comes from knowing. Knowing who you are, knowing whose you are. Remember Maya Lin, the brilliant mind behind the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. She was met with massive backlash. Too young, too quiet, too different. But her vision, it rewrote how grief could be honored. She didn't raise her voice. She raised a monument. Just like you, your life is becoming a monument to resilience, carved in silence, powered by spirit, immune to manipulation. So what do they do now? They pull away. They reframe you as selfish. You've changed, they'll say, and they're right. You've remembered. you've risen, and now they can't feed where they no longer have permission. And that's what drives them insane. Not your ego, not your ambition, but the fact that you no longer need their approval to breathe. Psalm 18:29 says, "With your help I can advance against a troop. With my God I can scale a wall." You're scaling walls they thought would stop you. You're reclaiming territory they thought they own forever. And every time you choose clarity over chaos, peace over performance, you take back more ground. So when the fog rolls in again, when doubt tries to knock on your door, when subtle guilt is used as a weapon, don't flinch, don't react. Just remember, you're not here to be liked. You're here to be light. You're not here to fit in. You're here to break the mold. Think of James Baldwin. His words shattered systems. He didn't scream. He spoke truth with surgical precision. He knew who he was, and that knowing made him unstoppable. You've arrived at that same threshold. The knowing is settling. The remembering is locking in. And that's the threat. They don't oppose you because you're weak. They oppose you because you've already won. They don't hate you, chosen one. They just needed you to forget who you are. But it's too late now, because you remember. Number 7. God's chosen ones. Before the crown, there's always the crushing. Before a crown ever touches the head of a chosen one, there is always the crushing, the weight, the silence, the storm that makes you wonder if you ever had what it takes at all. But hear me clearly, this isn't random, this isn't chaos just happening to you. This is design. This is spiritual precision. What you are going through right now is not a breakdown, it is a proving ground. It is the final threshold, the hidden battlefield before the next level of your divine purpose. And if you are here, still breathing, still believing, it means you're already deep in it. Let me ask you, chosen one, have the delays become more frequent? Have the betrayals cut deeper? Has the silence from the people who used to cheer you on become deafening? Have you woken up feeling like your soul is trying to hold its breath? If so, then congratulations. You're standing at the door to destiny, and everything you're feeling isn't punishment, it's confirmation. Heaven never crushes the unqualified. It tests the ones it's about to trust with something heavy. And baby, your future carries weight. James 1:2-4 tells us, "Consider it pure joy whenever you face trials, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance, that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." That's what this is about. Your completion, your becoming. You are not falling apart, you are falling into place. Every generation has this moment. Every chosen one in history hits this wall, this tightness, this pressure, this soul-level resistance. It's ancient. It's not meant to destroy you. It's meant to refine you, to strip away every illusion, every attachment, every weakness that cannot walk with you into what's next. Because what's coming to you is not small. You are not just breaking generational curses. You are birthing a reality so uncommon that the gate in front of it had to be fortified, and you're standing right in front of it. Now ask yourself, why has the pressure intensified lately? Why did everything start falling apart right when it started to feel like you were making progress? Why does it feel like the more you believe, the more resistance you face? Because the resistance isn't coming at you. It's responding to you. Your power is expanding. Your vibration is rising. Your calling is activating. And every opposing force that benefited from your dormancy is now in full defense mode. Esther, before she became queen, had to be hidden, processed, and positioned in silence. Her crown didn't fall from the sky. It came through crushing, through uncertainty, through opposition. And yet Esther 4:14 reminds us, "Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? And you, chosen one, you are standing in your such a time as this." This pressure isn't random, it's royal training. So don't get confused. The war is not about whether you are worthy. You've always been worthy. The test is about whether you remember who you are while everything around you is trying to make you forget. Will you hold the vision when all you see is fog? Will you trust the assignment when all you hear is silence? Think of Nelson Mandela, locked away for 27 years, crushed by time, silence, and separation. But what they didn't realize is that the prison wasn't burying him, it was forging him. And when he emerged, he didn't come back as the man he was. He returned as a movement. You too are being forged in obscurity, built in isolation, not because you've failed, but because you're about to lead. Let's be real. This is the point where most people quit. This is where dreams die quietly. This is where gifted people start settling for survival. But not you. Even now, with tired eyes and a weary soul, you're still holding the vision. You haven't let go. And that's proof that you're different. That's why the pressure has been so personal. That's why the delays have been so strategic. That's why you've been misunderstood, even by the people who once claimed to see you. Because what's coming to you isn't meant for the crowd. It's crafted for the called. Isaiah 43:2 reminds us, when you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze. You're not going through this to be consumed. You're going through this to be cleansed. Because when you rise from this, nothing will have a hold on you. No voice, no guilt, no fear, no dependency. You will emerge unshakable, undeniable, and uncrowned by men, but chosen by God. Now let's talk about the doubt, the whisper that says, maybe I'm not ready. The thought that tempts you to settle, to shrink, to accept almost. That voice, that's the final test. Because the enemy doesn't fight you when you're weak. He fights you when you're one move away from breakthrough. The fatigue is real, but the reward, even more real. Let me show you. Oprah Winfrey was told she was unfit for TV, fired from a local news station, crushed by doubt, rejection, and racial bias. But instead of collapsing, she anchored. And today she's not just a TV host, she's a global force. And you too are not just walking through resistance. You're activating a realm of influence they said you weren't made for. Romans 8:18 declares, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Don't be fooled by the noise around you. It's not the end, it's the edge. And once you push through this moment, just this last push, you'll step into what was already yours all along. So when everything tells you to quit, tell the storm, you should have taken me out when you had the chance. Because now you're awake. Now you see the pattern. Now you understand that the pressure was not to crush you, it was to crown you. Chosen one, you weren't sent here to almost make it. You weren't built to almost break through. You were sent to shatter ceilings, to open paths, to shift the atmosphere by refusing to fold under the weight of becoming. And this storm, this silence, this soul-deep ache is the last threshold before your next level. And baby, your next level, it isn't coming, it's already here. Number 8, God's chosen ones. If the crown is yours, stop asking for permission to wear it. If the crown is already yours, chosen one, why are you still waiting for permission to wear it? Why are you pausing in the hallway when heaven already flung the door wide open? Why are you dimming your light in rooms that were meant to be lit by your fire? Let's cut through the hesitation and the false humility. This is not the season for smallness. This is the hour for sovereignty. Your breakthrough, already written. Your elevation, already unfolding. Your crown, already crafted and fitted to your spirit. And no force, not in this world or the next, has the authority to stop what God has assigned to your life. Isaiah 14:27 says, For the Lord Almighty has purposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back? The answer is no one, not your enemies, not your past, not even your own fears. The only thing that could ever delay what's meant for you is you. And that's exactly what the opposition is counting on. They don't have the power to destroy your calling, so they aim for something far more dangerous. They try to get you to turn on yourself. Do you see it now? That was the real strategy all along. Not to defeat you, but to convince you to disqualify yourself, to plant just enough doubt that you start asking the wrong questions. Maybe I'm not ready. Maybe this is too big for me. Maybe they were right about me. Let me ask you something, chosen one. Who planted those doubts? Who benefits from your second guessing? Who gains when you delay your becoming? The answer is clear, not you. That voice telling you to shrink, to retreat, to hand back your crown, that's not your spirit. That's interference, a last-ditch effort from a system that knows it's about to lose control of you forever. Matthew 16:19 echoes God's authority over your destiny. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. You already hold the keys. You're not waiting to be handed access. You've already been given it. So why are you still asking for permission to move, to speak, to shine? You were born for this. You see, they knew they couldn't face you in battle, so they used a quieter weapon, internal sabotage. They tried to make you pick up the same doubts they planted and use them against yourself, to question your worth, to apologize for your fire, to slow your momentum by making you seek validation from people who were never capable of seeing your truth. Let me remind you, you don't need validation from the blind. Think about Harriet Tubman. She didn't wait for consensus. She didn't ask for permission to liberate herself or others. She followed the inner compass God placed inside her, and freedom followed her footsteps. That same divine clarity lives in you. The same unshakable courage, the same fire. You're not imagining your power. You're just finally waking up to it. And yes, it scared them. That's why they came early. That's why they whispered lies while you were still forming the dream. Because they saw the glow before you did. They sensed the shift in you before you knew what it was called. And so they tried to hijack it with narratives, with projections, with pressure. They hoped you'd ask for a green light when the light was already green. Galatians 1:10 reminds us, am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. Chosen one. You're not here to please the masses. You're here to obey the call of heaven, and that means moving even when it makes others uncomfortable, shining even when it blinds those still hiding in the dark. So, if you felt surrounded by resistance, dismissed by people you once trusted, doubted by voices you once leaned on, good. Let it confirm what your spirit already knows. You are real, and realness always triggers what's fake. Let the pushback be proof. Let their obsession with your silence remind you of how loud your impact already is. Look at Nikola Tesla, misunderstood, ridiculed, dismissed by systems that couldn't monetize his mind, but he kept creating, kept seeing, kept bringing visions into form. And now the very world that once rejected him runs on the technologies he dreamed of. You are no different. They may not get you now, but the ripple effect of your obedience, it will outlive their resistance. So here's the truth they hoped you'd never see. You don't need consensus to rise. You don't need applause to ascend. You don't need permission to wear what's already been placed on your head by divine hands. You're not waiting for the world to accept you. The world is already adjusting to your awakening. John 15:16 offers another powerful reminder. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit. That means you were chosen, appointed, positioned, and no man, no system, no setback has the right to revoke what God ordained. Let me say it plainly. You are not crazy. You are chosen. You're not imagining your breakthrough. It's unfolding even now. You're not delusional. You're disruptive. And the very fact that they organized against you is the clearest proof that your impact is undeniable. Weak things don't cause this kind of reaction. Irrelevant people don't get this kind of opposition. So what now? Now you stop stalling. Now you stop explaining. Now you stop shrinking to fit molds you were sent to break. This is not your season to apologize. This is your hour to announce, to take back what's yours, your voice, your vision, your value. You were never meant to tiptoe through your calling. You were meant to walk like it's already yours, because it is. Even Rosa Parks knew the power of stillness. One decision, one refusal to move, shook a nation. She didn't ask for applause. She didn't need a crowd. She just knew she wasn't going to give up her seat. And you too must stop surrendering territory that was promised to you. Number 9. God's chosen ones. If it takes this many against you, you must be the spark. This many against one. It doesn't mean you're simply a threat, chosen one. It means you're the spark, the ignition point, the signal flare in a sleeping world. And if the pressure feels overwhelming, if the isolation cuts deep, if the resistance wraps itself around your life like chains, don't misunderstand what's happening. This isn't just an attack on you as a person. It's a reaction to the frequency you carry. You're not just an individual walking a hard road. You are a vibration, a coded activation written into the fabric of this timeline. And when you rise, others rise with you, even if they don't know why. When you move, you shake dimensions. That's why you're so heavily watched. That's why so many seem oddly invested in your delay. Why strangers project envy without cause. Why energy shifts the second you walk into the room. You don't just walk in light, you broadcast it. Ephesians 5:14 declares, "Awake, O sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you." This isn't about mere belief, it's about activation. Your awakening doesn't just affect your life, it creates ripples in the collective grid. Because when a chosen one wakes up, they don't just climb, they clear. They break locks, they crack strongholds, they expose systems, they become a living permission slip for others to do the same. Let me ask you, have you ever wondered why the opposition feels supernatural? Why so much pressure arrived just when you started standing tall? Why the weight of the world seemed to fall on your shoulders the moment you embraced purpose? That's not a glitch. It's not bad luck. It's spiritual physics. Pressure doesn't hit what isn't positioned. Resistance doesn't rise where there's no real momentum. You were never random. You were deployed. Think about that. You weren't born in this generation, this location, this energetic timeline by accident. Your presence here, now, is part of a cosmic strategy. Your survival, it wasn't coincidence, it was confirmation. Your instincts to keep going? Not random. Your gifts? Not a fluke. You are part of a divine infrastructure, a light source placed with precision to ignite movement in the places that had long been dark. John 1:9 says, "The true light that gives light to everyone was coming into the world." You carry that light, and you didn't just survive the crushing, you expanded. You walked through fires that others ran from. You kept showing up when everything told you to sit down. You kept speaking when the pressure demanded your silence. And that choice, that commitment, it activated the unseen grid that connects the awakened across time and space. This is why the opposition has grown more aggressive, not because of your failures, but because of your signal. When you rise, others start to stir. When you take your place, you call out the next chosen one. And if you don't quit, the ripple becomes a wave. This is not just about you. It never was. That's why their efforts to block you have been so relentless. Because once you walk in full remembrance of who you are, others will too. And that's what terrifies them. Think of Martin Luther King Jr. His presence wasn't just about him. It was his clarity, his conviction, his refusal to bend that became a spark. And that spark ignited a movement. That's what you carry. And that's why they resist you. Not just because of your words, but because of your wavelength. Because you're not just living, you're transmitting. Your alignment doesn't just inspire, it exposes. Your light doesn't only comfort, it confronts. Romans 8:11 reminds us, the spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead is living in you. That same power that raised the dead now fuels you. That same spirit now flows through your every word, every decision, every refusal to retreat. You are not here to participate in status quo cycles. You are here to shatter them. So yes, they watched you. They talked about you. They tried to isolate you. They tried to bury you under confusion, betrayal, exhaustion, silence. Not because you were weak, but because you were close. Because you were almost there. Because once you step fully into who you are, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. You can't unknow what you now know, and they can't unsee what you're becoming. Have you ever heard of Jean-Michel Basquiat? His art didn't just express, it disrupted. He painted with spirit, with frequency, with coded rebellion. And though critics mocked him, the energy he carried couldn't be denied. Even after death, his light still awakens generations. And you too are not just here to be admired. You are here to be encoded into the fabric of the awakening. And now, you're still standing, after betrayal, after nights that almost broke your soul, after doubt clawed at your mind. You didn't just make it, you activated. Your frequency sent a signal. The others are waking up. Your presence has awakened the grid. And now your role is shifting from survivor to source, from seeker to igniter, from watcher to wayshower. Psalm 18:29 declares, with your help I can advance against a troop. With my God I can scale a wall. You weren't just built to endure. You were designed to advance, to move forward even when legions stood in front of you. And now they realize it. That's why the attacks multiplied. Because your light didn't just survive, it spread. And what they tried to extinguish now lives in those who've been stirred by your courage. My beloved chosen one. And now, as the final pieces fall into place, let this truth settle deep into your spirit. You were never the target because you were weak. You were the target because you're transformational. The resistance was never random, it was recognition. Everything you've endured, everything you've overcome, every moment you almost gave up but didn't, it was all confirmation. Confirmation that you're not only chosen, you're ready. Ready to rise, ready to lead, ready to walk in what was already written for you, long before the world ever tried to define you. You were never here to follow the crowd. You were sent to awaken the sleeping, to ignite others by the fire of your presence, and to stand unapologetically as proof that the crown is real, the calling is sacred, and your time is now. If this message stirred something inside you, if your spirit recognized this not as new truth, but as a divine remembrance, then don't let it stop here. Share it, pass it on. There's another chosen one out there, hanging by a thread, who needs this confirmation just like you did. The grid is live. Let's keep the signal moving. If you feel led to support this mission, you can send a super thanks below. Your generosity helps keep this message reaching more of the chosen ones around the world. And whether you donate or not, I am deeply grateful for your presence, your energy, and your courage. Just by being here, just by listening, just by remembering, you've already contributed more than you know. From the depths of my soul, I speak blessings over your path. May your discernment sharpen. May your strength multiply. May doors open without effort and burdens lift without warning. May the whispers of heaven grow louder than the noise of fear. And may every step you take echo with divine alignment. You are not just surviving, you are awakening. You are not alone. You are connected. You are not becoming, you already are. Now go, chosen one. Shine, lead, disrupt, transformation. And never again, ask permission to wear what God already crowned you with love, honor, and deep gratitude. Until next time.